and welcome to OPL Saturday for round 8. My name is Michael Hing, and on this rainy, foggy day here in Sydney, Australia, where the Right Studios are located, it is an absolute pleasure to have your company for what is set to be a big weekend in League of Legends Esports. As we creep ever closer towards the finals gauntlet, the standings are more solidified, but the laws of table maths tell us that every final spot is still in play, and today's matches could well decide who takes that automatic seed into the grand final. Our two killer matches today see an in-form Direwolves take on a Tainted Minds squad who have spent the last week licking their wounds after being perfect gamed by Legacy in a 2-0 defeat last week. So for Direwolves, is that the new bar for success, or are they just looking for a solid win? Then it's, for my mind, the rematch of the split as the only team to beat the current frontrunners so far this split take them on again. It's Legacy versus Sin. Will the best prepared team in O succumb to the OPL masters of the scrappy team fight? I kind of feel like this match is like Soulstrike's giant brain has turned up at a drag race, right? And his opponent is just like a toddler at the wheel of a car. You know what I mean? And that's not to throw shade at Sin, because they're all very, very smart people. But just, Lucio's got to be. Anyway, look, let's move on. Let's just score for some scraps today. Joining me at the desk to break down these games are our, first of all, our in-house OPL analyst, Nathan Mendrix-Mendez, and also, fresh from an LPL stint that ended at about 4 a.m. last night, it is Zach Rusty Pie. Thank you for being here. And despite the late finish, you are looking fresh as a daisy today.
Thank you. Yeah, 2 4 a.m. finishes in a row. Every single time I come onto the OPL, it feels like the LPL just goes to the maximum number of possible games.
And they weren't like short, easy games either, because I was watching a bit of it last night. There were some 50-minute and 55-minute games in there, so it was a long night for you, but you are here today, and we thank you for your presence and your wisdom today. Mendrix, how are you feeling this week? You've been able to stay dry?
Oh, no way. It's been absolutely insane with the weather at the moment, and I'm just sitting going, just trying to dodge in and out of all the buildings, trying to get underneath some cover if possible, but it means more time for League.
More time indoor,
exactly,
where you belong. All right, let's take a look at the standings as they sit heading into this round. There, we see Legacy out in front on first place. Direwolves and Chiefs on equal points, but Chiefs ahead on the head-to-head. AV and Sin round out the current finals gauntlet, and then Tainted Minds, Abyss, and Exile 5 populating the drop zone. And Rusty, did you know that if Tainted Minds can 2-0 all of their matches between now and finals, and Chiefs 0-2 all of their matches, then Chiefs can drop into relegation and Tainted Minds can still make goal. I mean, look, it's what we call the long shot. It's what we call the long shot. Maybe the longest shot.
I think it's beyond a Hail Mary, but I can tell you that as a former Legacy player, I'd be pretty excited to see that. However, as a caster, that's not something you want to see ever.
Weirder things have happened, so it's always a possibility.
Yeah, exactly. Mathematically, it is a possibility. But as professionals, obviously, we need to remain open to that because, Barcelona fought back against PSG earlier this split, so who knows? All right, let's take a look at our first match. Direwolves versus TM. And Rusty, if you're Direwolves, are you looking to replicate the perfect game against TM this week?
So you're not looking to really do what Legacy did and find a perfect game, but you are looking to get a handy victory, so to speak. You would expect, for all intensive purposes, coming into this matchup, Direwolves just want a clean, easy 2-0 where they walk over Tainted Minds. It's easier said than done, of course, but that's what they're looking for.
So, I mean, that's the conventional wisdom. Obviously, it's a very conservative point of view. Mendrix, if you're going to one-up a perfect game, how do you do that?
So, I mean, to one-up a perfect game, you either need to do it quicker or you need to get more kills. And really, to be honest, it's hard to one-up a perfect game. I think, like you said, it's about getting those handy wins, getting those points. And really, these guys still have a shot to come first in the roster. We've got a great shot because they're in form.
All right, well, Direwolves, they've spoken before about how they're just trying to play their own style and overcome themselves in each game. So earlier today, when I spoke to Direwolves captain Fantix about the upcoming match, I started by asking him if he felt the team was in that place right now.
Well, we're definitely evolving every day, and we're working on individual problems throughout the split and up until now. So it's only going to get better.
Well, we always talk about your top lane, yourself, and also your jungler, but I want to talk about your bot lane. How good are these guys, and do you feel like they've been the unsung heroes of this team at all?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think this is the first time I could think about my bot lane and just know that I can rely on them. Yeah, so they're definitely really, really skilled.
Well, coming in today, your opponents are Tainted Minds. Last week, they got perfect game by Legacy. I mean, does that enter into your minds when you're preparing for this? Are you looking to replicate that, or are you just looking to win?
Well, we're not going to have any expectations. We're just going to play our own game.
Excellent stuff. All right, well, best of luck, and thank you for speaking to us.
Thank you.
There we have Fantix just saying they're going to play their own game, captain of the Direwolves. Well, let's take a look at the guys getting ready right now. And their roster is as follows. Their top laner is Chippies. Their jungler is Schönfire. Fantix, who we just spoke to, is their mid laner. King is their AD carry. And their support player rounding out that bot lane is Destiny. And Rusty, these guys have been looking good all split, but currently in third place.
Yeah, and they're definitely still ramping up towards the end of the split. Fantix actually mentioning the bottom lane was super interesting because I've always thought he had good bottom lanes in the past, but I think the biggest difference now is extra experience. Having, King leave, come back again, has actually got the added bonus of playing on teams for a year and might actually help their bottom lane work with the rest of them.
All right, well, across the rift, their opponents this week are Tainted Minds. And earlier today, I spoke to their mid laner Wizard about their upcoming match, and I started by asking him how they were all feeling after that brutal loss last week.
It's actually pretty good. Like, everyone just knew that we were going into that series, like, obviously expected to lose, and like after losing, we weren't that like cut up about it. So even though it went pretty bad, yeah, we're not that like unhappy.
Well, today you're probably going in as underdogs as well. Direwolves very heavy favourites. But if you guys can take a game or even take a series, how do you think you'll do it today?
I think our main focus, like versus Direwolves, is to like survive lane, because I feel like if we're able to survive lane, then hopefully we can, I don't know, maybe do some good team fights or macro play, and yeah, that's how we'll do it.
Well, speaking of Direwolves, what are you expecting from them today? Are you just expecting them to play their normal game of heavy lane focus play, or do you expect something else from them?
I'm pretty sure they'll just stick to that, because they're probably coming into this like, we'll just focus on lanes and we should be able to win. So yeah, that's what I'm expecting.
All right. Well, thank you for speaking to us, and best of luck in the games today.
Thank you. All good.
All right, let's take a look at these guys getting ready. As Wizard said, look, we're not expecting anything crazy from the Direwolves today. This is their lineup. Their top laner is Praetor, who's been with the team since day one of this split. Only is their jungler. Wizard, who we just spoke to, is their mid laner. Squidgy is their AD carry, and the support player is Brawler. And Mendrix, this team, obviously trying to lick their wounds from last week.
Yeah, and the thing with Tainted Minds as well is it did show some signs of life in that game 1 against Legacy. In the end, Legacy did really well and towards the end of that, and then completely took them out in game 2. So it's about them bouncing back, making sure that they can find those opportunities in the laning phase, like they said, sort of just saying survive through that, get towards that late game, because Direwolves do tend to sort of let the game roll out a bit further, and that's their chance to strike back.
All right, well, let's talk about Direwolves bot lane, because and Destiny in specific. So when you look at these guys, I mean, they are kind of the unsung heroes, as we were just saying. And Fantix finally thinks, despite historical precedent, that he can rely on a bot lane, Rusty.
Yeah, and we already mentioned perhaps it is the experience that helps him. King, having played for long enough now, doesn't need all of the kills. He can rely on his team just as much as they can rely on him to get that.
And last week,
Yeah, and Spawn touches this on the podcast. These guys really have been enabling the rest of the team. If you look at King, he has been playing typically utility ADs that allows him to engage, get the team fights going, doing really well on that virus specifically. And I'd like to see how he adjusts to it, because Rusty, you touched on this. There actually seems to be a bit of shift in the metas for ADCs at the moment.
There's an interesting precedent to consider with the AD carries now Blade of the Ruined King cropping up on patch 7.5, and if King, he was a prolific Cogmore and Lucian player, maybe shifting away from the utility champions, but may just be what his team needs is utility to the point where he has no choice. He can't play the best champions. He just needs to fit the bill.
Well, this is what Destiny was saying last week when I interviewed him. He said, look, I'm just here, the entire bot lane is just here to unlock Shern. And Mendrix, when you look at their playstyle, do you think that's what they're kind of doing, just playing to enable their jungler?
Absolutely, and really you could look at it with Shern's performance. He arguably has some of the best jungle warding in the game, and it really is up to that bot lane unlocking it for him. They get some control, then they work with him to sort of put those wards down, and that's why they have such a strong laning phase. They have all the information that they need, and they're just working off the back of that.
Well, let's talk specifically about Destiny, because I know you wanted to shout him out today, Mendrix. I mean, do you think he is maybe the best support in the OPL right now?
He's definitely in the top 3, as you can see, looking at the stats, 3rd for his assists, thirds for his deaths, and first when it comes to kill participation. What this really suggests is that he seems to be either playing an active role as a shot caller, or he's really on point with his map awareness, able to really jump on each opportunity that arises. And really, when you look at his power picks in his champion pool, Rusty, you think it is a well-rounded sort of suit for what he has for all his champions there?
Yeah, he's mostly disengaged, however, when you're looking at this, and this speaks towards the utility that they were already mentioning before when we look at both of their bottom lane members. Zyra and Malzahar is also designed to stop champions like Rengar from getting onto your backline so that you can do a lot of damage and thresh, forwards and backwards availability. And all of this, to me, is more so shot calling from Destiny. We saw in the previous graph his kill participation is actually the highest in the OPL. That is a vocal member of the team being able to make decisions, and the fact that he still doesn't die that often really just says that they're doing the right things and they're winning.
As a support main, Rusty, do you kind of look at a shot calling support and think, yeah, this is how it should be, right? Support should be the people, the brains in these entire teams. For too long, everyone's been looking at the mid lane, the jungle. It's supports, baby.
It's always been supports a little bit, right? But when you have the early game, you're stuck babysitting an AD carry, so usually it will be the junglers that you have to rely on a little bit. And, you know, as they mentioned, he wants to put a lot of resources around Shurnfire, and that's really important because if he gets the early game going, they can support that further.
So, Mendrix, I also want to point out that going into this game, Direwolves have actually lost their first 3 bans in this first game because of a late roster submission. What does that mean for how today's game is going to fall out?
So you expect to see a few more overpowered picks coming into it. It always creates a little bit of craziness, and we've actually seen Tainted Mind sort of thrive on that when there seems to be a bit of chaos happening. So Direwolves do like to sort of move towards having this structured, composed sort of playstyle, and having a few extra stronger picks available might throw them off.
Yeah, I mean, does that mean that maybe Praetor can pick up that Echo he's been playing really well on? Maybe Squidgy takes the Cog more? I mean, what are your thoughts, Rusty?
Yeah, Echo is a champion that we have to think about. Also, only playing Rek'Sai was fantastic, so he may just freely get the champion one more time. And the reason that I do like Echo and that you bring it up is because Wizard also plays it. And so there is the chance that not only can they early rotate the Echo, they can flex that, and they have got the last pick if they're ever on red side with the 3-ban scenario. So there is a big advantage that Tainted Minds will get.
Mendrix, do you have any thoughts on what we're going to see today in terms of picks now that the kind of champion pool is wide open for Tainted Minds?
Well, I expect for them to probably, like you said, go for a 1-3-1. It is relatively the easier build to sort of execute on. They could possibly go for a more death ball composition. Those are the 2 ones that you want to work with when you are a relatively inexperienced team trying to make a move around the map. And it is safer to work that way.
Here's the thing, though. When you mention 1-3-1, if you are Tainted Minds and your strategy coming into this is to 1-3-1 against Direwolves, you will lose the game. Like, just plain simple. That's what they've been doing for over a year and a half. They're experts at 1-3-1s. They've got Chippies and Fantics that will 1v1 anybody in their own respective lanes. So they should do more of a death ball. And
it all does come down to the fact that are some champions open. And if Tainted Minds do get some lane priority ones that are actually able to deal with the superior mechanics of Direwolves, or perhaps why they're guaranteed to be some of the best mechanics in the game, they might have a chance.
All right. Well, I want to get your guys' predictions, but before we do that, let's take a look at these tips. opltips.com.au is how you can get involved. Direwolves, heavy favourites today over Tainted Minds. A lot of people thinking this is also going to be a 2-0. Hashtag IamOPL if you want to get involved on social media. And can I just say, we've got the technology today to hopefully include some tweets in the broadcast. So if you spit some fire, we'll shout you out. Let me get your guys' predictions. Mendrix, what are your thoughts? Who's going to win this win? And by what margin?
I feel it's going to be a 2-1 to the Direwolves.
2-1?
Sorry, 2-0, sorry.
All right. No.
I don't worry, I'm not doing where the 2-1 came from. Thanks for pointing it out.
No.
2-0.
Sailor Century rules. It's the first answer we take, all right? So you're locked in with that. Rusty, what are your thoughts?
It's 2-0 to the Direwolves, I think it's safe to say. Honestly, I just think they're too strong across every lane, and they're strong where Tainted Minds are meant to be.
All right. Well, there we have it. I think I said it was a 2-0 as well, and that's my first and final answer. It is now time for us to get into Champ Select with Game 1, so let's hand it over to your casters, Fish and Sport.
So you can say one answer on the podcast and another one on the desk and then blame Mendrix. I don't understand how that one works there, Hingers. But I'm Matthew Fish and joining me is Jake Swanson. We're about to go into the first match of this week of the OPL. It is the Direwolves taking on Tainted Minds.
Yeah, and it should be an absolute cracker when you have a look at this match. Both teams play high tempo. Both of them have very solid top laners. And I'm really looking forward towards that top side of the map. I know we talked about 80 carries a lot. Unfortunately, I think Tainted Minds may be outclassed a little bit in that area. However, Praetor versus Chippy should be exciting to watch.
It definitely should be. I mean, Praetor has been a really strong top laner. He's the only remaining member of Tainted Minds that started the split. And Chippy's as well, probably the top 3 up there with the likes of Swiper, with the likes of Tally as well, as a really strong top lane. It's going to be really interesting to watch those solo lanes. On top of that, It's not going to be a Brawler that's coming in here today for Tainted Minds. It's Bluezor that's playing today.
It certainly is. So we'll see whether that changes the dynamic of the bottom lane. We're seeing a lot of Lulu, Cogmore, and the likes picked up by the Tainted Minds duo. Want to see that continue because, as we already mentioned, Hypercarry's coming in a little bit more with the changes of Blade of the Ruined King. Just a reminder, guys, that Direwolves aren't dodging bans. They've actually been penalized through a late roster submission. So we'll just let the clock wind down on these ones, Fish.
Yeah, it'll take some time, but the Direwolves eventually will not have any bans, but they will get first pick. So I am interested to see what Tainted Minds will give over and what they will take in response.
And I think what you have to do here, because Only is pretty inexperienced, is just hit Shern's champion pool, get rid of the Ivan, make sure that Rengar is going to be contested at best, and then grab 2 OPs for yourself. You know, maybe you can get Wizard of LeBlanc, maybe you can get something like Camille up in the top lane. But I expect Shern to be that player that you do hit, because we've already seen, if he has a strong jungling route at the start of the game, he just sets all these lanes up for success. And when the Direwolves have good lanes, there's just absolutely nothing you can do about it.
Well, one thing we can talk about, Spawn, while we wait for these players to go through this prolonged pick and ban phase, is the fact that we are now on patch 7.5. So there have been quite a few changes that have gone through. For example, LeBlanc has now been nerfed quite heavily. Still feels like she can be played, but her W has been hit very hard in terms of the damage it deals.
So passive damage back up, W damage down, I believe is what it is. It makes her early all-in a little bit weaker. As we said, we think that that will make her a little bit more roam heavy. Try and shove out the wave with that passive, and then make sure you can get into the side lanes, because once you get to the level 9s, to the level 11s, the passive still does a lot of damage. But I agree with you, that nerf was significant. Changes to Blade of the Ruined King. No longer grants movement speed on activation, or is it no longer grants lifesteal? Might have been lifesteal, I don't know. One or the other.
Lifesteal, lifesteal.
No lifesteal. And then you also has less attack speed, but more AD. I think it's a better rush item now. That's why we're seeing things like Lucian, things like Cogmore go back to picking it up.
We also have Deathfire Touch has been nerfed coming into this patch. Varus has been nerfed quite heavily as well. He was a very high banned champion, or first picked. And that can be seen already from the side of Direwolves as they decide to pick Camille as their first champion here. The bans from Tainted Minds, 2 targeted towards Shernfire, 1 over towards Chippies. It's going to be Ivan and Graves in the jungle, Renekton in the top lane.
And I like it. I think that, they're going with Echo. I was going to say, I think that Lulu as well as Rengar makes sense here, because then you're taking away the best jungler and arguably the best support right now. Instead going with Echo, maybe a flex pick, but I think that that's a mistreak, because when you pinch jungle pool that hard, you need to be able to take the best available.
And Direwolves are going to be able to pick up a fantastic jungler with Rengar being locked in here. Has been nerfed again, but still a very strong jungler at the moment.
Yeah, I still think he's completely fine. I mean, the nerfs, they start to hurt eventually, but his initiation, his vision, and in the fact that he just jungles so quickly, still leave him at the top of that food chain, in my opinion. You know, maybe we'll see Only pull out something like a Nidalee to try and contest it, but unfortunately that didn't go too well last week, Fish.
No, it has not gone well for Only. It has not gone well for Tainted Minds when they picked up Nidalee so far. It looks like it's going to start off strong, but just collapses as we approach the mid-game. Tainted Minds have picked up a couple of interesting picks here, though. Echo, as you mentioned already, has been picked up. That's a big flex pick for them. Praetor as well as Wizard do play the champion, but it is going to be Wizard that plays it here today, because Fiora has been locked in for Praetor in the top lane.
Yeah, and I wonder what that means. Do they leave Syndra open? Do they try and force Fantix onto a melee assassin matchup? We've seen Echo played against Zed. We've seen it played... I don't think we've seen it played against Talon, but we know Fantix plays that pick, and it has been rising in popularity in the mid lane around the world, as Faker's been picking up it a lot, and that's what happens. Meanwhile, I think that, taking the Karma was actually a smart move here. I think it allows less positions to be pinched, and King and Fantix have never had champion pool issues, and Melee still struggle to lane against Lulu. She does a heck of a lot of damage with auto attack harass, and the polymorph just means that you can't get in for long enough time to really make the laning phase hard.
Yep, Lulu against Karma seems to be the staple of bottom lane supports at the moment. If one of them is banned or taken away, you normally go to the other. We have seen Braum rising in popularity, a couple of other melee supports due to the changes of Bond of Stone. So interested to see how that one's going to pan out. For now, the bans have come through for Tainted Minds in their second ban rotation. Rise being taken away from Fantix, and Lucian is going to be a ban out here from Tainted Minds.
And I like the Lucian ban. I mean, we know Squidgy likes to play hyper carries, the Cogmore, the Tristana, and with a Lulu, that's what he's going to look towards. Get rid of the lane bullies. Lucian being one of the big ones at the moment. If you can build lifesteal in the laning phase, it just helps you out a lot as Lucian because of your short range, and it makes his all-in less potent.
And we see him now. Lucian's picking up Blade of the Ruined King. It's either Black Cleaver or Trinity Force, and has had some slight tweaks in 7.5. You can't really call them buffs. This really changes to how he plays.
He's smoother.
He's a lot smoother.
I think that's just the fairest way to say it. You know, both junglers being taken away here. They're trying to force only onto something a little bit more niche.
Direwolves are going to be banning out Rek'Sai and Lee Sin, and that's already with a Graves and Ivan
carry.
taken away. Ooh.
Ziggs, mate.
Squidgy picking up Ziggs in the bottom lane to go with Lulu. That's an interesting one.
No, not really, because now they've just got a 1-3-1 comp. You just sit mid lane, and you just wave clear for Daves. They can't dive you because you got Polymorph. They can't really, you know... what else can they do? You got wave clear in 2 lanes with Ziggs. He's actually incredibly strong in that regard, but it's about being able to get him through that early game when his auto attacks don't hurt as much as other champions. And
Tainted Minds were the first team in the OPL to play Ziggs as an AD carry. So even though they've changed most of their roster, still sticking to that strategy here. Interesting to see how that's going to pan out. So they're still looking for a jungler spawn. You already mentioned they pinched the jungler pool at the start of picks and bans. Direwolves got a strong jungler to kick it off. And then Direwolves fought back and pinched the jungler pool themselves with Rek'Sai and Lee Sin being banned away. And Direwolves have completed their team composition by picking up Sivir as well as Ahri.
Yeah, and I actually like Ahri a lot into Echo. I think that the ability to dodge out of the ultimate as well as the stun and disengage quite heavily when Echo wants to as well just allows a lot of freedom in play. I don't think you can pick that many mid laners in a composition. We'll see.
There we go. I was going to say it could be Echo Jungle. We have seen players like Impaired in the past play it in the OPL. But instead, Only's going to be going towards Kindred, who has been rising in popularity due to the changes of Warlord's Bloodlust.
Yeah, it certainly has. And the general rule with Kindred is 1 to 5. If there's a brush after Rengar leaps on you, you lose. If there's no brush, Kindred wins because you're just able to kite him out. After level 6, actually wins the trades quite heavily because it's able to just lay down the ultimate and has too much kite ability for the Rengar to be able to keep up. So we'll see how Only plays this. Changes to Warlord's Bloodlust, as you said, makes her incredibly strong. Farms quickly. And I'm interested in the build. We've seen everything from triple attack speed to, you know, a little bit tankier. It'll be fun to see Kindred back on Summoner's Rift.
It definitely will be. And for those of you that don't know, the change to Warlord's Bloodlust was now it works like static shiv, so you charge it up based on how much you move and how much you auto attack. And when you hit 100 stacks, it gives you 1 lifesteal proc between 1 to 50 lifesteal, I believe, ranging from level 1 to 18. On top of that, you get a little bit of boost of movement speed, and it's crucial for Kindred because they took away that aspect of a kit with a nerf a couple of patches ago, so she doesn't get lifesteal in the jungle from on-hit abilities anymore.
But now she takes no damage again because she runs it, and you know you're able to get all that percentage armor penetration as well, which is just so good with Devourer. So I think she's back in a good spot. It makes the 3 very good because once again, you can't dive Lulu, you can't dive Kindred. These are champions that are very good at staying alive for extended period of times. Double teleports will be available, so the collapse is definitely there. Tainted Minds have put together another unique composition.
They have.
They're very hard to execute upon. We've seen this week in, week out, but hopefully they're able to make it work this time around because once again, Direwolves, they just pack raw power in every lane. I mean, I don't know how else to say it. They're so fearsome, both as players, as a unit, and then they just pick and ban. Very, very smart.
And I almost want to say the last time Tainted Minds played the Ziggs team comp, it was against the Direwolves. I can't remember exactly, but I'm pretty sure it was.
No, I think it was against the Chiefs. They played Ziggs, Tom Kench.
That's right, and they got flanked by the Maokai.
Yeah, and I think it was in week 3. So they just kept getting flanked by Maokai. They banned that one away, and then, you know, it all went wrong. But this time they don't have the Tom Kench with it. I think it is less of a siege comp, moving them around the map quickly, and more of a allow Fiora to do her job, allow Echo to do his job, and just wave clear in the mid lane.
Whereas the Direwolves, pretty much a stock standard team comp for them. Utility bottom lane again. We have Fantix on an assassin in the mid lane, Shernfire on an aggressive jungler with Chippies on an aggressive top laner. You can already see no exhaust being picked up on the side of the Direwolves, going for the Ignite in the bottom lane. Exhaust is a summoner spell that has been changed in 7.5.
Yeah, it was nerfed, so it no longer takes away the attack speed as well as the armor reduction and MR reduction. Instead, it's just pretty much something you throw on assassins as they are diving into your team. They're not really all that scared of the assassins because of the spell shields, I assume. So we'll see whether that is something that comes back to bite them. But I think that early on, especially, Ignite is better now than Exhaust. Exhaust still scales very well.
And for now, we're going to check in with Hingers, who's standing by one of the coaches, I believe.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Coach Sharp, and I want to start by asking about the lost bans. Do you feel like that really hamstrung you in the pick and draft phase, or were you able to kind of get what you wanted anyway?
Yeah, obviously it's not great. Losing bans is never fun, but Yeah, we managed to get some strong picks still, so we're pretty happy with the draft. So.
Yeah, you went with some classically OP champs, right? Like your Rengar, your Camille. They've copped a lot of bans in the last, a lot of nerfs in the last couple of weeks though. But I want to ask about your draft because the play style for it is going to be super aggressive.
Yeah, it's a mega aggressive pick style comp. It suits us really well. Camille managed to get Camille first pick. That's pretty awesome. But
all right, excellent stuff. All right, we got to go. But thank you for speaking to us, and best luck in the game.
Here we go. In there from Sharp, a little bit hit by those bans. Sorry, the loss of bans, I should say. But very confident in his draft and seems to be very happy that he's picked up Camille here.
Yeah, I mean, Camille is definitely one of the better split pushers in the game. I think Fiora deals with her well, but always the same thing with Fiora. There's the tendency, if you fall behind, that you're completely useless because you have no CC in your kit. Relies on getting 2 to 3 items to really be able to take over a lot of lanes as well. So we'll see whether Praetor plays it well enough. You can see Chippy's definitely an expert of the Camille, and here we go, first gank of the game, Fish.
Yep, only looking for the top lane, but Chippy's just jumps onto the wall and hops back to safety here.
Actually has a little bit of a dance as well, Chippy's. And once again, I just want to highlight the fact that Camille actually has sustain in her kit versus Fiora. It's something that Fiora has always typically dealt with. In the past, people have run Grasp of the Undying to try and make up for it. Squidgy in some trouble.
Yeah, going to take quite a bit of damage here. King not able to get the auto attack reset he was looking for, but still getting some decent damage down onto Squidgy and Bluezor. Squidgy already burning through both of his potions that he picked up with the Doran's Ring. And now he's going to be stuck underneath this turret for some time. Sivir, normally just a very passive laner, is getting quite a lot of harass down on towards the Ziggs.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I mean, anything with Karma can generally push very well. Even if it is into something like a mage early. So not surprised to see that King and Destiny looking to exploit. Shern also, very good jungle pathing here. Did a full side clear of his bottom lane, recalled for a longsword as well as a control ward, and then entered the top side of the map. So we'll see if that allows him to get any early vision. Wizard, good trade.
Yeah, very aggressive in the mid lane here, Wizard. Able to chunk down Fantix. Shernfire is going to walk into the lane and just clear this one out for his mid laner.
Yeah, I like it when, we talk about this a lot, but I like it when mid laners do that. It just relieves pressure. It lets you know, I'm here. We're going to be able to 2v1 if it comes to that. And they've actually caught sight of the Kindred pinging it out quite furiously right now. So they're able to take away the first mark, deny that. And once again, 2 pushing lanes for the Direwolves. Mid lane, the only real lane that's struggling, and looks like business as usual, Fish.
Now, I might be wrong here, but it almost feels like Shernfire made a beeline towards that mark to deny it from Kindred, who is now moving into the top lane, trying to get the lockdown on towards Chippies. We'll get some damage, but they're not going to be able to take him down.
I mean, it's a lot of damage. Oof. So it will guarantee at least the teleport is matched. However, Chippies had pushed the lane up nicely. Oh, now we've got to dive in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Shernfire looking for an early dive. Bluezor does have his flash available. We'll use the exhaust nice and early. Squidgy's going to jump out of there as well. Gets a heal early, but here comes Shernfire. Picks up first blood, and it's an easy 2 kills for the Direwolves in the bottom lane.
And look at that. That's perfect. All of a sudden, you see Kindred topside. Bottom lane is in a position to dive. You know that there is going to be no response whatsoever by the enemy squad. So you just pull the trigger. You use all the summoner spells you need. Destiny flashes, Shern flashes, and they're able to get all of the summoner spells out of that bottom lane. It's already a 2,000 gold lead. It's just good pathing. I've complimented Shern for it over and over again, and it really does look like that is the biggest strength of this jungler. Now, what we need to track is whether his mid and late game teamfighting is on point, because eventually it is going to get to the point where you need to break up the 1-3-1.
So he's been able to overcome the early disadvantage that Rengar has in the jungle now. Due to the fact that he doesn't have great sustain from the nerfs that hit him in 7.5. Took away the Kindred mark nice and early from the Scuttle Crab by running through mid lane. Now he might even be able to stop Only, who's going for a bit of counter jungling. He just leaps out of the brush.
Has the E available.
Only is forced to run away. Boulder Strike is going to connect. Fantix lands a charm. Parallel Convergence is going to deter them, but Direwolves decide not to go over aggressive.
Yeah, beautiful play. Just chunk him out, send him back to base, actually wards up his own jungle to make sure he's not in vision. That's really smart out of Shern, and honestly, a little bit sloppy out of Only to be caught out like that. Level 6 achieved by Praetor. Here we go.
Looking for a fight against Chippies. Chippies still level 5, going to take a lot of vital procs, but still Praetor is going to be taken down by Chippies in the one-on-one at a level disadvantage.
And this is the counter pick after the nerfs have come out. So Chippies still playing the matchup fantastically. Going to be able to make this hit the turret as well in time. And Praetor, I feel like that was a desperation move. He knows bottom side of the map is getting absolutely pushed in at the moment. Look to make something happen, but unfortunately now you're a kill and 13 CS behind. And life looks difficult again for TM.
He didn't save his riposte on. Did not save his riposte for the stun that came out from Chippies. That could have been life or death for Praedith. Said use it early, trying to get the slow. Missed that as well. Chippies picking up a solo kill in the top lane. Has a Tiamat, a 13 CS advantage. Looking nice and strong as he heads back into the solo lane. He's hit level 6 as well.
Yeah, look across the map right now. Wards are being, continually pushed up right now by Tainted Minds, but they still don't feel like they have any control. And lanes are just being shoved in, which means that Kindred can't get access to any marks. And even though he's farming quite decently, is still going to continue to fall behind in levels versus Shern. That's not what you want as a Kindred.
Nope. You need to stay even with the opposing jungler. If not, it's going to be really difficult to go for those duels or even invade to pick up those stacks, which only is looking for his first one. Scuttle Crab is the marked target. Shernfire is on the bottom side of the map. We're going to try and take down the other Scuttle Crab. So won't deny a stack, and only will be able to pick up his first one of the game.
Oof, this is taking a while, though. It's going to end up a crab apiece, but that guy's putting up more of a fight than you would have hoped out of an early crab. And that just means that delaying him getting anywhere towards top lane still is not level 6. Ooh. And another dive is on the cards here.
Yeah, King is level 6. He's going to pop on the hunt. Squidgy's the first target. He's going to be taken down, and Surefire's already on top of the new support for Tainted Minds. Will allow Destiny to pick up the second kill.
Yeah, really nice play one more time. That's another well set up turret dive. King tanks the turret for his team to allow everyone to get back out the other side safely. And now they can push in for first brick advantage. Direwolves right now just look like they are communicating so beautifully.
They certainly are. I mean, the bottom lane has been penalized so heavily. King is now 1-0-3, has a BF sword, 25 CS up ahead of Ziggs. We'll be able to take down the first turret as well with the help of Destiny. Squidgy and Bluzo are still level 5 here, Spawn.
Yeah, exactly right. So that is a big, big turning point in the map right now. Only doing some counter jungling, which is always nice, but I would say 2 kills and a turret is definitely worth more than a blue buff. So we'll see whether he's able to turn that into any top lane pressure. Instead, rotations from both bottom lanes look like they're going to go top. 4 members of the Tainted Minds squad are up in the top side of the map to try and take down Chippies. Only will show himself. Shernfire just got into this brush. He's going to have to try and jump away. Jumps in amongst 4 of them, gets taken down very low, and will be killed by Squidgy here. So Tainted Minds do get a cheeky pick in the top lane. Yeah, potential miscommunication coming out of the Direwolves lineup. You can see that Chippies definitely wanted nothing to do with that. Shern actually threw himself bodily at the enemy team. That's a good rotation. Does get them the first kill of the game. Not going to be a perfect game. And it also allows the duo lane to continue to farm because that bottom lane, not really a safe place for Ziggs to go at the moment. Instead, they send the Fiora down there, much better suited to the split pushing.
Well, this is going to allow Destiny to continue pushing up with King. Meanwhile, Fantix is in trouble, has been stun locked here by Wizard. Only will flash on forward. Doesn't get the last auto attack to proc his mark. And Fantix will be able to dash out to safety.
Yeah, Fantix did have to burn Flash as well. Only's was, very big kill threat. I think that if it was just Wizard, he would have just been able to sit there and tank up some of the damage. So, good read out of Fantix. Also, good pressure from Only. When your lanes are losing this severely, being able to get anything done around the map is pretty impressive. However, Wizard managed to stay up in CS, or at least even, as the map collapses around him.
And Squidgy is looking for a fight against King, misses all his abilities, and now is going to be locked down by Destiny. On the hunt's being popped, tries to pop the ultimate to run away.
Wizard's coming in, Fish.
And they're looking for that flank. Direwolves have to be careful. A teleport will come in from Chippies to deter the gank from Wizard. He even cancels that one and heads back down into the bottom lane. But they burn the summoner spells of the Ziggs in the bottom lane.
Yeah, it's a nice engage out of Direwolves. They also choose the right time to disengage. However, got to give credit to TM because they also get summoner spells out of Chippies, which is important because now all of a sudden Fiora, if she wants, can be the first person around the map. This game, even though it's a 4,000 gold lead, looks like TM still have some fight in them. Looks like their composition is standing up quite well. It's just the individual, little outplays of being dove underneath that turret early that has cost them big.
And Direwolves really showing why they're a top 3 team, even though Tainted Minds do have their team comp that can come online, that can do well at a 4,000 gold lead disadvantage. They have created a 4,000 gold lead for themselves, which does speak a lot 10 minutes into the game.
Yeah, it certainly does. I mean, I don't think anyone was really questioning the individual skill of Direwolves. It's just about whether they can fix some of their... I think there were land jitters as well mixed in there because they hadn't really played all that much on land in the past. And some communication issues. And it looks like now that they've added Shern full-time that it's looking good, honestly.
It certainly is. Destiny's going to take quite a bit of damage, though, from Squidgy on the top side of the map. King now looking for a 2-on-1 trade, trying to dodge everything he possibly can. and does do an efficient job of trading.
Yeah, it certainly does. I mean, generally, if your support steps backwards and your AD carry steps forward, it means bad news for the duo. However, you're exactly right. Somehow, King was able to dodge out of every skill shot they had with the extra move speed of the Warlord's Bloodlust, be able to chunk out. Praedyth losing these trades so hard.
Chip is going to be able to hard push in towards this turret. Probably not going to be able to get enough damage down to to destroy the turret, I should say, but we'll be able to chip away at it. Fantix is still farming quite efficiently in this mid lane, and Schoenfire is looking to try and pick up the first dragon for his team. A Cloud Dragon at that.
Yeah, so this is a little bit harder on current Rengar, I think it's very fair to say. However, you can see that at 12 minutes into the game, Air not really going to stand that much of a chance. However, giving up pressure in the mid lane and towards the top side of the map for just an Air means that there is potential for only to be able to get a dive or maybe some counter jungling done. Instead, just settles for some good vision coverage up top. And honestly, looks like right now they're just going to go back, get some calm shots in out of direwolves, and look to continue to prolong this laning phase because they're winning it so handily.
Certainly seems like it. For now, Chippies has not returned into the bottom lane, has been walking around his jungle, just protecting Schoenfire, it almost seems. But Praedyth will eventually push that lane back out, has the Phage. Of course, Chippies has his Tiamat as well as Boots too. The Ninja Tabby's having picked up. That's outrageous damage coming out from Destiny with the Empowered Q.
Yeah, it certainly is. And now Chippies and Shern actually looking for some duo action here.
Praedyth is going to try and go back to base now, spots Chippies. Chippies looking for the stun, gets it. Will be able to dodge the ultimate to go, so good job from Praedyth. He still goes back in, slides on towards Chippies. Now sees on the field the hunt being popped. Boulder Strike's not going to connect. There's a flash away from the Fiora. Chippies trying to follow through, jumps onto the wall, gets on top of the Fiora and picks up a kill for himself.
Yeah, really nicely done. However, Wizard is here. Chippies has to run back through the turret. See whether Wizard can make anything happen. Still does not have flash available.
There's an Ahri right behind him though. Chippies will get that magic damage shield. Timewinder will be able to take him down. Wizard pops the ultimate, gets some damage in return onto Fantix. Ignite's even dropped, but they won't be able to get a return kill.
Yeah, nicely played out of Wizard because the Shadow walked straight over Shern. And Shern, you could see, had to walk away at that point. Didn't want to take the burst damage that comes out of Echo, even though he's only level 10. This is going to be the second blue buff that only actually steals away, although now Destiny potentially wants a piece of him. Will not go for the fight as bottom lane was rotating over.
Yep, and only
one
takes
for one
the safe
trade's
way.
good.
Only takes the safe way out, gets away from that bottom lane duo. So 1-for-1 trade kind of benefits Tainted Minds if they're trading evenly while behind. It means that the direwolves can't press their advantage.
Especially on a pushing wave like that. I mean, all of a sudden, Praedyth can go back into that wave and pick up some CS. It was a well-timed gank, but pretty poorly executed because Shern didn't just run straight up the river, I would say. Potentially a little bit of miscommunication as well. However, still a 4,000 gold lead at 14 minutes. Can't be too critical on the direwolves because they are playing in what is a long lane for their top laner, and it's always hard when the turrets go down early to be able to adapt to that.
On top of that, their bottom lane duo has a large advantage at the moment. King's 40 CS up over Squidgy, who is playing Ziggs. Ziggs will be able to farm up and catch up later on, but that's a 1,500 gold lead. That's in Siv's favor.
Yeah, and I mean, they also have the experience advantage. Not to mention the fact that even though Ziggs is a good farmer late game, I think it's very fair to say Siva is also a great farmer late game. You can see he's just able to throw out those ricochets currently. Get all the mana back with the Essence Reaver and the additional crit.
And Siva can match Ziggs. Ziggs is well known for being able to push out siege turrets and defend turrets. So is Siva. Siva's able to push out very nicely, get lots of chip damage on towards these turrets, and make it so that Squidgy can't farm in these lanes and constantly poke out the Ziggs time and time again.
And the skill shot accuracy is just so impressive. Now Praedyth tangoing a little bit more again.
Yeah, fighting over a frog. Chippy wins that one. Gets the 86 gold for himself.
And it's really funny because Shern's done something incredibly smart here. He's won the bottom lane so decisively that even now if it's a 3v2, he doesn't really feel like they can lose it all that hard. So now he's just cheating towards the bottom lane with his mid laner and trying to take even more objectives.
They're looking for a dive, but only has made his way down. Chippy's going to be taking up the turret. Fantix tries to dive on in, only pops the ultimate. That will keep Chippies alive for a while, but Schoenfire's going to be the first one to fall. This is a turret dive gone wrong for the direwolves here as they lose 2 members and Tainted Minds fight back.
So even though it's smart to be able to play that side of the map, I don't think you should be turret diving at 15 minutes in when you really don't have that much armor available to you. However, direwolves duo lane, we've talked about them so much, flexing their muscles. They're 50 CS up. They're going to take the second turret of the game. And even though that was a good counter-attack coming out of Tainted Mind's top side of the map. Bottom lane, unfortunately, is just way too far behind.
So Tainted Minds pick up 2 kills, getting themselves 600 to 800 gold there, but they lose a turret. Direwolves now 2-0 up in turrets.
Collapsing onto Fantix.
They, as you like to say, Spawn, ships in the night pass each other.
Exactly right. One thing I do want to talk about, we saw a cool interaction there. It was only and Praetus ultimates working together. So only, of course, uses a Kindred ultimate. You can't die. Praetus had procced his ultimate, which is, of course, great amount of healing, especially when you get all 4 vitals. So as you're standing in both of them, you're able to keep yourself much healthier than the opponents, and you come out of that trade with a big win. So always cool when you see little interactions like that.
Wizards will get charmed up and take some damage in the mid lane. He picked up his blue buff, so we'll be able to wave clear effectively with these Time Miners, and Squidgy's gonna head down there as well. Ziggs does deal extra damage to minions with his abilities, so wave clear is not gonna be difficult for the Tainted Mind squad.
It certainly isn't, but it's kind of funny to watch that Squidgy is just being thrown in the shortest lanes possible at this stage of the game to try and get any Skerricker farm. I mean, King is still farming with the clock, which is impressive by itself. But when you have Fantix also displaying a similar feat, it just never is going to be all that good for the enemy team. Have to say that Wizard is probably the most impressive member right now of Tainted Minds. Only has done some good things, but I think his pathing was also a little bit suspect early game, going top lane repetitively and not getting much of an advantage for Praetus.
But only 1-0-2 right now. Doing all right on the Kindred. Shaky start. We didn't have as much control as Schönfire, but still doing well, you could say.
And will scale incredibly well into the late game. Looks like he's actually going Trinity Force potentially fifth. I mean, that looks like the makings of a Phage as well as a Stinger.
Yeah, that's true. I was going to say, could go Black Cleaver. It doesn't make sense. Could. So Trinity Force might be the option here for only.
Also could just go Sterix. I believe that Ruby Crystal as well as Longsword builds into makings of the Arm Guard. As now Chippy's and Wizard going at it. And Wizard's 2 levels higher than you, Chippy. You have to be careful of this one.
Yeah, Wizard wants this fight. Paralock Convergence is going to pop, but Only's made his way into the top lane. Ultimate gets popped by Chippy there. Avoided by Wizard, and Only gets a kill on the top lane. Tainted Mind still fighting back wherever they can.
Yeah, beautifully played. I mean, they know that they're going to go for the Dragon. There's not really all that much damage of danger of losing mid lane turret afterward. Still only a Mountain, which is good, but not all that great if you can't reach turrets, as Chiefs kind of proved to us against Legacy. Although, Bluezer and Squidgy need to stop doing this.
Taking free damage?
Just stepping out from underneath the turret. Just wait there, shoot it 1 Glitter Lance across, get your mines down early and send a Bouncing Bomb at it. Potentially teleport coming in, or just a big collapse.
Yeah, 3 members moving towards the top side of the map.
You're on top of a ward.
On the hunt hasn't been popped, but Thrill of the Hunt has by Schönfire. Wizard looking for the outplay. Power Convergence is going to be popped, but he runs the complete opposite direction. And Schönfire will be able to pick up an easy kill for himself.
Yeah, and you can see Fantix, really nice communication. Bottom lane is being shoved in, however, not yet at the turret because it's the long lane. They're going to send Chippies down there, and Fantix just rotates up. So whilst we were complimenting TM on being...
Ooh, that's a flash forward, and Blue Sword is going to go down. Fantix surprises the Lulu and says, that tasted purple.
Yeah, exactly right. Lulu still had ultimate, still had exhaust, but just was not quick enough at clicking buttons. So Fantix able to dive in there, maybe a little bit of a window shopping moment. And ooh, burning ultimate top lane means that mid lane probably not savable.
Squidgy is going to try and do his best to defend this one, taking quite a bit of damage from that Karma. It's not having a great time, Squidgy, on Summoner's Rift.
Certainly isn't. Blues are also not having. I mean, when you get dove twice, it is quite difficult. Is actually in the makings of a Sterix, or potentially Frozen Mallet.
Yep, Frozen Mallet could come out. So it's an interesting build from Only, deciding not to go for the hard carry route, a little bit more survivability, utility.
I mean, it makes sense when you have things like an Ari as well as Shern's Rengar and a Camille on Summoner's Rift. You do want to be a little bit resilient to the burst damage that comes out. You're only useful in team fights if you can get that ultimate as well as some sustained damage down. Unfortunately, you can't do either of them dead.
No, you can't. Thankfully, Kindred stops that.
If you survive long enough.
Tainted Minds are now starting to show their 1-3-1 team comp. They put Echo in the top lane, who's being played by Wizard. He has a teleport as well. Praetor is still sitting in the bottom lane, farming as close to his inner turret as possible. That's been the downfall of the Direwolves a couple of times now when they've gone for those turret dives to try and take Praetor down. Whereas we have Only still farming the jungle, and Squidgy and Bluezor just try to hold on to whatever turrets they can.
Exactly right. That seems to be the assignment, whether it's a 1-1-3 or whether it's a 1-3-1. But just stop doing this. Stay at the turret, guys.
Squidgy thinks they're old friends, but King knows it's all business right now, Spawn.
Exactly right. So, unfortunately, not even enough AP to really be able to wave clear effectively.
Nope.
Has gone the sieging build, as opposed to just the raw damage build that can come out of Ziggs. Don't get me wrong.
It's a brawl in the bottom lane. Predator's going to pop the ultimate. Chippies hugs the wall, but Destiny is on his way down. He might not even be required because Chippies should be able to lock down Predator and picks up another kill for himself.
Yeah, you can see that they try and go aggressive mid lane.
King, 2-on-1, says, fight me, guys. I'll take you both on.
Certainly does, and actually sticks around to take their turret as well. That is rough. And honestly, when you have all the summoner spells available, maybe you should just try and go for the outplay, although now Fantix
will be jumped on by Wizard. Parallel Convergence a little bit too close to the Echo, but he backs off. Decides he doesn't want to go for
still
prolonged
wants
trades.
to go. All of a sudden, Shern's here.
Yep, Fantix now dashing in. Wizard trying to get a good position for his ultimate. Will dash on forward. Ult's back. Fantix jumps in. There's a time winder coming out, but they delete him before he can pick up a return kill for himself.
Yeah, really nicely played out of Fantix there. There's always the potential for the turnaround, but he's able to nail that. Now Only potentially caught out.
Trying to close them down, but Shernfire hops over the wall, and the Knife Cat sinks his claws in, picks up another kill.
Yeah, and as I said, you can only use any of those abilities and utility if you're alive to do it. Unfortunately, in the space of one charm, does fall down.
Ooh, did nothing.
No.
Fantix didn't care. Abyssal Scepter's enough for him. So, across the map, Tainted is going to lose out. Bottom lane inner turret gets destroyed by Chippies alone. King and Destiny are still pushing in the mid lane. They've got chip damage onto this mid lane inner, and top lane inner turret is going to fall thanks to Shernfire and Fantix dive on Wizard and Only.
Yeah, and Rusty said this during the Analyst Desk segment. If your plan is to 1-3-1 versus Direwolves, I think that you have a bad plan because they're better at it, they've done it for longer than you, and their players are very, very skilled in that aspect of the game. No one would ever say that mechanically, Direwolves are not one of the best teams in the LPL, if not the best, because all of their players just are incredibly good at hitting their buttons. It has been, you know, those late game team fights, potentially against Legacy and Chiefs, that we've seen them come undone a little bit, although that is definitely on the improvement as well. So I feel like they've tried to attack the wrong areas in this pick ban phase.
Potentially. Direwolves are really strong in this match. About 10,000 gold up, just 24 minutes in. Are playing their own style of 1-3-1 quite effectively, with Shernfire rotating in between the side lanes. And King is on form here, Spawn. Essence Reaver, Phantom Dancer picked up, looking for his Affinity Edge next, and he's been able to go 1-on-2 against Squidgy and Bluezor for most of this game.
100%. And, you know, if this game ever does go late, there's always that late game insurance policy of the fact that King is going to be a monster in any team fights that you have, going to be able to wave clear, control objectives, and also just has a fantastic ultimate available. They're also controlling Drake, they're controlling turrets. Really, they haven't done all that much wrong, apart from that one turret dive in the bottom lane. Apart from that, this has been an incredibly clean game out of Direwolves.
Definitely has, and they're going to be able to pick up their third elemental dragon of the game. It's Earth, Wind, and Fire here, Spawn.
Heed my call.
As Shernfire takes down the Infernal Dragon for his team. Direwolves will now group up towards the mid lane. They only have one inner turret left, and that's the mid lane inner turret to take. Chippies will actually be trying to make his way down, and they're pinging on over towards the Baron. Destiny starting to sweep this pit out.
Yeah, and I mean, sure, why not? You can force them to come towards you. They don't actually have any blue trinkets, so this is a good area to bait. I feel like there is a potential for a missed team fight here just because of Zig's AoE as well as Echoes. If it goes perfectly, and potentially if Echo's allowed to hit level 16 beforehand. But Predator still losing out on this 1v1, even with nearly 2 items.
Yeah, Chippies just keeps darting back in and out of these fights, making sure Fiora can't stick to the Camille. So he gets the burst trades, uses his Trinity Force quite effectively.
And Chippies did say this in his interview with me a couple of weeks ago, that he was comfortable on Camille as well as the Camille counters. All of a sudden, they want to kill Predator.
The Predator's in trouble. Chippies is going to slide on over, pops the ultimate, Riposte will go down, but now you've got a Knife Cat on top of you with a Boomerang Blade coming through. Only is going to pop his own ultimate, and Predator runs through. Redemption will be able to heal him back up. That's a lot used to save their top laner.
Yeah, it actually looks like it was Redemption from the enemy side, trying to just get a little bit of extra damage down. Destiny wanted in on that fight. Didn't potentially try and save it for what will be a Baron call, I assume. Teleport is available. But that was a nice escape, but still a lot expended. Teleport coming in.
Yeah, they want to get the collapse onto towards Wizard now. So again, Direwolves first, bottom lane. Now it's top lane, and suddenly Wizard's got 4 members on top of him. Shurnfire goes on a rampage.
And that's just perfectly timed. They've used the all the CC just as he's coming back out of the ultimate. They try and take mid lane in the process, but King's just way too farmed. 1 rotation of spells. They can't really have any dive threat because there's not enough CC. Now without Wizard on the map, that's going to be Baron started up.
Yep, King is loving this spawn. It's exactly what a Sivir wants. I'm going to sit here and I'm going to farm minion waves and nobody can touch me because I'm Sivir. Meanwhile, Direwolves, they really want this Baron buff. They're calling in the teleports from Praetor. They don't have their mid laner. The ultimate for Squidgy is not going to be enough either. That's a big crit. Another one comes through for King. He gets the first kill. Bluezor is being chased down by Chippies as well. It's just a matter of time before this Lulu will be killed. Exhaust isn't going to stop Chippies because he goes unstoppable and only is the next target. He's going to hop over these walls, but he doesn't. Destiny flashes forward. The knife cat's here as well. King picks up that kill. 3 members of Tainted Minds fall, and Baron buff to the Direwolves.
And you can see that this isn't a game where Direwolves are caring about giving up objectives. They just want the win because they leave him bottom lane.
Oh, they're not
Wizard.
done yet. Wizard stuck in the ultimate of Chippies. Will use his own, but goes back to the other end. Says, see you, mate. Oh, wait. Still stuck around. Now the turret's going to fall next. Direwolves taking down the inhibitor.
Yeah, they certainly are. And there is still 40 seconds on the mid laner and 20 seconds on the jungler. This could just be game right now. Baron up creeps this earlier, so hard to deal with.
Let's see if the Direwolves can do it. 3 members of Tainted Minds are still rushing on forward. King will take quite a bit of damage. Redemption will heal him up slightly, but a big charm comes out for Fantix. That's the Ziggs dead. Praetor will riposte that snare, and Direwolves still sticking around inside of Tainted Minds base.
Yeah, they're as 5. They just need to back away as a unit because, of course, teleport is still available out of Wizard in 10 seconds. So they play it smart, do the right thing. I think they could have potentially pushed for it. But they're right. There's no point risking anything right now. You've got a 15,000 gold lead. Go spend all of that. Come back with your items, with Baron buff, still nearly halfway on duration, and be able to continue to just dominate this game.
Yep, all the Direwolves have to do is make one final push spawn. Fantix cheekily trying to take away blue buff, does not have enough mana. Praetor will take that for his team. You know, Wizard or Squidgy would like those, but I don't think they're in a luxurious position to take that for themselves.
Yeah, that's not a handoff that you want to make at this stage of the game. Instead, they're just trying to focus on all of these super creeps. Was a frozen mallet picked up by Only? So, ooh.
Chippies has been caught. Sorry, Praetor has been caught. Destiny is going to be able to lock him down with the help of Chippies on top of that. Praetor will fall. Bluezor tries to do everything he possibly can. Ziggs even throwing abilities over the wall, but it's not enough. Chippies is on fire right now.
Yeah, and I mean, Chippies just looks comfortable. The only way I can put it, they've put him in a dueling situation where he's been able to extended laning phase. He got camped early. It didn't matter. He's 4-3-3 versus 0-4-4. As I said, maybe an aggressive play early, but this has been all Direwolves.
Looking for the bottom lane now. Shurnfire is charging in towards the inhibitors. Just pops the ultimate, trying to get some vision, looking for an avenue of attack. Chippies has joined the squad as well. That's 2 lanes broken in 15 seconds on Praetor, but Shurnfire has other things in mind. Deletes 1. It's going to be the Lulu that falls next. Fantix is already into the back lines, diving onto every single member of the Tainted Minds squad. Wizard is going to be the next kill. Chippies goes on a killing spree, and they want more spawn, trying to go into that fountain. They want an Only. They won't get it, but they're getting the next best thing, which is a Nexus and a Game 1 victory for the Direwolves.
And I mean, it was clean. 30 minutes. That's all it took. They had a better 1-3-1 comp. They were more comfortable playing around it. Their lanes looked fantastic. And Shurn's dominance as a jungler just continues. I mean, sure, playing against a brand new Tainted Minds lineup, but pathing is something that you just concentrate against anyone. His bottom lane dives twice were on point, got 2 O's in both situations, picked up the turret early, and then just focused the one lane. The one lane that they thought they could win was the Praetor lane, made sure the counter pick was shut down and never entered the occasion.
And you really have to give credit to King and Destiny as well for that. They set up those bottom lane dives fantastically, won their lane at about the 3rd or 4th minion wave, I believe. There was no more pots available for Ziggs or Lulu, and just made Shurnfire's job so much easier.
And I said it. I mean, I feel like that's a one lane where you look and you think that we can't fight fire with fire. Let's pick something that scales. Let's not even go at them in the laning phase. You know, with Sivir and Karma, they're going to shove into you. Be patient. Wait. If you lose the game naturally at like 15 minutes where you're 0-0, I mean, at least you give your team an opportunity. Unfortunately, if you're down 0-4 as well as the turret, you just can't come back from that as a duo lane.
And they tried to move into the top lane. Didn't work. Divewolves said, sure.
They're just going to chase you everywhere.
we'll take you to the top side of the map, and Shown5 follow them through as well. Direwolves picked up game 1 here against Tainted in quite a decisive fashion there. For now, though, let's throw it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you, Fish. Thank you, Spawn. Well, there we have it. If you're just joining us, Direwolves 1-0 currently over Tainted Minds. And Rusty, even though Direwolves did win by quite a margin, there's a lot of things they got to clean up in this play.
Yeah, and honestly, it was good from Direwolves. It was a pretty solid victory, I would say. They had the control from the start to the finish of the game, but that wasn't the refined style that you expect from a dominant team right now, or a constantly improving team. There was a lot of miscommunication, I think, was the only real major concern I did have with them. But overall, it was good.
Mendrix, if you're Tainted Minds, are there any positives to take away from that game?
They were actually fighting back, and considering how they sort of bounced back from an initial perfect game, that is a really good sign. For them to actually be able to sort of execute on the strategy to a degree, although Direwolves had control the entire time, they were still able to find kills around the map, and perhaps what they need to do next is turn that into objectives.
Well, let's take a look at this draft. When we see Ziggs picked up by TM as their AD carry, I mean, that's kind of fallen out of fashion across a lot of other regions. We saw it a bit earlier in the split. But Rusty, what are they trying to do with this?
So it still gets picked primarily when you've got a very heavy physical damage composition. You need someone that does magic damage. Right now they have a Kindred and they have a Fiora, and so they need some kind of magic damage because the Echo will always be in a side lane, always split pushing. And what they are trying to do is a 1-3-1. They just want to have the strongest 3-man unit they possibly can have with a Kindred, Lulu, Ziggs, and just hold the fort down for as long as possible whilst their side lanes win.
And what a champion to do it on. Ziggs is really one of those champions that can stall out the game specifically. He is able to lay down all the AoE damage. He's able to clear out those minion waves, and it does sort of allow you to do that 1-3-1, especially against an ADC such as Sivir. It does facilitate that role extremely well.
Meanwhile, I know, Mendrix, you want to talk about the First Blood because Shern's just popping off in the early parts of this game.
Yes, and it sort of does come back to, well, what exactly is the bot lane of Direwolves doing? I mean, the whole reason why Shern was able to jump directly onto them is because of how chipped they were. Look at how low. They just decided he's like, sweet, no worries. He has great pathing, yes, but they were so low that it allows him to actually go into that dive. Otherwise, he would never go for it if they were actually 80% up.
And I mean, the Ziggs and Lulu aren't picked for laning phase. That's the premise of all of this, is they're not going to have the best time against a Sivir and a Karma. Karma will always win laning phase. The closest match to it is going to be Lulu. But when you're comparing what a Sivir can do to a Ziggs, you've got a spell shield, you'll win at level 1, you'll win at level 2. And if the Ziggs wants to last hit a minion, you win the laning phase. And that's what happens.
I mean, we also saw, though, from Direwolves, they're picking up Rengar, they're picking up Camille. I mean, is this a week 3 kind of composition with these OP champs?
I think it's just the fact that they didn't have bans.
It's actually bans to pick it up.
It's just that sad to say, but yeah, they got a really good draft from not having bans.
So, Mendrix, when you look at that draft from Direwolves, I mean, what were they trying to achieve with that, and were they able to do it?
Well, the big thing they were just trying to do was continue to their normal game plan. They had really strong lane priority, specifically in that bot lane. The Camille, again, also has lane priority. So these guys are continuing to have this strong laning phase. What they'll do is they'll get the advantage from that and then try to transition to a point where they'll have a proactive mid to late game. And that's generally where they've been falling short. But this time around, they actually managed to really put the pedal to the metal and take the win early.
Yeah, but it wasn't all perfect for Direwolves. There was a kind of a scrappy bot lane tower dive I think you want to talk about as well.
Absolutely, and it's just sometimes this is these mistakes that you want to talk about. I mean, yes, they are fantastic mechanical players, but the big problem is decision making is still a very important part of the game. And when you do go for these sort of dives here, it's just really not a good idea, especially when there's a Kindred on the map. That ultimate, that Lamb's Respite, buys so much time for Tainted Minds to bring in the reinforcements, let them come back in and win that initial team fight.
And we've already mentioned this though, Mendrix, and this is the second time that it's happened in this game. One member goes in between the jungle and top laner of Direwolves, the other one goes away. We saw it happen in the top lane, one went in, one backed off, and then it happened twice there. Not only that, Spawn also mentioned in the cast, having a Kindred and having the Fiora getting all 4 procs of the ultimate off is this healing zone that is impenetrable, and a really big mistake there from Direwolves.
Yeah, well, if Direwolves are going to look towards finals placements and maybe potentially being contenders for that championship in Split 1, I mean, they've got a lot of things to improve on after this game. But as we've seen previously, these first games of these series are often where you're just feeling out your opponent, and maybe it's in the second game that they really unlock, Mendrix.
Yeah, and we were talking about this last time, particularly between Tainted Minds and Legacy. It was sort of a bit of deja vu. They had a decent sort of showing, and then eventually they were just overpowered. And in the second game, Direwolves know exactly what Tainted Minds' plan is, how to deal with it, and then just go for, again, to see if they can go for that perfect game. It's up to Tainted Minds to keep consistent, make sure they've got a solid game plan, and hold off the Direwolves in that laning phase.
All right, well, that is game 1 of our first match of today, but do not go anywhere because we'll be back with game 2 right after this.
Once this fight, Paralock Merchants is going to pop, but Only's made his way into the top lane. Ultimate gets popped by Chippy there, avoided by Wizard, and Only gets a kill on the top lane. Tainted Minds still fighting back wherever they can.
Complimenting TM on the...
Ooh, that's a flash forward, and Blue Sword is going to go down. Fantix surprises the Lulu and says, that tasted purple. So again, Direwolves first, bottom lane, now it's top lane, and suddenly Wizard's got 4 members on top of him. Shurnfire goes on a rampage.
And
If they don't have their mid laner, the ultimate for Squidgy is not going to be enough either. That's a big crit. Another one comes through for King. He gets the first kill. Blue Sword's being chased down by Chippies as well. It's just a matter of time before this Lulu will be killed, and Only is the next target. He's going to hop over these walls, but he doesn't. Destiny flashes forward. The knife cat's here as well. Wizard stuck in the ultimate of Chippies. Will use his own, but goes back to the other end. Says, see you, mate. Oh, wait. Still stuck around. Now the turret's going to fall next. Direwolves taking down the inhibitor. It's broken in 15 seconds of Predator, but Shurnfire has other things in mind. Deletes one. It's going to be the Lulu that falls next. Fantix is already into the back lines, diving onto every single member of the Tainted Minds squad. Wizard is going to be the next kill. Chippies goes on a killing spree, and they want more spawn. Trying to go into that fountain. They want an Only. They won't get it, but they get the next best thing, which is a Nexus and a game 1 victory for the Direwolves.
I stay ready cause destiny impatient. Changes, I've been seeing changes. If you talking fire, then we speak the same language. And mine don't ever get extinguished. Can count my friends on one set of fingers. And they trying to cut the supply, but my energy is at an all-time high. Now let me give you what you came for. Coming up, I'm coming up. Feel the rush, I feel the rush. If this ain't legendary, what you call it? I said if this ain't legendary, what you call it?
Chosen of the moon.
Art should terrify. They won't survive. There's nowhere to hide. Blood red.
Welcome back to the OPL for your Saturday. If you're just joining us, Direwolves are currently up 1-0 over Tainted Minds. And sitting next to me are Mendrix and Rusty to break down these games. Before we go into Game 2, Rusty, you're a genius. You predicted a lot of stuff about Game 1. Obviously, the Echo flex pick for Tainted Minds. Obviously, the 1-3-1 that was not a great option. So what are you expecting from Game 2? I'm going to go to you because you are the smart one.
I mean, quite simply, my solution to playing against Direwolves is not to 1-3-1. They're always going to excel at that, right? And the problem that Tainted Minds are encountering is that is actually where their strengths also lie, and that's the biggest problem they'll have in the matchup. But from what we've seen of the newest Tainted Minds roster, the simple answer is to play Cogmore with the Lulu. They just went into a draft phase with no bans, where they weren't going to have anything taken away from them. And they still picked the Ziggs instead of going towards more of a death ball composition. That's where they should go.
And it does come down to the fact that 1-3-1 is something that is their strength, but it is also easy to sort of decide to execute on. And with them, we know that Squidgy is actually a seasoned Cogmore player. He's able to pop off on it. If they do decide to go towards that death ball composition and supplement it with Lulu, it has some great merit. So let's make the swap around. It gives them good opportunity to get rid of AV.
I mean, the last time Tainted Minds played this Cogmore comp, well, it was a different patch, obviously. With 7.5, are there changes in the patch that you think really speak to this?
Yeah, so one of the big things as well is that Blade of the Ruin King change actually gives a little bit more merit towards Cogmore. He typically always builds a lot of attack speed anyway, and the fact that now that has a little bit of extra damage, a little bit of extra lifesteal means he is able to pack a bit more of a punch and survive through that initial scary moment when they decide to just focus directly on top of him.
So the TLDR of why it's actually even more broken now than before is because they also changed Lulu, which actually gives attack speed. So when they changed Blade of the Ruin King to give more damage than attack speed and Lulu to give it, it's actually just a stronger 2v2 holistically.
I will say that you, me, and Pulse did play some games with a Lulu Cogmore comp, and I will say I was the anchor that was holding us back in those games. You guys are doing fine. So let's just say, even if they do pick that, if they have a jungler as bad as I was, they could still not do well. All right, let's talk about Direwolves, though. What do you want to see from them in this game just to tie out this series? Because they can 2-0 from here quite. You would expect them to, right, Mendrix?
What I want to see is that for them just to clean up that decision making. That was the big sort of signal, caution sign. Hey guys, let's not go for these dives we don't need to take. I do want them to be more proactive, but just not those sort of decisions. So they can do that. They can actually close out the games a little bit more earlier and really get to a stronger point.
Yeah, and they got close to the Exodia comp that they want anyway. They shouldn't be giving Camille over to
Good
Chippies.
reference.
He gets that. They shouldn't actually give Rengar over to Shermfire if he's able to gank at level 4. That's unheard of. They should try and win bottom lane if they're Tainted Minds, but Direwolves are just happy to continue trucking on with what they have, except they need to learn to adapt, as Tainted Minds will ban it.
Do you think then Direwolves will ban the Echo and maybe the Cogmore going into this game then, Mendrix?
I don't feel so. I mean, they know Echo is something that is tried and tested on Wizard specifically, and he did do a really good job on it. But they can just continue to say, you know what, if you do pick the Echo, you are going into a 1-3-1. That's where we shine, not where you shine. And really, they're playing in towards Direwolves if they do that.
And Chippies can also pick the Fiora into the Echo if they're going to play it in the top lane and just have a fantastic time of his own accord anyway.
Yeah, unless they pick the Fiora as well, in which case, and flex the Echo.
Then try and 1-3-1 Direwolves again, yeah.
Yeah, it's exactly the same game as we saw in Game 1. Well, let's talk about this Direwolves bot lane because we highlighted them pre-game. How do you think they went in this game, Mendrix?
Did amazingly. I mean, if you even look at it in terms of King, to the 22-minute mark, he almost 2v1'd up against Squidgy and Bluezor. So they were really popping off, and they really just, again, allowed Shermfire to get those early kills. They got all the control. They lane swapped at 9 minutes as well, really just to continue pushing that lead.
Yeah, I mean, to give a bit of context, 9 minutes lane swap, is that early?
If you're winning, no. So yes, it is pretty early.
Right now it is early. Yeah, you very
Yeah.
rarely see a lane swap until a turret goes down. Everybody's got wave clear. And it was a desperation lane swap from Tainted Minds because they were just done.
Right, okay. So if Tainted Minds going into this game, Wizard said, look, we just want to try and survive laning phase. I mean, if they can do that in this game too, can they possibly take a game, maybe even the rest of the series?
It'll be very reliant on them not just surviving lane phase, I would have to imagine. They need to actually be able to execute on a 1-3-1 if that's where they're going to go, or get Praedyth at least ahead. So this is where I actually put more attention towards Only. He is a great jungler. He has shown even in defeats against Legacy and now Direwolves that he can stand out. He needs to do a lot though.
All right, well, that is all from the analyst desk going into Game 2, so let us get into Champ Select with our casters, Fish and Spawn.
Thanks, Singers. I'm Matthew Stewart. Joining me is Jake Spawn-Tabiri, the dab master himself. And we're about to get into the second match between Tainted Minds and the Direwolves.
I have never dabbed. How am I the dab master?
You should see what happens
If
when
anyone
these
is
cameras
the dab
are not
master,
on.
it has to be Pabu.
That's true.
He's the double dab master.
Yeah, but you're the single dab master that I just saw then, and also king of the Ed Sheeran butchering songs, man, as I've heard today. But enough of that. We're about to get into Champions League for the second match of the day. Here's Spawn, Tainted Minds taking on the Direwolves, and the game one here for the Direwolves was an absolute disaster for Tainted Minds.
Yeah, it certainly was. I mean, Direwolves just put the screws in early and never let up. I think that's very fair to say. King and Destiny dominated their lane. Shermfire was able to get down there and facilitate the dives. Past him in the hallway, he said it was all his duo lane, that he was just being called down there when they needed, and he was able to knock down the remaining 2 pins. So I think that is what they're going to look towards. They're going to look to accelerating King, getting him in a position where he can carry again, and then just move towards the top side of the map and shut down Praedyth and Wizard.
And that's one player I really want to talk about, Praedyth. He's been on Tainted Minds since they joined the OPL this split. He's played every single game for them. He's played mid lane one of their games as well, while they were looking for other players back when they had Pabu as their top laner. And he did not look impressive at all that game. In fact, got solo killed by Chippies and just looked all out of sorts on Fiora there.
Certainly did. Not only that, he called only into his lane a couple of times. The ganks just didn't work. I mean, the gap close from Camille is way too far. And I think that exposed Squidgy and Bluezor. Of course, when you're playing with a brand new player, as Tainted Minds is in Bluezor, that's going to hurt a little bit. So I just think that they have to go back to the drawing board. You know, farm up a little bit. Play around 2 item spikes. Don't go hard at the start of the game. Just wave clear underneath your turret, because realistically, going down 0-4 in bottom lane and getting solo killed in the top lane and losing out on a big wave is just going to put you behind from the start.
Tainted Minds have been swapping up their roster a lot since the 3rd or 4th week here in the OPL, and again, they've done it. They stuck to a concrete roster for 2 weeks, and again, week 8 in the OPL, dropping their support, bringing in Bluezor. And normally they've been able to shake things up, Spot. Normally Tainted Minds come in, all right, brand new roster, no problem. We can take one off, take a game off the other team. But the past 2 weeks has not been happening for them against Legacy. Now, Direwolves, for now though, bans have gone through Ivan, Renekton, as well as Camille, being banned up by Tainted Minds, Echo, Rengar, and Graves from the side of the Direwolves. And the first pick from Tainted Minds is going to be Lucian.
Yeah, so actually priority picking the Lucian here, taking it away from King, who is, of course, is a great Lucian player, as well as, giving Squidgy a little bit more of a laning AD carry if you're able to get in and mix it up. The interesting thing, once again, is that we've hit a lot of junglers. Of course, with the Graves, the Rengar, as well as the Ivan being taken away. That means that the first pick on the side of Direwolves is Kha'Zix, and seeing more damage out of Shern at the moment. Not going towards a tanky jungle or like the Lee Sin, like the Rek'Sai, continuing to go with that.
He's played Predator already this series, Spawn. Now he's going for Alien. As Rumble is going to be picked up in the top lane for Chippies. He's a well-known carry player. He's going to continue to play carries in the top lane. Only though, instantly locks in Lee Sin, and he's going to have Bluezor picking up Karma heading into this game.
Or Wizard. I mean, we have seen the flex before with teams that have Wizard on him. Of course, back when he was on Sin, we saw that flexed a couple of times. We also saw Malzahar flex. Only's a good Lee Sin player. I think that's as far as you need to go with that. He runs around solo queue with it a lot. I think that it's impressive. However, if this is the lineup the Direwolves are committing to on the top side of the map, that's a very squishy lineup. I mean, there is a change in 7.5 to the new mastery in the defensive tree that makes supports pretty broken.
Bond of Stone.
Yeah, Bond of Stone. Is it still called Bond of Stone?
Yep, still called Bond of Stone.
Oh, nice. 5% additional health as well as all the healing benefits you get off it. But we'll see whether Destiny can soul tank their way through this lineup.
We're going to have Fantix picking up Talon heading into this game. I believe OPL was one of the first regions to pick up this champion. In fact, it was Tainted Minds that first played it to storm onto the Rift, and Praedyth had an impressive game on the champion. But Fantix has picked it up once in the mid lane, returning again today. We've seen this champion banned, I think, 4 times in the LPL last night. We've seen it picked today in the NALCS. And is a very strong champion at the moment.
Yeah, it certainly is. We've also seen it picked a lot over in the LCK pawn, and Faker are running around on it quite a bit. So everywhere, liking the talent at the moment. The melee crit strike, especially out of the ultimate, just does so much damn damage on the queue. We'll see whether Fantix can make it work in the mid lane against Abyss. He was able to pick up first blood against Frey Zed. That was a solo kill, if you don't mind, Fishery. So Fantix definitely no stranger to this.
And excited to see what Wizard's going to be running into the Talon in the mid lane, because Wizard, although not your standout mid laner for the teams he's played on, he has a very unique playstyle and can, from time to time, deal with these unorthodox picks fairly well.
Yeah, and he plays Zillion. You have to remember that. If you're running any Assassins into Wizard, you have to remember that he does have a Zillion pocket pick, and that deals with them all really well. Keeps Talon, especially, at bay with the slow, and then can bring yourself back to life and just out-sustain him in that lane. I think that this would be a game that potentially, with the Karma, with Lucian, you can build the Lucian comp like SKT used to, and Zillion was something they were very comfortable running in that.
The Direwolves have banned out one of the hard counters to Talon in the mid lane though, which is the Victor. Nautilus was their first ban coming into the second ban rotations. Lulu and Siva are going to be the bans that come out from Tainted Minds, and as such, they lock in Nami as their supportive choice.
Yeah, makes sense. Leaving AD carry for the last pick. We'll see what they want to go with. King's is comfortable on anything, honestly. He can pretty much play any AD carry you want to throw at him. Want to see how they round out this composition right now. We're looking for Praetor's picks. We're presumably looking for Wizards picks as well. As you say, Control Mage generally does well against Talon. I don't think Jace does well into Talon, so that would be an interesting pickup.
And that seems like the pickup of choice here for Tainted Minds. Jace would be locked in. Has been hit by quite a few nerfs. Deathfire Touch no longer does as much damage. Might even run a completely different mastery now.
Yeah, we'll see what he does go with. I mean, you can just never go into hammer form is a big thing for me, and you never really have enough damage to all in without that. Talon, of course, can dodge out of the way of a lot of Jace's all in as well by parkouring over the wall, so will be interesting to see if that is a mid lane pick, and it is.
Yeah, so we are going to see Poppy moving into the top lane for Tainted Minds. Lucian Karma in the bottom lane. Wizard will be taking Jason to mid lane and only picks up Lee Sin. So final pick for the Direwolves will be Caitlyn.
Yeah, so we just have a front-to-back comp being run by Tainted Minds, which means they need their mid laner and AD carry to get ahead, otherwise they run out of damage. And then what is the response? I mean, the ultimate shutdown bottom lane. Nami for sustain, deals with Karma incredibly well. Caitlyn for obnoxiously long range. I wouldn't even be surprised if we saw some extra points into Tycaller's Blessing early here to be able to continue the harassing in the laning phase. And I think the Direwolves, one more time, they've called out the fact that it's not going to be 1-3-1, it's going to be a little bit of teamfight or 1-4. And they've put together a beautiful comp for it, honestly.
They definitely have. Direwolves have come to play here, Spawn. They're trying to fight to get into the top spots. I mean, Chiefs have been dropping games recently. They dropped a game to Sin. They lost against Legacy. Legacy are now only 2 points ahead of them, which means Direwolves are tied. So if Legacy drop any games in the OPL, the Wolfpack can strike and try and take that first place position, try and seed themselves straight into the grand finals.
And being on the opposite side of the group draws, they're not going to meet each other again. So it just comes down to both teams have to keep winning. They're not racing against anyone but themselves. Just keep picking up those 2-0s. They're definitely the favorites right now to finish that top spot in the OPL, that automatic seed into the grand final. And if Direwolves just keep plowing through the way they are at the moment, picking up the 3 points, it leaves them in good stead.
Especially since Direwolves can play against the Chiefs next week. So even though it's tied right now, if the Chiefs pick up a 2-0 tomorrow, Direwolves can break that open with a win against the Chiefs, at least securing them second place. Which is, you know, if you can't get first, at least take second.
Yeah, second is definitely better. I mean, the further he can move up that gauntlet. I mean, the nightmare is you have to run into Sin, then either Chiefs and Legacy in back-to-back weeks. Because that's 3 good informed lineups right now. And, you know, with the Chiefs boot camping, they're going to come back presumably stronger than ever. So I really do think that right now, the higher up you get in the gauntlet, the better fish.
Well, hopefully we'll be able to see if Direwolves can continue their form. One thing we really criticized them about at the start of the OPL was how, you know, they look mechanically great. They just weren't executing on their team comps fairly well. That seems like it's come around quite well for them so far, not making as many of those mistakes with their execution with their team comps, especially mid to late game.
It makes sense. I mean, they said they were splitting scrim time, that was not easy for them to be able to play consistently. So instead, I mean, now back with one solid jungler, they've made it work.
However, we are back onto Summoner's Rift for the second match between Tainted Minds and the Direwolves. Squidgy's going to walk straight into Destiny, throws a wave at him, gets him a little bit wet, you know, he has to go back, dry out his clothes.
Gets him some gold. Destiny looking for even more punishment here. I mean, just going to be standard. 80 carries traded with supports. They're going to go back to lane. No one wasted pots or anything like that. This string, interestingly enough, Fish, King potentially is a defensive tree.
Possibly. He doesn't have any biscuits.
Doesn't have biscuits. There's nothing else that you really take in that. I mean, you definitely don't take solo damage. And is it Assassin? Potentially you can take Runic Mastery if you think you can get lots of red buffs late game, but that doesn't really give you anything.
So probably running into the defensive tree here. King
Easiest way to find out is to check his health. Although sometimes with Nami, I even run the get additional heals and shields.
That's right.
I like it.
8% extra. It stacks up over time. It's like a mini health potion that slowly ticks as the laning phase progresses. But we'll have to check in with that one. And as always, you can always check out the match histories after the games and see what these players have run.
And again, they've just approached the minion wave, and Squidgy has been chunked out. This is not an easy lane by any stretch of the imagination, and it does not get easier with levels.
It does not. Squidgy already having a difficult time farming underneath this turret. Still even, but the main thing is King has full health at the moment, forcing Squidgy to chug his potions, or biscuits I should say, and slowly denying minions away. He will hit level 2 on top of that, and will slowly continue pushing out in this bottom lane. Schönfire was getting taken out by Krugs there, but Smite comes back up in time.
So 2 games in a row, Schön's gone for maximum experience, maximum gold. I feel like if this is something that he carries over in weeks, people will start to pick on it, because doing only top side of the map clear into a recall does mean that potentially you can be invaded early.
As we see Only moving into the mid lane, trying to get the jump on towards Fantix. You can't make that mistake, but they still burn both summoner spells from the Talon.
Yeah, so they get the summoner spells out. Wizard is going to probably have to go back. He's running Doran's Blade, and Fantix is going to be able to freeze up that lane. If he just kills the cannon, he can go back himself. Instead, decides to stick around because he's actually full health and mana again, thanks to the refillable. And that's, even though they're getting summoner spells, I think it's still good for Fantix.
It definitely is. Chippy's now putting down a lot of damage for Praetor here. Overheat, slaps the drill into him.
Chippies is a confident man.
He is.
He's running Dark Seal 3 pots.
I just noticed that.
Yeah. That's...
Burn, baby, burn.
100%. Pot duration's really handy. I mean, I agree with him on that. Doesn't go for refillable. Generally, what you see if people do go for Dark Seal on things is that they will shove the wave early with a refillable and just roll pots the way you would think of maybe like an Echo used to do in the mid lane. And then go back and early teleport, and then make sure you have it available when you hit the level 6, level 7 mark. Instead, Chippies is just using it to completely burn down the Poppy, which I didn't expect.
Poppy's run Courage of the Colossus as well, so can trade Windows. For a long trade, it's not going to work.
I still run Grasp on Poppy, just because of the buckler procs it for you. So whenever you have it up, you can chuck a shield and then get in there and mix it up. You can see Courage of the Colossus has been picked up this time around. But I think the Grasp is still okay.
Schönfire now looking to see if he can make his way down
Is
into
this
the
going to
bottom
be
lane.
a repeat?
No. Squidgy's already so low here. Does have heal. Will avoid the bubble. And now Schönfire looking to go in between the minion wave. Squidgy will spot him out. Wards are being placed down. But Only's made his way back into the mid lane. Fantix trying to avoid that. Will not be able to do so, but parkours over the wall, and Wizard throws out the Q there in a very awkward direction.
Yeah, high wide, not very handsome. You can see that another time Only is putting a camp down on the lane. It's allowing... Oh,
that's a flash forward. That's a jump forward from Only as well. Misses the Sonic Wave, and Fantix has picked up first blood. Only has to be careful here because Fantix might go back in for round 2. Throws out the spikes, gets a lot of damage down. No flash for him to go forward, but Schönfire's on top, gets the isolated damage, and will get a return kill in the mid lane. That's 2-0 for the Direwolves.
Perfect play out of Fantix. I mean, he is just outplaying Wizard and Only as a collective unit, dodging out of skill shots. He's actually 2 levels up right now. That's massive, Fish.
And he's on Talon. I mean... it's going to be almost impossible for Wizard to go into lane anymore.
Yeah, and when you get pressure on Talon, you have so much dive threat because of the passive. Let's take another look at this. So flashes forward. If E isn't available, then I don't feel like he can go for that. Maybe ran out of mana, and then Only actually tries to go back in for some cheeky auto attacks. And Fantix, you can see, Schön just calls him off. Schön flashes in, gets the passive procs. There's no way that he can survive there. And King potentially being shoved out here, although now Nami joining. Damage isn't all that sticky when you have a Nami in the lane.
Yeah, he's going to be able to heal up quite nicely. And again, Only and Wizard very... Hello?
All right.
Schönfire, what have you done?
He died.
To what?
To Krugs.
Oh, no.
The Stone Brothers.
I was trying to figure out who on Data Mines has killed him.
No one. That's why there's still a 0 at the top of the map, mate.
We're cursed, Spawn. It happened all day yesterday to us. It's happening again. The monsters on Summoner's Rift are striking back. They're tired of these junglers.
I like it. I like when monsters give as good as they get. I mean, that's 1-1 between the Kha'Zix and the Krugs at the moment. I think he took it on first clear, and then second clear they got him.
I wish I could see that one again. I love it when junglers die to monsters. It's great.
I don't think it's worth a replay somehow. But he wanted to recall anyway, I'm sure.
Uh-oh.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, look at
Bubble
the
hit
micromanagement.
actually in the bottom lane.
Oh no, he's going to get executed, but here we go. Bottom lane. Kings meanwhile picked up a kill. Bruiser is looking to try and chase him down. Slowly getting some chip damage on towards Bluezor, but he will escape with his life. While we watch Shernfire die to Krugs.
We're going to watch the bottom lane die twice as well.
Shernfire looking to dive on Bluezor again. Reminiscence of that last game. He's been here before, Spawn.
Certainly.
It's a familiar memory. As he's just waiting. Look at Shernfire, just very patient. Slowly, the mini wave will crash. Don't even need it. Destiny just tanks up the turret. No problem.
Yeah, exactly right. They're trying to accelerate the pace of it, so Destiny does the supportive thing and just steps in front of the wave, make sure he's tanking up the turret without any danger to his left. Bluezor goes down, and unfortunately, this early game is looking even harder for Tainted Minds to come back from.
Towers are incredibly strong at the moment.
I just don't like this matchup for exactly that reason. You can see the... Whoa, and Squidgy's dead again. Shern is absolutely
camping
on a rampage. Bottom side of the map seems to be where he is comfortable at the moment.
So we had a 2-level disadvantage in the mid lane, going over to Fantic. Shernfire's 2 levels above Squidgy, and so is King. He's gone for his rematch, though.
Yeah, so you can just see Squidgy walking back to the lane, and Shern just picks up a really clean kill. And turret falls down. 4,000 gold, 8 minutes. I feel like we're in game 1 again.
Clinical from the Direwolves at the moment. Bluezor's actually moved into the mid lane to help Wizard. Well, to be fair, he has no AD carry at the moment. Fantix will take quite a bit of damage from that.
Shern's going for him again in the bottom lane.
Oh, Squidgy, no! Once bitten, twice shy, but 3 times definitely the charm. He's only looking to try and get a diver going on towards Fantix. He's backing out, back to the jungle. And Shernfire says, it's all right, guys. I'm the bot lane now.
Exactly right. I mean, I feel like he's been down there majority of the game. And this is just a hard camp. There's really, like, he's trying to approach turret. He's trying to approach farm. He thought that, you know, Shern, he must be gone. He took Krugs last time. He killed me. What is their bottom lane? Turns out it's me still.
Oh, Squidgy's player cam is shaking his head as he walks back into the lane. He knows it's not happy. You're pretty sure at this point in the game, Squidgy's going to be checking everything.
And I mean, it's not bad enough that you have to deal with... Oh, Wizard.
Threatening.
It's not bad enough that you have to deal with... Oh, come on.
It's going in. Fantix will get exhausted. Pops his ultimate as well. Bluezor now chasing him down. That's an empowered W from Karma. Not going to do all that much.
Potentially the empowered E would have been more useful. But Fantix burns Flash and gets away. That's a summoner spell for a summoner spell. I think it's worth it still. King runs into Prey Death.
Oh, says, fight me. I'm a Caitlyn. You're a Poppy. We can do this.
Prey Death just has a chat to him as he's running away. But all over the map right now, TM are in disarray. And I think we need to discuss one of the finer points of the game, Fish.
Okay.
If, and I'm just calling it very early, I know, Direwolves don't give up another kill, a turret or a dragon, do we count it a perfect game if Shern died to a jungle camp?
Ooh. I don't know. So apparently production team is telling us no.
They don't get to choose. We're the casters and have the microphone.
I don't know. I feel like it, but I feel like for that very reason you take it away from them.
I want to hear from Carbon. I think we let Carbon decide this because, of course, he was the captain of the last team that did it. So, Carbon, tweet at RustyLol. Let us know whether you think it is or not. I'll take his word for it.
I'd like to actually figure out what the actual definition of a perfect game is. Yeah.
I assume it's not dying, not giving up kills. Because Shern might just...
There we go. That's no longer a perfect game. Or is it?
Oh,
he's trying to get away. He's gone. Shernfire. He escapes. There's still a chance. There's still hope for the Direwolves as the tidal wave is going to be coming out. Fantix will get a bit of movement speed here. Bluezor is the one that's in trouble. Bubble misses both of them. Still trying to trade here. Going back and forth. Exhaust will be put down. The sniper is running her rifle. Fantix looking to dive on in. Squidgy is burning alive, but the shield will keep him alive.
Yeah, so in the end, no one falls down apart from only the perfect insect from underneath the turret there, but it was Shern actually avoiding. And that's going to be turret number 3 falling down. This is up to about a 7,000 gold advantage at this stage of the game. And Wizard needs to be careful to not stick around for too long because King wants him.
does. They will be able to take down the mid lane in a turret. Shunfire doing the carbon move here to take away Ocean Dragon, making sure that this is not available for Tainted Minds. In all seriousness though, good Dragon to pick up nice and early here, especially when you have this much of a lead. Will keep you topped off throughout the entire game, and you can snowball your advantage even further.
I mean, can you snowball an advantage even further? It's 12 minutes into this one. You got 7 kills and all 3 out of turrets. You've put the biggest camp on Squidgy of his life. He's 0-3 and down 50 CS. He only has 59 himself. So you can understand why that's a pretty big deal right now.
However, hats off to Praetor. I called him out before we came into this game, saying he hasn't been having great games so far. Has stayed even with Chippies on the top side of the map, despite everywhere else really falling apart for him. So it's not an easy task for the Poppy to do. But he's the one member of the team that hasn't contributed to the massive goal lead that the Direwolves have picked up so far. Tainted Minds, though. See, Squidgy's level 6. He's the same level as Destiny at the moment. King is 2 levels up above him. Shernfire is level 9.
And I mean, Shern had stopped playing Kha'Zix for a while. Had gone much more towards Rengar, Graves, as well as Ivan. So just proving that he doesn't have any champion pool issues right now. He's actually farming really quickly for a jungler and has the most gold on the map nearly for one-on-one.
He's having a great time. This is where you just go into the wolf camp and pretend to be a wolf and wait for someone to walk past. I mean, Tainted Minds are not stepping out anytime soon. They know that if they walk into a Kha'Zix, they are dead. But they're going to look to try and take down Chippies. He's going to take a lot of damage. Only he's going to be the first one to fall, and Bubble will land on the blue zone. Suddenly you've got a bug in the back lines. Goes invisible, looks for Wizard. That's a wall slam. Shernfire going down low. The shutdown will come out from Praetor. Stops the perfect game for the Direwolves.
And they're not done yet.
Yeah, looking for more. Big knockout coming out from Praetor. Chippies will come back in, trying to burn this Jace alive. The Harpoons will come through, and the second one will take him down. Praetor, the only member of Tainted Minds at the moment with a kill, picks up another, and he's trying to run for his life here, but he's got a hardcore parkour man just chasing right behind him. Ooh. Bubbles will come through. The burn comes out from Chippies, and they take down the top laner.
Yeah, but Praetor nearly got a third there. Destiny actually flashed towards him, and Praetor turns around and gave him a little bit of a bop. Hats off to the Tainted Minds top laner. As you said, he's the only person that's really remained. Even picked up 2 kills in that team fight. But you can just see how far ahead the bottom side of the map is. Let's take another look. Unfortunately, only kind of messed up that insect. Went for a little bit of a highlight reel play. Bluezor fell down pretty quickly at the start. Could not participate in the fight whatsoever. But from there, I mean, Praetor did a good job. I mean, he was persistent, stuck with the play. He and Wizard were at least on the same page, finding priority targets. And I feel like this is all you can do if you are Praetor. I mean, he's providing the front line. He's looking for the additional kills, gets the double. And unfortunately, Direwolves at the moment, if you kill one of the members, they just get their hackles up. And, Destiny. That was close, actually. That was about 150, 160 health, I reckon.
Yeah, if his E was up and slammed into the wall, that's a dead Nami.
Yep.
Sushi for dinner, it would have been for Praetor. Whereas the Tainted Minds now looking to try and regroup. 8,000 gold behind. Trying to hold on to this top lane. Shernfire is being a nuisance. He's level 10. He's the same level as the solo laners from Tainted Minds. Only person above him is Fantix, who is accelerated in this mid lane, 2-0-2. Sniper's got an eye set on towards Only, who's going to try and dash over these traps. Good prediction from King, though. Lands the Piltover's Peacemaker.
And this is when you have to really start being scared of the Direwolves of the other team. Because you can see this is no longer an undisciplined team. They're taking the game very seriously, even though they're up 8,000 gold at 15 minutes. And they're looking to close people out so clinically.
Yep.
I mean,
Here comes Fantix over the backline. Squidgy gets destroyed. Both Shernfire and Fantix obliterate him in the backlines. King almost dies, though. Shock Blast combo is going to be great, but just not enough to take down the Caitlyn.
Just short, I think it's fair to say. Wizard, however, takes a lot of damage in response now.
That's a bubble that comes on through. Ignite's going to go down. There's the Equalizer straight on top of Bluezor. Flashes on top of it. Praetor and Only are fighting on this Equalizer. They will get a return kill. Destiny almost pays with his life, but the Direwolves have taken down 2 and are pushing for turrets.
Yeah, and remember that Squidgy fell down at the start of that. He just has really quick death timers because he's only level 8 at 16 minutes into the game. This is a rough one for TM.
It is. There we go. Rusty Law actually tweeting in here today. Spawn, hey, at Spawn Law, any death ruins a perfect game. Carbon doesn't need to at me, mate. Hashtag I am OPL.
I asked to hear from Carbon, so I'm disregarding that tweet whatsoever.
Oh, goodness. Well, back to this game. Squidgy still just trying to pick up any bits and pieces of farm he can find on the map. He said level 8, not having a great time on the rift. You can see on this player cam, pretty unhappy with his performance so far, to say the least.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, well, there's not really all that much to be happy about here.
And I mean, normally Tainted Minds, even when they start to lose their games, have smiles on their face, you know, trying to be a little bit cheeky, trying to have fun, but they just look absolutely gutted in this game against the Direwolves.
I mean, it has definitely been a hard game for them. When you have a look at it, they picked a different comp this time. They tried to go for a little bit more of 1-4, you know, traditional composition with a tank top. And they've just been beaten to the punch all over the map, especially when you pick Lucian Karma. You don't want to lose that landing phase as hard as what they did. 40 CS and 0-4 for their 80 carry. And Direwolves are just methodically moving around the map with their Caitlyn and knocking everything down. And unfortunately, TM are just that one step behind.
Only inner turret left remaining is the bottom lane inner. Direwolves are slowly moving back towards the mid lane, and you should expect them to eventually group up with the Talon, but Tainted Minds, they're hiding spawn.
They certainly are. However, this isn't the first time we've seen this strategy, and I feel like it's not going to be successple this time.
And I feel like the Direwolves know about this strategy. It was against the Direwolves with Tainted Minds, hid inside a brush and camped it out. In every single game they were behind. It's a great success. They didn't win the game, but it looked fantastic.
And it looked like they almost had it. I mean, they were a similar amount of gold behind, if memory serves correctly. And just were able to go for it over and over again. Rosie's Nautilus was wreaking havoc.
And they had Elisa and Jace as well, so almost fits the team comp. But again, Direwolves very methodical in this game, very disciplined, you could say, heading into this match against Tainted Minds. They're going to slowly push out this bottom lane, look to take down the final inner turret for themselves. Praetor is stuck down here trying to defend.
He's just having a chat.
Just wants to talk. Diplomacy, Smart.
Exactly.
I mean, that's what Poppy's good at.
Noxian diplomacy. I think that's a little bit tongue-in-cheek, mate. I don't actually think they mean that she's a good diplomat.
Well, who knows? He could try. I mean, Direwolves might try to settle this one the diplomatic way. But as they say that, they try to kill the diplomat. That's against the rules. He's got immunity, guys. Not allowed. Tainted Minds are going to group up and try and defend this bottom lane inner turret. Wizard is stuck in the mid lane against Fantix, 2 levels down still, and all summon spells are left available for the Talon. He's going to have to be very careful while he tries to stop his turrets from falling.
Yeah, it certainly is going to have to be, but I mean, right now you can see that it's just so hard at only 19 minutes into the game, especially when you've just taken the Dragon off the map to go anywhere. So instead, they're just going to look to continue to siege up, stall this one out. I assume they'll recall at about 22 minutes if they get this bottom turret, and then maybe move towards Baron or something like that. But really, there's not all that much you can do to win this game right now as Tainted Minds, apart from pray for a monumental mistake.
Well, Praetor charging on in, just trying to get Shonefire off the turrets.
I mean, Praetor is really tanky.
Yes.
That is one success. You can see that if the lethality build still hits the backline out of Wizard, he does a lot of damage. It's just that if Fantix ever gets on the backline, I think that it's going to be worse. Although it hasn't shopped recently, so potentially just a lot of unspent gold.
But Direwolves brute force their way into the bottom lane, take down the golden lane inner turret. King has a lot of gold left to spend. Only is going to kick back, Shonefire him here, and will be able to keep himself alive. Shonefire says, cool, I'll take the chickens. Thanks for that.
It's all I really wanted anyway. And instead of shopping, they're just now roaming around like a goon squad, looking for that next kill. Will eventually recall. And I feel like this is smart. I mean, you're not going to be able to break the turret, or inner turrets without, the base turrets without being at full power. And you can see that they actually went back and picked up a lot of items.
Woo, we've got Magi Soul Stealer picked up by Chippies. That's already got 10 stacks.
He hasn't shopped.
The King's got his Infinity Edge Hurricane combo. Redemption for Destiny. Double lethality items coming out for Fantix. And even Shonfire's picked himself up a Yomu's Ghostblade, looking for a Black Cleaver next to go with his Royous Enchantment.
And they just won't let Chippy shop. He's recalled like 3 times. First one interrupted. Oh, here goes Fantix.
Looking to try and get the jump onto Only, who hop, skips, and jumps his way to safety. Praetor was protecting him from any random jumps or acts of parkour to get into the back lines. But Direwolves might just say, all right, let's go for Baron.
I mean, they do it so quickly that it's certainly on the cards. However, they don't have a real tank. So maybe a little bit risky. Instead, they're pinging out the Wolf camp.
Wolves are greater than Baron. There's 3 of them and only 1 of Baron. Shanfire gonna almost get jumped on here. Tainted Minds were threatening to collapse onto the jungler of the Wolves, but only now in some trouble. Waiting to try and get his W back up, but there's an equalizer trying to split the team. Shock Blast will come out from Wizard, gets some damage onto the front line.
But you have to say 2 big ultimates used there that could have been used around the Baron pit that are now no longer available. Both the equalizer as well as the Nami tidal wave. So potentially this one is going to be fought out in the creep wave a little bit more. And Praetor, he's not all that scared.
Hello, jumps in, knocks up King, tries to go for some damage, gets him down to half health, but Redemption will get him back up to full. Wizard uses the exhaust onto Shanfire, and Squidgy is trying to run the heck away. Shanfire flashes forward, and here comes Talon. Assassin's Creed mode has been activated as he gets 1 kill. Squidgy's going to be the next target, only gets surprised as he kicks him back into the team, but he says, see you, mate, off to the other side of the rift.
Hey, mechanically, that was actually a great play out of Only. Boots him back into the base. That was the only way he was getting back in there. Otherwise, he was falling down. You can see that, however, still a massive teamfight victory for the Direwolves. They look to break the base. Only 22 minutes into this one. 10-second death timer, so not much more else available, I don't think.
Top lane turret is pushing in. They've got a nice minion wave for themselves. King is very healthy and has a lot of damage. Let's see if they can slowly take this down. I mean, with Shanfire and Fantix dealing physical damage on top of King, not a problem for the Direwolves. It seems like now they'll look to try and head back to base, although King is slowly shooting at Only here, doing no damage. Fantix wants to go back to base, hops over the Wolf camp. Direwolves just want a shot. Tainted Minds say, no, we need to keep you here as long as possible. It's the only way we can stay even in this match.
So, upgraded Hourglass, complete. Upgraded Ninja Tabby, complete. As well as a single tome coming out of Chippy. So it was actually quite a big shot. See that makings of double Black Cleaver now in the work with Shern and Fantix.
I mean, we've got another Zeal item coming out from Caitlyn. Looking to upgrade that one soon. Tainted Minds, they've got the camp going, but Shanfire pops the trinket to spot them out.
I mean, he's just playing smart. He checked the brush with his W as you should and didn't face check. All of a sudden he goes over the wall, however.
Tainted Minds are still hiding in the brush. They're like, all right, guys, shh, don't tell them. Oh no, we've been found, run!
And I remember had gone back, it was Praetor. So all of a sudden, this is really scary because they don't have their tank there, and the collapse is coming.
Teleport's coming in. Squidgy's on the wrong side of Summoner's Rift. He's already split from the team. Only is going to find Shanfire, but that's not the fight you're looking for. Kicks it back into Squidgy. Will be able to get a kill for himself, but King has netted himself back here. Squidgy's taking the turret. Those are still alive, guys. You've got to be careful. King's going to be able to take one down. The sniper goes into full front mode. This is going to be the rest of the Direwolves slowly taking down Tainted Minds, and only Praetor left standing, who was sent back to base to deal with the minions.
Yeah, so even without the jungler, it will be the Direwolves looking to pick themselves up a Baron. You can see how quickly it dies. Unfortunately, they're just too far ahead of TM right now. Even when TM get a little bit of the jump, no point teleporting into that. So another big shot coming in. That's a 20-stack Machai Soul Stealer right now. 4 chippies across the board. This squad is just huge.
Yep, and double Black Cleaver picked up. Rapid Fire Cannon for Caitlyn. Even some more support items for Destiny. Tainted Minds, they're trying to get their second items built.
I mean, they've brought this one back. At least they've stayed competitive till 25 minutes. They picked up some good kills onto Shern. Only his mechanics really excite me for the future. I think that, still has some work to do in the early game, as we've seen a little bit unsuccessful against Fantix this series, and the camp against Chippy's first game definitely didn't work out, but his team fighting, his ability to kick out a priority target, definitely on point.
Now Direwolves will be grouping up towards the bottom lane. The only inhibitor turret left standing is down here. And that's probably their next objective of choice. Tainted Minds, they're on their last breath here, Spawn. It's going to be nigh impossible to defend this push, which Direwolves will just slowly march in towards the base. You can see King just hammering down on these turrets. Only wants to engage, but one harpoon from Chippy takes him down to half health. Shanfire still poking away. This turret's gone. Fantix hops over the wall as well. Creative's going to be burnt alive for some time. They slowly will lose their inhibitor, and the Nexus turrets are taking damage as well.
Yeah, exactly right. Now they can just walk in. They're going to be able to re-kill any the middle inhibitor if it respawns. Top lane inhibitor is definitely not long for this world. And you can see that you just can't get in on this team comp. You're too far behind. Your poke damage isn't really relevant. And only.
Oh, only kicks Shenfire back to safety. Tidal Wave's going to come out as well as the equalizer. Praetor wants to knock them back to base. Gets them out of his base for now, but slowly these Nexus turrets are being whittled down by the Direwolves. If you thought Game 1 was decisive, Game 2 was an absolute shellacking in Spawn's words. They're looking for more. The rest of the Tainted squad fighting from their fountain, but even then it looks like they're at a disadvantage. Slowly though, they might have bitten off a little bit more than they could chew. The Nexus turrets are going to fall, and King is going to continue to push forward. The Tainted might have held on for a little bit longer here, just a little bit, Spawn.
I don't think so. I think the game's still possibly over here.
Definitely looks like it. The Nexus is going to be taken down here by Chippy, slowly winning this one away. King wants to get more kills though. He refuses to hit the Nexus. That's not his primary objective. It's the kills on Summoner's Rift, but instead Chippy takes both of them, gets the double kill. The Nexus still has some health. Tainted are trying to do absolutely everything they possibly can, but nothing's going to come out from them as Direwolves pick up the series 2-0.
I mean, you can just see the mechanics of King. I mean, honestly, karting back, even if they had damage, it wouldn't have mattered because no one could get near him. I think that the carry meta is going to definitely suit the Direwolves bottom lane. That was a decisive 2-0 victory. Wizards kind of got a wry grin on his face. He knows that the early game went horribly. I mean, it happens. They're a young team. They're going to have to continue to build and continue to grow. But today, Direwolves, I mean, back-to-back weeks against Legacy Direwolves is going to be hard.
Of course.
And Direwolves looked on form today.
They settled in, and last week so did Legacy. So Tainted Minds, they've had a rough 2 weeks. This, however, was a very decisive victory from the Direwolves, and they look strong.
I mean, from here, it gets better for Tainted Minds. That's all they can take away from it. We've faced number 1 on the ladder. Now we face number 2 on the ladder. I mean, we get a couple of easier weeks in the next couple of weeks, no matter who they face, because honestly, they're the 2 best teams. So, you know, you can only look forward. But congratulations to Direwolves because they looked, on point.
They settled in, and they pick up a 2-0 victory to break down that first series of the game. Let's throw it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you, Fish. Thank you, Spawn. Well, there we have it. Direwolves 2-0 over Tainted Minds in this, our first match of your OPL Saturday for round 8. But as I talked to you, Rusty and Mendrix, I mean, earlier we saw Doublelift die to the red buff. Today we saw Shern die to the Krugs. I mean, does Riot need to nerf these jungle camps?
I hope not. I feel like the onus is much more on the players. I'll give Doublelift the excuse of being out of retirement in that week. Shenfire doesn't get one. He just died to a jungle camp. For shame.
Yeah, but congratulations to Direwolves. A massive win for the Mendrix.
Oh, absolutely a massive win for them in that situation. And it was because they did clean everything up a bit more. They were able to snowball off little and small mistakes throughout the entire team. And then it sort of got to that 10-minute mark and they were just in complete control of the map. Good job to the Direwolves there.
Well, let's talk about the draft because we see Rumble, we see Caitlyn, we see Kha'Zix. I mean, what are they trying to achieve with this, Rusty?
It's a pretty good zone control type of comp. When they have a Rumble, you always want to look towards neutral objectives. When you have a Nami and a Caitlyn, you're generally just going to win lane, and that's the other big thing that they have going for them here on the side of Direwolves. They're just playing a win lane, win game type of composition, and if they do win those lanes, they accelerate the game quicker with what they've built for themselves.
Meanwhile, for Tainted Minds, they've got the Jace, they've got the Lucian. Did you think they even got close to executing any of their objectives that they were trying with that team called for Tainted Minds?
Direwolves shut them down pretty much immediately from that game. They were, again, a few mistakes happened earlier. They had a few opportunities to get the kills. I think there was a few missed when they were trying to jump on towards Fantix. He played it very well to avoid all the incoming damage, and really from that point onwards, there was pretty much a Direwolf victory.
I mean, for the Direwolves, though, is there anything looking forward they still need to improve on, aside from the communication things we pointed out in the first game, Rusty? Or do you think they just look super strong?
Yeah, I think this game they just had a little bit of fun. And that's okay. They were so far ahead that they can afford to have this fun. I can't really critique the game too after the 12-minute mark. Because there was, they pretty much almost put Squidgy into retirement and he was just new to the league.
Yeah, I mean, for him to actually get the return kills again, I think poor Squidgy, he died. Shenfire was actually there, close nearby for when that death occurred. He sat around in that jungle. Squidgy came in again, shut down once again. He was completely gone from the game by the 9-minute mark.
Well, let's talk about team fights because obviously, I mean, across the board, Direwolves are dominating, but in particular, their team fighting was much cleaner this game.
And what I would like to talk about that specifically is how they actually executed on it. They had a tankless composition. So for them to draw out those team fights to get the win, the later the game goes, they sort of need to pull out Tainted minds to say, all right, come closer to us, and it's about baiting out those neutral objectives, which is so strong when you do have the Rumble available.
Well, it's because they're trying to get perhaps a Talon flank as well. A Kha'Zix Talon, 2 Assassins, Rumble, they don't really have a straight frontline member, so if they're running directly at the tanks of Tainted Minds, they're leaving themselves open to extra options to engage. They are best when they pull them out of the base and can get flanks off. We saw Fantix doing it time and again, and that's where they find success.
And we actually saw that happen towards the end of the game when they finally did break the base. They were able to sort of draw them out, and here you can see Tainted Minds should not be there in that situation because Direwolves are saying, all right, come on, come and fight us. As soon as they drew them out towards that far side or towards the mid lane near the river, they immediately got the flank that they needed to get that winning team fight, and they were able to break the base completely afterwards.
So for Tainted Minds then, despite that poor team fight and kind of not a great couple of weeks of games, is there anything for them positive looking forward, Mendrix?
They did sort of had the right idea when they were turtling towards the end there. They really need to look towards going for hedging their risks when they go for those specific objectives. For them to just sort of chase after Direwolves right there and then, when there was no real objective on the map, no real pressure on a specific objective, was a bit of a mistake. So if they sort of clean that up, decide to turtle a bit heavier there, they should be okay.
All right, well, let's take a look at the Radiant medal for this match, our best and fairest. And it's going to go to King today, who received 10 votes out of 24, meaning it was almost a perfect score because you max out at 12 for this. Yeah, look at that damage, though, in Game 1. 228,000 damage. Obviously, that's not just to champions, that's across the board. That's a lot.
It was an impressive showing from him across the board. He did well in that first game, made sure that he was allowed Schoenfeld to top off, being that enabler again. And then that second game, absolutely shutting down Squidgy, and then Schoenfeld was able to clean up afterwards.
Look, King was good, but it's not exactly a one-man affair in a bottom lane. He's always going to have a duo, and he's got a jungler down there all the time to allow him to do all of that damage.
I will say that my producer is telling me the next most damage in the game was 174,000, so he's massively up on that. So it's a huge showing. Obviously, when you got the Sivir, you can wave clear would do a lot of damage.
Yeah, destroy those minions, man.
Exactly, mate. They're going to take it a lot. All right, it is now time for the interview. So Spawn is standing by with Destiny. Let's throw it over to them to find out what he has to say.
Thanks so much, Ingers. And for the third time in 3 weeks, I have my date with Destiny. Congratulations on another 2-0. I want to talk to you about 80 carries and support meta right now, because it must be a little bit of a sigh of relief for both yourself and King to get off utility a little bit into the damage dealers and be able to dominate a lane like that.
Yeah, it was really fun finally picking up Caitlyn. It's a lot stronger on this patch, and we pulled it off pretty well, I'd have to say.
Yeah, it certainly looked pretty clean. Talk to me about the camp that came out of Schernfire. Is that you calling? Is that Schern just wanting to get in the action? Didn't look like you needed all that much help, but 2 games in a row.
Yeah, the first time he called it, because I commed that he had no flash, so Schern's like, I'm just going to sit here and wait. And then he died, and then the second time, Schern was actually recalling, and then I was like, Schern, he still has no flash. You have mana for an E, and then he just went for it.
All right, cool. So being able to put the camp on Squidgy. I want to talk about the individual play that comes out of you guys, because we've seen like solid kills top lane out of Chippies this game, mid lane Fantix outplaying 3v1 at one point. How much effort do you guys put into like making sure that individually you're as best as you can be?
So for the past week, we've been playing 3 sets a day, and with review, also solo queue time after the 3 sets. So we've all been putting in a lot of effort. If you put in the work early, it'll pay off. So we're working now instead of on the last week before playoffs. So we're all climbing up the solo queue ladder. King's been rank 1 for like a month now. Yep. No one's even contesting him. So we're just going to keep on working on it, and yeah, it'll pay off.
All right, now talk to me about that end of the split, because it has to be on the horizons. You no longer have to play Direwolves. You're going to play Chiefs next week. What's the goal? Is it still that number 1 place, or is it just disregard the ladder, let's get there, and let's see where we can go, because now it's no longer really in your hands?
Yeah, it's up to Sin and Legacy. If Sin win, good for us. Like, we get first place, if we first seed, hopefully. Even if we don't, even if we get second or third seed, doesn't really bother us. We'll just play the best of 5s. We'll learn from the best of 5s. So yeah, either way, we'll improve.
All right, well, congratulations on another 2. I feel like I say that every week. However, guys, that's only our first best of 3 coming up. That match that Destiny was just talking about, Sin versus Legacy, is up next. Don't go anywhere for some more OPL action.
That's a flash forward. That's a jump forward from Only as well. Misses the Sonic Wave, and Fantix has picked up first blood. There we go. That's no longer a perfect game, or is it? Oh, he's trying to get away. He's gone. Surefire. He escapes. There's still a chance. There's still hope for the Direwolves. That's a wall slam. Sherfire going down low. The shutdown will come out from Praetive. Stops the perfect game for the Direwolves.
And they're not done yet.
Yeah, looking for more. Big knockout coming out from Praetive. Chippies will come back in, trying to burn this Jace alive. The half moons will come through. The second one will take him down. There's the equalizer straight on top of Bluezor. Flashes on top of it. Praetive and only are fighting on this equalizer. They will get a return kill. Destiny almost pays with his life. Here comes Talon. Assassin's Creed mode has been activated as he gets one kill. Squidgy's going to be the next target. Only gets surprised as he kicks him back into the team, but he says, see you, mate, off to the other side of the rift. On the way, King wants to get more kills, though. He refuses to hit the Nexus. That's not his primary objective. It's the kills on Summoner's Rift, but instead, Chippies takes both of them, gets the double kill. The Nexus still has some health. Tainted are trying to do absolutely everything they possibly can, but nothing's going to come out from them as Direwolves pick up the series 2-0.
Where are your friends? Mine are all around.
Do not fool me.
My prey thinks itself clever.
This is solo queue, so everyone make mistakes. But mistakes are opportunities. Like this. My top laner get ganked and died, so there's no KO. Hikarim wants to shove lane, more pressure, more gold, good for him. I already grabbed raids, so I know if they can see me or not. So I go top and get the wave. Turrets don't need gold, you know. I join lane and Hikarim backed up. That's smart. I get the farm and I go back to do my job. Then Hikarim gets greedy for more wave. Like I said, everyone made mistakes and Hikarim is gonna die for this one. It's solo queue, so Kha'Zix is probably not here. So I come back, I chase him down. I have Ghost, I have Q, I have ult. That makes it easy. I get the kill, I shove lane. Kayl's alive again, and she can see that her lane is good, and she also got TP. She looks around the map. She saw a good opportunity on bot. 3v2, easy kill, or dragon, whatever. And all that started with KO overextending and dying. Mistakes are opportunities, you know.
Welcome back to the OPL. This is your Saturday for Week 8, and if you're just joining us, we are experiencing some mild technical difficulties, but we'll fix those as we go through into this game because we just saw Direwolves 2-0 Tainted Minds. But Legacy and Sin is our next match. My name is Michael Hingising, and joining me here at the analyst desk, we have Rusty and also Mendrix. This is a massive game for both of these teams because Legacy, last time they played Sin, they actually lost Mendrix.
That's right, and it seems it comes down to the idea of, are they the Achilles heel of Legacy? Juves himself said, these lanes are very gankable. Sort of plays into the fact that Legacy do have these aggressive play styles, and so that's an idea that might pop up.
Now, Rusty, when Juve says that the lanes are gankable, I mean, break it down for someone who's dumb like myself, right? So does that just mean that actually Legacy are winning laning phase, pushing up against the towers, and that's why you can gank?
It's either that they're winning laning phase, so they're directly better than their opponents. In this case, isn't always going to be true. It's also more of a matchup decision. So if you have a pushing champion, someone that can control a lane, like a Rumble into perhaps a Maokai, then you're going to kill minions when you're killing the champion. So you will push. That means you're at risk of being ganked, and that's what Jews would generally mean as an opportunity to be able to gank people.
Because as the jungler, he can then come in from behind once you're pushed up against your enemy's tower, and he can take them out.
Yeah,
and we saw Sin do this the last time they played against Legacy. He was able to go into not just one lane, but all of the lanes, top, mid, and bottom, to actually make those ganks work.
Well, when you look at Legacy then, they've had a couple of changes since last time, specifically that Claire is currently benched because of a competitive ruling. So Choo Choo's is stepping in for him today, Mendrix. And also for Sin, since they last played Wizard, has now moved to Tainted Minds, and it is going to be Ryoma in that mid lane for Sin Gaming. So do you think that's going to be a decisive matchup?
It will play a role with how these how the game plays out. With Choo Choo specifically, he's got the experience. He's slotting very well into this Legacy lineup. And Ryoma, he's typically more towards looking at the control mages. He prefers to play in those specifically. And Rusty, I think you were talking about this as a possible advantage for Choo Choo's to go on to.
Yeah, stylistically, when you look at them, both Choo Choo's has got a seamless integration coming back to Legacy. He's played with them for years before. He'll know exactly how to play. He doesn't just need to be control mages. He can also be assassins. They can try and split push with him there. Ryoma, he has a defined purpose for Sin. That's where the differences actually are between both of these teams.
All right, well, let's get to it because earlier today I spoke to team captain of Legacy, Carbon, and I started by asking him about how they were preparing for this match today.
Well, pretty much the same. We prepare every week. A lot of scrims this week, a lot of vote review. Kind of watched a couple of their games back, watched our game back. Yeah, nothing really unusual this week.
Right. You're playing with Choo Choo's again, stepping in for Claire. I mean, how do you think he steps up against Ryoma this week?
Yeah, I think Choose will do fine against Tommy. They've known each other for a while. Ryoma was actually on our seconds team last year, so we have pretty intimate knowledge of. Well, I mean it's a year old now, but we know Ryoma pretty well. Aaron is a fantastic Choose, I should say, is a fantastic land player, so I'm not worried about him.
All right, in the jungle matchup, you're going up against Juves. Last time you played, I think you weren't particularly happy with your performance, and he was really happy with his. What do you think today's going to be like?
Yeah, I don't know. I think, well, to be fair, last time I don't think I played that bad at all. Yeah. It was more that Juice was just killing my teammates while I was clearing jungle camps. Like, he was just a madman, just spam ganking everyone. Because I reviewed the games the other day and I thought, I didn't play that bad. In my memory, I was just like, oh, Juice just dumpstered me. But when I watched it back, it wasn't. Anyway, the point is, I'm just going to try and keep him on a leash today. I think if we can keep him under control for the first 5 minutes, they'll flounder.
Excellent stuff. Well, best of luck in the game, and thank you for speaking to us.
Cheers.
There we have Carbon, captain of Legacy, saying that, look, it wasn't like he remembered Juves didn't dumpster him in the last time they faced off. But let's take a look at the guys getting ready because this is their lineup. Tally is their top laner. Their jungler is Carbon, we just spoke to. Their mid laner is Choo Choo, stepping in for Claire this week. Lost is their AD carry, and Cupcake rounds out this lineup as their support player. And Mendrix, I mean, these guys, top of the ladder right now, and they deserve to be there.
Looking amazing at the moment, and really, it does come down to them sort of being so prepared for all their games. Lucio really does sit down with them and say, this is each team's sort of individual play styles. This is how we're going to take it down a notch, and I'm interested to see how they play this match out.
Yeah, I mean, last time they played Sin, they didn't have the prep they would have wanted, but I mean, with this kind of lead up, I feel like they're looking very prepared, and Solstrax would have been studying Sin for a whole split now. He knows exactly what they're going to do.
You have to have some faith behind the genius that is Solstrax. Usually drafts extremely well. It's just an incredible mind for League of Legends. So definitely something that you would expect between all of Legacy being able to communicate and their coach, they should draft exceptionally well into Sin. The difference really is that Sin can just throw spanners into the works religiously. You never really know what their final draft will be.
Well, speaking of Sin, earlier today, I spoke to their captain, Juves, about the upcoming match. Let's see what he had to say.
I'm confident. I mean, we haven't had the best, I should say, the best week. Hasn't been the worst, hasn't been the best. Like, we've had a few issues, a few hiccups, but I guess a good team can overcome those issues. So I'm pretty confident going into the match.
How do you think you played against Carbon last time and in the jungle, and do you feel like that's going to be replicated today?
So I feel like I pretty much outperformed him in all the games except maybe one. One was close to intentionally feeding. Thank God there's no report option. But we did win the series. So I think this series, I feel like I've kind of worked him out. Like, I've been around him enough, he's been around me enough, but I feel like I've evolved more than he has. So it's a lot harder for him to think, to know what I'm going to do.
Excellent stuff. So anything spicy for today, or were you expecting standard play out of Sin?
I think, it depends what you define as spicy.
I see.
There may be an interesting pick or two, but I don't know if it's spicy, exactly spicy, but it's interesting.
Excellent stuff. All right, well, thank you for speaking to us, and best of luck in the game today.
Thanks.
Well, I can't wait to see what these guys have in store for us. Obviously, some revisionist history out of one of them there, because either Carbon or Juves, must have dominated last time. Let's take a look at this Sin lineup. Getting ready here. It's Flares in the top lane. Their jungler is Juves, who we just spoke to. Roma is their new mid laner. FBI is their AD carry. And Rogue is the Sin support player. And Mendrix, these guys, where do they win through? Is it going to be through Juves ganking, or are there other lanes we should be looking towards?
So the big difference now between Sin is they have changed Ryoma. He's now into play, and that sort of facilitates them wanting to go for a 1-4 composition instead. And they might be able to do that using great teleports off Flares. He's amazing at picking out the right opportunity to make a teleport play happen, and that's probably going to be their chance to get a victory.
When we look at Choose into Ryoma, obviously both of them relatively new mid laners to both of their respective teams. Do you see any big differences with them in terms of their champion pools, Rusty?
Champion pool isn't a massive thing. Rome is obviously locked more towards the control mages, does like to play the Orianna. Looked fantastic when he was playing it, but so can Choo-Choos. He can also branch out. We have seen a lot of successful Zeds from him. I've alluded to that before, and you can also see the Jace on there. He may just have one or two extra champions. Very deep pockets, that man.
And one of the things to note with Choo-Choos as well is because he does have that rapport with Legacy, unlike Ryoma, he's going to be able to play a more active role in choosing when he can go in, which could play a factor in how these plays go, and it allows him to get more advantages on the board.
When you look at these stats, they're all pretty neck and neck, except for that KDA, which for Choo-Choos does seem a bit inflated. Obviously, last week would have done him, a lot of favors with that perfect game. But do you see any massive skill difference between either of these guys?
Not particularly. These guys pretty much will be doing well into lane. I'd say there'll be solid laners between the two. The big differences will come towards those team fights and what they decide to do with their differences there.
Yeah, I don't think there's a massive standout in mechanical differences. It's more that perhaps Choo-Choos and the rest of Legacy have Ryoma's strategies completely downloaded. He played for Legacy Genesis for quite a while.
Yeah, and who knows if he's changed in that last year, like Carbon said. But let's take a look at speaking of Carbon, let's take a look at this jungle as well, because Carbon into Juves, obviously Carbon has described Juves as the student. They've both had this kind of mentor relationship in the past. Let's throw some let's throw some spice on this. Is Juves going to step up and go off, or is Carbon going to is he going to be dumpstered again?
Well, if it goes off history, yes, Juves can definitely step up and do a good job there. And
look at him there.
He looks so focused now. You can tell he's getting ready, preparing mentally for
Rune's
the game.
A serious business, man.
I need my key bindings.
Calm down.
But if you're Carbon, both of these guys want to win. Neither of them want to be outperformed by the other. Neither of them want to be dominated by the other. You got to think that they're going to be very protective of their jungle as well, Rusty.
Yeah, and there might be a behind-the-scenes mentality thing here for both of these players. Juves obviously does want to beat Carbon, and even if he's nonchalant, Carbon saying, I didn't play that badly, if you lose to Juves, it'll hurt him even more. So he'll still take it very seriously. He will still want to beat out what was the person he was a mentor for.
And Carbon did allude to the fact that he wants to put a leash onto Juves as well. This suggests that maybe Ivan would be a good idea for him to grab that. It allows him to shadow him and make sure that he's able to stop all the sort of ganks from happening.
And just to be clear as well, Ivern's broken right now, having all of the Blade of the Ruined King champions available. Just have all the shields. You don't need to have a Janna in your team composition anymore. It is wonderful.
Well, let's also move on and talk about the bot lane, because I know, Rusty, you really like both of these bot lanes.
I do. I think that they are going to be very much patched in, I would say. Very strong mechanical AD carries, very young, very good players, flanked by very strong supports with, again, Cupcake in particular is a young member, but Rogue is a much more experienced Thresh player. And that, to me, is something that we have to actually highlight, because as the bottom lane shifts, as the meta in the bottom lane does shift, they are getting patched in. They will be able to play stronger 2v2 lanes. And I think this is where a lot of the game will actually be decided if the junglers come down to this bottom lane like we saw in the last set.
Well, the thing is, if people are just joining us, we touched on this in the earlier set, but I do want to kind of talk about it again. With these changes to 7.5, what champions are we likely to see in the bottom lane that are now more on meta, Mendrix?
So in the last game, we saw the Caitlyn. That's something that you can see was very strong, played quite successfully. Another thing is Lucian, another one that was also played in. Kog'Maw even as well. That's something that sort of popped up in popularity as these sort of changes have made them more regular or more stronger.
All right, well, before we get to our tips, I want to let you know about a fanfiction contest which we are currently running here at Right Oceania. You can get involved via the OS boards, and if you submit an original piece of fanfiction, it will be judged by an expert panel, which I think is just Froskarin. But you can win 8,000 RP and a Dragon Slayer skin of your choice, and also prizes down to 5th place as well. I think your stories might get featured in the client as well, so a lot to get involved with there. Have you already looked at all the Dragon Slayer skins? Have you already picked them all up, Rusty? I mean, I assume you've got Infinity RP.
Absolutely not, no. I have seen the Vayne one. I did like that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I would love to get all the new Dragon Slayer skins, but that Gatekeeper Galio skin...
That's the one?
Oh, it looks
Also
amazing. With the changes coming through, oh, that back animation looks amazing.
All right, let's get back to this game. Let us take a look at the tips. opltips.com.au is where you can get involved. But, Legacy, massive favourites despite history, Mendrix.
That is just right. And it is because Legacy is on form. I mean, they managed to beat the Chiefs. If you look at it as a head-to-head, Sin lost to them beforehand. So this is an opportunity for Legacy to say, you know what, you guys got lucky.
All right, well, yeah, like I said, Sin were able to take a game off the Chiefs last week. So could they do it again today? Mendrix, what's your prediction for this game?
I feel it's going to be a 2-0. I'm saying 2-0 properly this time around. to Legacy.
All right. Well, Rusty, is this going to be a 2-0? Or if Sin can take a game, how can they do it?
So I have 2-1 to Legacy. I actually do believe the mild spice that can come out of Sin could be enough to get them over the line in one of these games. But honestly, I think Sin are chasing rainbows and they won't get the pot of gold at the end.
All right. Well, I've been back and forth on this. I can't even remember what I locked my tips in because I literally cannot decide. So that's enough from us here at the Analyst Desk. Let us get to our casters for this game. It's Spawn and Fish.
Again, I don't understand, Hingers. You make fun of your desk for not being able to lock in their picks, but you don't do it yourself.
He's an unbiased host. I don't know how many times we have to go through this. Host shouldn't pick anyway.
It's just frustrating because I'm still coming last and Hingers is beating me. That's not right. But I'm Matthew Fish Twitter. Joining me is Jake Spawn Tabir. I'm about to get into the second series of the night. It's Legacy taking on Sin. Last time these two faced off, it was a 3-game series where Sin picked up the victory 2-1.
Yeah, and it was intense. Juice got first blood every single game, and I think that Legacy are aware of that already. Ganking jungler gone from Legacy's bans, control jungler gone from Sid's bans.
Yeah, they know exactly how these two junglers like to play, and a lot of history between these two teams, but very good friends off the Rift, you could say.
Yeah, definitely could. Although, you know, they definitely take the match very seriously when they're on the Rift. I think I want to highlight the same matchup that Rusty was talking about, FBI versus Lost. FBI, of course, FBI best AD carry on the boards, has just been climbing like a madman as well. I think that he really does get patched in on this. Lost, of course, was playing Lucian even off meta. Now I want to see what he can do on meta. Both of them like to play pushing lane, so this is going to be a big stylistic clash in the bottom lane. And I think it comes down to Cupcake or Rogue. Whoever's going to be able to, you know, facilitate the aggressive play will probably be able to pick up the 2v2 victory.
Well, let's see how they're going to pay, how they're going to, can't do English less, well, how they're going to face off.
Yep.
As we get onto the Rift shortly, but the bans have gone through for the first round of picks and bans. Rumble, Jace, as well as Ivan have been banned out by Sin. We have at least Syndra and Camille banned out by Legacy, and they pick up Ashe right away.
Yeah, so maybe a little bit more utility, although Ashe is still a fantastic laner. You have to remember that. Goes very well into Caitlyn. Also, just bullies anyone with sub 550 range, I feel, at this stage. You know, has that little bit of a slow, has a good poke out of the W. At the same time, however, Sin just grab power picks across the board.
Lulu's being picked up as their supportive choice. Juice has locked in Rengar, but look at Legacy's draft here, Spawn. Graves as well as Zyra. Their bottom lane is deadly.
Certainly is. I feel like it's not the best bottom lane anymore, especially since the changes to Zyra. However, Cupcake is such a great mage player that should be able to go fine with it. little bit different coming out of the Sin bottom lane. They have just locked in Ezreal. So Ezreal, Lulu, of course, Ezreal with the Blade of the Ruin King changes does auto attack a lot, so Lulu does make sense with him. Also has the dive and initiation out of Juice that Lulu can help supplement, so I feel like that's a good core so far.
I mean, it's not the hyper carries we're used to seeing, but
Ezreal's a hyper carry. Like, dispelling that myth right now. 6-item Ezreal theoretically is still one of the highest damage carries in the game. He has the awesome passive that stacks it up, as well as the fact that he goes like pure lifesteal. The guy just sits in team fights for so much longer than crit users and refuses to die.
They do have a good lane matchup though, although Ashe is known to do well into Ezreal, and Zyra is not known to do well into Lulu.
Yep.
Historically, that's always been a good matchup that goes in Lulu's favor. We'll have to see how the one pans out though. Junglers and bottom lanes being locked in. We see this very commonly from the top side of the OPL table at the moment. The top teams like to go for the utility bot lanes first and pick up a very strong jungler, leave their solo lanes for last. Speaking of solo lanes, we have tons of bans over towards those lanes itself. Cassiopeia and Zed from the mid lane, Renekton and Nautilus being taken away from the top lane.
And I was wondering when we were going to see him emerge back into the OPL. Vladimir has been tearing up competitive games in the North American LCS as well as China at the moment. Haven't seen him played in the LCK, although I'm not up to date with this week's game, so please don't yell at me on Twitter if I am incorrect. However, I want to see whether we see the Ignite, as we saw, I think, Piglet, as well as someone else today play, and I can't remember off the top of my head, or whether we just see the Ghost, as well as the Move Quick mastery that I always forget the name of.
Storm Raider Surge.
Storm Raider Surge, just because it has a stupid name.
Well, if you don't like the name, or you think Spawn's wrong here, or, you know, want to get him up to date on that, tweet at RustyLol, because...
Oh, use the hashtag IMOPL and we'll show it on the broadcast.
True. Use that. Tweet at RustyLol at the same time. It's a 2-for-1. A 1-2 good night, if you would.
But remember, put the dot before at RustyLol, because otherwise it only goes to him. But in all seriousness, guys, use the hashtag, get involved, make sure that your tweets appear on the broadcast.
Meanwhile, we do have more picks coming through. Gragas has been locked in for Legacy. That should be Tally's champion unless they switch it up, put him in the jungle and put Graves top. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time Legacy's done that. Orianna has been picked up as their mid lane champion of choice, and Shen has been locked in here for Sin.
Yeah, it certainly has been. I like Shen, especially when he's partnered with a diving jungler. So Shen, Rengar going to have easy access to the backline. Also like it with Vladimir as well, because if they ever go into a 1-3-1, he can turn around and very easily even out the numbers. At the same time, Gragas Orianna is one of the best initiation tools. Of course, Flash Body Slam still very potent if you put a Shockwave on top of it. And across the board, I think we've got two pretty strong 1-4 comps, and we're just going to see them go head-to-head as only good team fighting squads do.
We're going to see Ignites being picked heading into the bottom lane here for Sin, as well as Legacy. Exhaust has been hit with a slight nerf. Ignite seems to be the summon spell of choice now.
I feel like you still need an Exhaust against Vladimir. I mean, don't get me wrong, Ignite's good against Vlad for the healing reduction, but he does a lot of damage.
He does.
And a lot of it comes out at the same time. As he flies in with that Ghost, charges up the E, drops a Hemo Plague, and just absolutely explodes everywhere. So we'll see whether it comes back to bite them. But if this game goes for like 30, 35 minutes, Vladimir comes online in a big way, and his team fight potency is huge.
Yep, it's impossible to kill him. Then he's going to get a Shen on top of that. I believe we saw that exact combo in the NALCS this morning. Yep. It is pretty disgusting, especially once he gets Zhonya's Hourglass as well.
What match were we even watching?
I forget. One of them.
CLG
it's
versus...
all blur.
Who he played it? Boom!
There we go. CLG played it, basically. But we're about to get into this game here, Spawn. It's not going to be CLG. It's going to be Sin against Legacy. Way better. I mean, both these teams drastically better than CLG.
Yeah, that was just annoying me, to be honest. So, yeah. No, getting into this game, I agree. You know, both great team fighting comps. I want to watch the bottom lane. That is where a lot of my focus will be this game, just because I think Lost Cupcake is so good at the moment. But if there is a lane that can go with him, I mean, Rogue's shown time and time again that he always surprises people. Partnering up with FBI, they're just such a good duo.
Certainly are. We are on to Summoner's Rift for the first match between Legacy and Sin, the rematch of a couple of weeks ago where Sin picked up a 2-1 victory. But before we get into the intricacies of this game, let's check in with Soul Strikes, who's standing by with Hingers.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Soul Strikes, and I'm not sure if you're a bit nervous going up against Sin, who beat you guys last time, but looking at this pick, we've got Ashe and Zyra going up against Ezreal. I mean, how does that kind of bot lane pan out for you?
I expect our bot lane to dominate, just because it's Zyra against Lulu, and Ezreal, he just needs a few items, so I expect we have a priority and shove them into the tower and impact the bot lane.
Right. Do you? What are the win conditions for this comp that you put together?
We pretty much have 3 pushing lanes, so we need to make sure it doesn't go to very, very late game because they have Vladimir and Ezreal, very good late game team, and we just need to make sure we watch out for Shen and Rengar combo.
All right. Well, let's see if you guys can close it out early enough, or if Sin can fight it back. That's all from us here. Back to you guys.
There you go. Big Brain Soul Strikes himself, giving a little bit of insight to the Legacy comp. Agreeing with you there, Spawn, as we were going late. Be disaster for their team if they can't shut him down early.
Yeah, I certainly agree. And, you know, pointing out the Vladimir as well. Makes sense if they're just going for shoving lanes, kill threat, as well as the ability to close out early. That Cupcake is also taking a much more aggressive summoner spell. Or FBI.
Already at half health, FBI. Trying to be a little bit cheeky and starts to push the wave nice and early, but Cupcake and Lost stand their ground, said, you know what? We can fight. You want to fight? Let's go.
Yeah, exactly
right. Fisticuffs.
He does have 3 potions. You can see that he's not running the defensive tree, which is why he took a truckload of damage earlier. However, neutral creep wave and going to, in the end, actually even crash earlier for Legacy. So you would have to say that's a pretty disastrous level 1 down here.
Certainly is. Cupcake and Lost very happy with this start. And obviously Lost using the Warlord's Bloodlust extra movement speed to step up, harass FBI. And it's a race for level 2 here. Spawn Rogue's already used a shield on himself. Level 2 will be hit by Legacy first, and Cupcake's looking aggressive. Trying to go forward and see if he can get a root going down, but instead just sticks with harass. Sin will even that about 1 back up, and again, back to farming.
Yeah, exactly right. So absolutely nothing really going to happen down there for a while now. That you can see that Sin, they've kind of backed away. Going to play that one nice and safe. In the top lane, have to note that Flair's lost Flash level 1, so maybe not all that much pressure up there for Juice to gank. And Juice going, and Carbon both going for the really aggressive jungle start. So hard farming, being able to pick up all 3 of their camps on the bottom side of the map, although Carbon, much healthier, now going to look for an invade.
And this was spotted out by Lost. He picked up his scouting tool, the E, at level 2, and threw it out towards Sin side of the jungle. Juves has gone back to base and has red buff, though. Carbon needs to be careful. He's low on mana.
Yeah, very low on mana, and they have cheated across early, although now Lulu joining means that Juves can go in.
Jumps in, gets some damage down, but it's a race for blue buff. Who smites it away? It will be Carbon, but here comes Ryoma. They're ghosting in. It's going to be a level 3 all-out brawl. Carbon has flashed away. Juves, what are you doing? Jumps into the entire team of Legacy, who just turn around and smack that kitty cat.
They certainly do, and summoner spells used everywhere. Ryoma looked like he was going to fly into the back line, but was actually early ignited by Choo Choo, so that was very nicely done. Not going to get any regeneration back that way. And actually giving over a red buff, so a refresh on both buffs for Carbon means that he's having a good early game. This isn't going to be a repeat of last time.
I mean, Juice went back to base early. He's lost his blue buff to start, lost his red buff on top of that. And now Carbon's got an entire top side of the map to just go back and say, you know what, I'll farm. And look at it, it's red buff bottom lane for Lost right now.
Oh, it was actually Lost that got the kill. Sorry, I thought I went over to Carbon. So, yep, not a refresh. Instead, going to be Lost with even more pressure in the lane. You heard that Soul Strikes already thought that it was a winning lane for them. Of course, because they left when it was pushing into the turret. FBI, even though he's up in CS, is a bit artificial and now in some trouble.
Lost going to step forward, get some good auto attack damage. I'm not afraid to step back in and get 1 or 2 more auto attacks off. Big thing for Lost here is, although red buff is great to have early, gives you a little bit extra damage on your auto attacks, and so stop missing cannon creeps. The important thing is also the regeneration. Heading into a lane, a little bit crazy.
Yeah, it certainly is. And you can see that it has been a lot about what these bottom lanes are doing. Everyone on the map, kind of even. I mean, we see the Dorian shield start out of Vlad, very regular into someone like Orianna who can auto attack.
Now we do have a tweet coming in from Mr._Unlucky Os. I like that name. I'm super hyped for this mid lane. This will be amazing. Best of luck, Ryoma Os and Choo Choo, 2 talented players in a classic matchup. Hashtag IamOPL.
Yeah, it certainly is. Orianna Vlad is one of the matchups that we've seen for such a long time. Ryoma, of course, was thought to be the person that would probably replace Choose if he ever retired. Of course, found out later on that that was going to be Claire. However, has definitely found a comfortable home over on Sin after spending a brief time as a Chief sub, and is an exciting prospect. I mean, anyone that's watched the OCS for a couple of seasons knows how good this guy is.
Juves, his captain, speaks very highly of this man. He's a strong mid laner as Carbon. Goes in for a few cheeky Krug steals, but Juves picks up most of them.
Yeah, he just got the little one there, Carbon. Although you can see that the mindset is completely changed. He wants to continue and invade.
Some good damage coming out from Cupcake. Rogue trying to do the best he can to shield up FBI, and good for 6 shots in return. But again, Legacy just slowly pushing out this lane. Soul Strikes knows that it's a pushing lane for them, and they're maintaining it very well.
Although Sin have actually done a really good job here. They're equal in CS with the wave pushing in, and Rogue still has a little bit of sustain left in the form of a biscuit. So certainly not a bad news story. Is now, whoa!
Hello, that's a Standing United flash forward from Ryoma, looking for Choo Choo as he puts wards over the wall. Both of them, dude, trying to split out this Orianna. Ryoma gets donated the kill. Juves gets an assist. Couldn't even flash over there. That's an aggressive play from Sin.
That is so aggressive. Ryoma flies in there, double summoner spell use. Choose in the end doesn't even decide it's worth a flash for his trouble. They use so much to get that, but in the end it's going to be worth because it gives Ryoma a bit of an advantage. He's going to go back and get another free shop in at a good timing. And it just shows the potency of the Shen Vlad combo.
Yep.
If that hits late, if that's a 3-item Vladimir, that's half your team dead.
Yep. Maybe even more. Maybe your entire team just dies. But again, Legacy know they've got pushing lanes and Sin taking advantage of that. Juves has already shown in their previous match against Legacy that when Legacy push in, he's like, all right, that's a gank top lane, that's a gank mid lane, that's a gank bottom. Let's just kill everyone. Now it's Flares and Ryoma's time to shine.
Certainly is. You can see that FBI goes back, gets himself the pickaxe, so wants to be able to continue to trade. This isn't going to be a Sheen lane early, probably going to be a completed Manamune. I was trying to think of the non-upgraded version, and I couldn't for a very long time for some reason. Versus what is a BF sword, probably into a Zeal Rush as well, out of Lost. So both lanes pretty combat stat heavy at the moment.
And we see this coming out of Ezreal's quite a lot. They look for the early Manamune to try and stack up 4 Mirror Mana later on as well. It kind of stops that power spike that he doesn't get when he goes for tier first.
Yeah, it certainly does. And I mean, it's very cost efficient AD as you continue to stack up. And of course, because of the ability to launch all the skill shots and Ezreal running fervor, he probably goes toe-to-toe right now in pretty good fashion. Of course, there is a Ruby Crystal separating the support, so Cupcake a little bit tankier. And wants to be able to push in for some aggressive wards, although they miss the control here. And the biggest nemesis of Graves on Summoner's Rift.
The control wards.
Reloads, never worthwhile.
Unlucky.
Most of the time you just ping it out and let the mid laner deal with it.
So there's a control word there, guys.
Yeah.
You get it sometime later from me. Carbon now looking to try and take down blue buff for the second time. Choo Choo's has made his way over. Juice just says,
this is the right call.
Give it away.
I mean, you have a non-blue buff user in the mid lane, and Juice doesn't really need it. Cooldown reduction's nice on Rengar, but it's not worth giving your life away again for. So actually they just cede complete control of that side of the jungle.
But Rogue's being caught out. That's a lot of damage. Lulu is dead. Legacy get the jump onto the bottom lane support.
Yeah, double plants out as well as the ultimate. So fantastic job out of the Legacy bottom lane. Ryoma and Choose now.
Going toe-to-toe. Carver's going to jump on over, puts the smoke screen down. Big ultimate will come out of Choose, but he's taking so much damage. Choose flies on in, gets him with the bowler strike. Tally's in the back line, so knocks him into the turret. Oh my goodness, this fat man is amazing. As Carmen will pick up the double. Flares has to run for his life. The ninja can't do anything for Sid.
Yeah, exactly right. That was an ult very late out of Flares, actually, and Tally a rogue pretty much at the exact same time. Has already picked up a Sheen, so it does a lot of damage. And you're right, that ultimate back into the turret to split them up was absolutely beautiful. The kills going over to Carbon is a good news story because you want him to be able to pressure this jungle matchup very hard. And with a winning bottom lane as well as a duel in the mid lane going the way of Legacy, first Dragon going to be picked up, and they're sitting pretty.
So Mountain Dragon will be picked up by Legacy, and to add insult to injury, it was a pushing lane going towards Tally's side of the map. Flares probably going to have to use his teleport. If not, he's going to walk back and miss quite a bit of... actually, no, he's just going to miss mini waves anyway, because that's Crash. Tally's going to have a huge advantage in that top lane.
Yeah, it certainly is. Gets a little bit of an experience and gold advantage here. Of course, didn't get a shop off the back end of the fight. Flares got his in, was very low health, so had to return to base. Still is going to be not a difficult, but not the best lane for Choose, because he's not picking up any of these kills. Hasn't been able to finish up a Morellonomicon yet, and you can see that Ryoma going towards early defensive stats, as Vlad's tend to do. Just means that he can do this, walk at you over and over again.
Meanwhile, Juice has found Carbon. Carbon says, we can fight, but the Knife Cat is relentless in the damage he dishes out. Carbon did not expect that.
And Ezreal ult isn't off cooldown, so he will live, but I think that when you're 2-0-2 and you've killed Juves twice already, you don't expect him to walk into your jungle and do 95% of your health.
Carbon sweating. Juice must be fired up after that. Still very confident in going in for these engages and these invades. He's still sitting on the bottom side of the red side of the map for Legacy.
Yeah, it certainly is. Potentially was looking for a turret dive here. Does have ultimate available and knows that he sent Carbon back to base. Instead, just looking for some control. Shen ultimate not yet available, although they do have TP advantage.
FBI standing on top of plants, taking quite a bit of damage. We'll slowly be able to take these down. Has his mana immune picked up, so we'll slowly be stacking that one into a mirror mana. Here comes Rengar. They're just looking to brute force some damage onto these turrets, but Arrow says otherwise. Carver's making his way down. There's a smoke screen. That's a dead cat. Poor kitty.
Yeah, and perfect layering of CC. And Carver just walked through lane. I mean, I feel that you have to expect that. You've spent so much time on the bottom lane and actually dying again 1-3 now. And even though the support's getting some kills, when it's Cupcake, you really don't mind. He's such a good mage player. You know that Zyra is going to build primarily for that damage anyway. And you feel like Juves just needs to go back to farming a little bit. But top side of the jungle was free.
I mean, that was so interesting because, yes, Juves is on Rengar, but there were 3 minions left in that lane. You walking up, what else do you really expect?
I mean, collateral damage can come out and clear it. End of the line instantly clears it. Now they're going, however.
Now that's an Arcane Shift 4 from FBI. Good route coming out from Cupcake. Will not be able to dodge the taunt, though. Flares will help FBI pick up a kill in the bottom lane.
Potentially has to teleport back top because that's a massive creep wave. Although it looks like he's going to hold on to it. And Flares is just sacking his lane to try and get everyone else ahead. He knows that he will be there late game with the teleport regardless. So instead of, trying to win a lane against the Gragas, which is just not going to happen, he has too much wave clear, let's go somewhere else.
Karma's going to try and make the most out of that and move to the top side map. Now, teleport is being forced by Flares here. Legacy will chip the turret down to half health. Juice is making his way up at the same time. And Karma's going to be careful. Flares is dashing on forward, gets the taunt down. Juice looking for the jump, dodges the body slam coming out from Tally.
Wrong side of the jungle.
But there they go, dashing back on in. Juice will take a lot of damage. And now mid lane, Ryoma going toe-to-toe against Choo Choo's. That's an ultimate missing for Choo Choo's. That was way off.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't. Bottom lane somehow, the turret fell down, I think. So all of a sudden, Sin have a gold advantage, although it's still very close. Across the board right now, this game is so back and forth.
Yeah, Sin are looking great heading into this match. I mean, Legacy being proactive, but the reactive moves from Sin are amazing so far. And surprisingly, they're not using the Stand United reactively.
No.
They're using that proactively.
Yeah, every single time you use Stand United in this composition, you need to use it to go forward to pick up advantages because it's just all about getting to that late game. And if they can get any gold out of it, it's going to be a good news story. You've seen they've used it so far to keep mid lane very even, bottom lane dead even. Although the fact that Juves is falling slightly behind is going to hurt them eventually. But really...
I mean, Juves is 200 gold behind Carbon at the moment. It's a gold lead for Flares on the top side map. A small one. Mid lane is even. Bottom lane is even. It's just really Cupcake.
Cupcake, yeah. He's 800 gold up. That's a gold lead right now.
That's a side stone. So Legacy have a side stone advantage and maybe 200 health in the top lane.
Yeah, well, actually showing its way in the form of Mobu Boots and Ward. You see that we have a very early swap coming out. A big long lane bottom will actually suit Gragas as well as Shen just fine. They don't mind bouncing waves and looking for roams around the map, as I think we've already seen quite convincingly this game.
Legacy will be sending their bottom lane duo up to the top side of the map to take over Gragas' duties. And he'll eventually move down bottom, go toe-to-toe against Flares again. Roma still sitting happy in this lane, has his Abyssal Scepter.
Carbon actually wanted the Shockwave out of Flares. Sorry, out of Choo Choo's there.
He's not connected, and there's an arrow going through onto Rogue. Tally's still on the top side of the map. Rogue pops the ultimate, but that's a big Gragas in his face. He'll get locked down and shut down. Legacy now moving multiple members onto the top side of the map. Carbon's here. The boss man is hunting, and they're looking to see if they can go for a dive.
Certainly is. Stand United is available, and Ryoma is pushing in right now, so it could potentially get up there. Instead, it looks like they're just going to back away and sacrifice the turret. I think that's smart, because you never want to lose the lane just off the back of that. Instead, Legacy get a big advantage now gold-wise.
That's a very big move from Legacy, able to take down the top lane outer turret.
And they're just punishing Flares because he hasn't gone Tiamat, he's gone Sunfire Cape. Means his push isn't as hard. And they can just continually use that.
Oh, here he goes. Rengar's jumped in with Stand United. The ultimate from Ezreal clips Karma, but he flashes over the wall. Suddenly Zyra's knocked both of them up, and these plants are going to town on Sin. Ryoma once in on amongst the action. Hemo Plague's been put down. Tally's in the back lines. Shockwave only lands onto the support as he splits up the rest of the team. And it's fights on two fronts. One at the blue buff, one at the pixel brush. Tally's back in. Goes in, but Choose is dead. Flares lives with less than 10 health. Ryoma's going to go down. FBI shifted in. Lost against FBI. They both die. A triple kill for Ezreal. And only the ninja sneaks his way out.
And this game is going absolutely nuts. FBI diving in and challenging Lost to the duel. Cupcake absolutely going berserk. What more do you want? I mean, 4-1-2 AD carry on the side of Sin. Cupcake 5-2-2 going towards AP. It was a good initiation. They make Tally teleport and they are able to isolate, but all of a sudden that ultimate just stops it. They kite it out. And I feel like this is where Legacy should go backwards. Instead, Tally's ultimate actually hurts him a lot because it sends Ryoma back on top of everyone. And look at him, he's just zoning. At the same time, Choo Choo's is getting absolutely destroyed by FBI, who's a monster on the Ezreal. And this is where it got really impressive for me. FBI diving back in the 2v1, gets the outplay, dies in the end to the plant. However, whoa, this game on a knife's edge.
That one player was left alive for quite some time there, Spawn. Stood tall.
Yeah, it did its job.
But you can see there, Carbon put his hands on his head once the shockwave missed from Choo Choo's because Tally was just barely out of range of the other three. If that connected, completely different fight because he saw how fast Rogue died. He was gone.
Yeah, exactly right. And now all that really separates them is that one turret. It looks like it's going to be equalized out on the top side of the map. Although now Legacy looking for mid lane turret. And with Vlad having to go the long way around, they're going to get it.
I mean, before this turret goes down, it's a 1,000 gold lead for Legacy still, despite the even team fight. Now pushed up to about 1,500. FBI will return the favor on the top side map, decides not to stick around, as Ryoma is going to be able to go into the Sanguine Pool to avoid the Asho. A poor Rogue gets connected. There's a cast into the ultimate. Juice gets a wild growth and a flash from Rogue. That's another turret that's going to fall. And FBI is walking his way into the mid lane. Legacy abuse that and take down two turrets.
Yeah, they take down two turrets. They get themselves about a 1,800 gold lead. Very proactive move. However, you have to remember that as far as scaling goes, Sin have it in spades. And I don't think that there's any way that this game, unless it's a huge Baron player, this game closes it out in the next couple of minutes. Vlad's huge. Ezreal's massive at this stage. And Shen is definitely going to be able to do his job. He's 30 CS up now.
And they've got the goal of the right people spawn. Ezreal, Shen, Vladimir. I mean, Rengar's building tank after his Warriors enchantment, so he's going to be happy.
Yeah, exactly right. Probably will go for a Hex Drinker just because it's so cost effective, but then into something like a Dead Man's Plate. And really, Cupcake is so much of the damage right now that's going to come out of Legacy. It's actually a good thing because Choose is a little bit behind, you would say. So the fact that Zyra can step up in that aspect, going towards a Leandry's already. Cupcake's a monster. He's such a good mage support.
He's 5-2-2. Zyra's going to be dealing quite a bit of damage. I mean, Choo Choo's, it's a Morel, Nomicon to a blasting one, which is the difference between their mid laner and support right now. And that speaks a lot for how well Cupcake is doing in this match.
And I wonder if the priority changes. Now do we see Vlad dive onto Cupcake? Because he is adding so much zone. I mean, you can see he's within 500 gold. And Zyra just, his spaces are so high. So yeah, does Vlad dive into there? I mean, are they still looking to isolate Choose? It is such a difficult match to play out with so many threats across the board.
I mean, we're used to seeing Ninja Tabbies all around Spawn, but we've got Merc Threads galore for Sin. Everyone wants a piece of tenacity in this game. Big power spike for FBI. He's picked up the Trinity Force.
He's huge at the moment. Boots to Trinity as well as Manamune still stacking.
We've got Protobelt being picked up by Ryoma on top of that. Very strong Vladimir. Sin actually looked very scary, despite being 2,000 gold behind.
I actually think in a 5v5 team fight right now, Sin is probably stronger, just because they're still waiting for Lost to come online. And we'll see if that is how it breaks down, or whether Legacy just use their composition to look for picks, because you have to think that Lost arrow into any Cupcake damage and someone dies.
You see Flares still split pushing on the bottom side of the map. Get some damage onto these turrets. Now looking for red buff all by himself. Says, this is mine, but Legacy. They're slowly rotating their way down. That ward will spot out Flares. And the Carver's going to come over and say, thanks for the leash, buddy. Oh, he reset it. Damn it, Carmen.
I mean, Infernal Dragon probably the next objective we're going to be looking at. I feel like no team is in a position right now to really challenge the Baron. It's going to be hard to siege into the wave clear that is Legacy, so you can see right now that Sin just farming all 3 waves, bouncing where you can. You'd have to say Vladimir is much more suited to a side wave than Orianna, although still very hard to kill. Potentially Ryoma looking to turret dive mid lane.
Sitting right behind Legacy.
Choose his poster ult.
Cupcake is standing close to the side of Vladimir, away from the Rengar. Smoke Screen's going to come out, just looking to try and clear out these waves. He will get spotted out by Choo-Choo's though, who cheats through the blue side of the jungle.
But you see that every time the Rengar ult goes down, all of a sudden they have to back away and Tally has to come over, which means that you can just, if your flares sit in the side lane, continue to grow this CS advantage. You're 2-0 and 7, you're a super tank already. I want to see how much tankier he gets or whether he goes towards a little bit of damage. And now, actually, it's going to be them moving into mid lane and looking to pressure the turret. I think this is the wrong call. I think you just stay in the 1-3-1 for as long as you can. Choose.
Ooh. There we go. Choose gets a good shockwave on towards Ryoma, who's still charging off forward to Choo-Choo's flares. Flashes in with a taunt. Flash in return from Choose to get back to safety.
And they burn the shockwave. They burn Hemo Plague. There's a minute until Dragon. Of course, Flare's not going to have that ultimate available either. Going to be very close on both the Hemo Plague as well as the Shockwave because they do have 20% cooldown reduction. They're level 13.
But Flares will have his teleport, so can still continue to split push as Arrow is going to whiff from Loss and FBI still chunking this turret away. Big body slam from Tally, however only knocks Juves and Rogue back to safety. Now hunting down FBI, who tickles this Gragas. He's not afraid of no one. Rogue even flashes forward trying to protect Ezreal. Now Tally is going to be the first target coming out from Sin. Flares is on top of him. Ryoma is dead though, and Carmen is charging into the back lines with his shotgun. The Ninja is down. 4 members of Sin are dead. That's going to be a Legacy Baron.
And a sloppy team fight out of Sin there. They don't have any of the ultimates available. They don't get onto the back line, and they lose all 4 members. This, if anything, has to be a steal, but with Choo-Choo's guarding the back of the pit, Baron over to Legacy at 23 minutes in. Might have just bust open this mid-game.
5,000 health. He's not going to get there in time. Juves is running. Will he go in? Does not. Carbon picks it up nice and easy. Legacy 5,000 gold up and a Baron buff. It's almost good night for Sin here.
Yeah, and potentially a Constellation Drake could be picked up, but let's take another look. Juves, good flash. From here, just run away, get out. Instead, they're trying to cut it out. Ryoma goes for the backline access, but can't get on to anyone. He actually proto-belted into a wall.
Ooh. And he used the Sanguine Pool so early, Spawn.
Yeah, and from there he just gets blown up. And then Carbon, I mean, all those early kills we talked about, it Graves in the mid-game walks in just with the shotgun, and it's not even going to be a contest.
Carbon looks like a man possessed for this game, Spawn. He's ready to take down members of Sin. He wants revenge. I mean, they were undefeated until their match against Sin.
Huh. Lost is going Bork. Whew. So there you go. There's the adaptation.
So Ash picking that one up as their 3rd item.
Generally, you go double Zeal if you're going Infinity Edge on Ash. Instead, we're going to see a Bork. I like it. Good lifesteal, good attack speed still.
Active helps him peel people off like a Rengar, or a Vladimir, or a Shen. Great. However, Legacy now with the Baron buff can slowly walk minions down their respective lanes. Bottom lane is their target of choice. They've grouped up as 5 here. Ryoma's going straight back to base. He wants nothing to do with this gang squad.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. This game is still difficult if all the ultimates are used properly on Sin. However, that was not the case last team fight, and that's why Legacy were able to pick it up. And now the gold lead might ultimately be what's cost them. Because how good is your team comp? Is it 6,000 gold good? Because it has to be now, because Legacy are just continuing to melt down objectives.
Thrill the Hunt has been popped here. Only sees Tally at the moment. He's going straight in. Stand United's been popped, but they destroyed the Rengar before the Stand United can come off. Juves gets obliterated, and Tally's gone back in for round 2. Ryoma will take down the captain of Legacy, but right as Flares gets there, Legacy say, you know what, we can disengage.
Yeah, they have to disengage, because even though they take down Juves, they take down Ryoma. Ryoma did so much damage on the back line. So I think it's a good disengage here. They get 1 turret off the Baron. They're going to be able to go for potentially a push in mid lane.
And possibly move up towards the top side of the map. Final inner turret is up there. They've got some time on this Baron buff spawn. There is a potential they could look for it.
Yeah, they certainly do. I mean, they don't have to rush this Legacy. I mean, there is definitely still a clock on the game, but now that you've got a 7,000 gold buffer, that's pretty much a couple of major items. So, you know, you're not going to be under the same amount of pressure you were when the mid-game was even. Instead, They can take that deep breath. And Ryoma and Juves need to get back on the same page. They need to be going on this initiation at the same time because you can't turn around and use everything on one of them. If they split damage, everyone ends up on the back line quite easily.
Juves can't quite catch a break. Every time he dives in, he's just dead. Even through a Stand United.
Man, this is what happens when you 1-5, mate. Stand United needs to be earlier if that's a call, because then regardless if he dies, the Shen arrives. And yeah, it's just little tiny bits of misexecution here that's costing Sin massive.
We have a tweet coming in from Law Archangel. I believe that's how the name's pronounced. We had some time discussing this one on the podcast. When I grow up, I want to throw down Greg assaults like Tally.
What,
Hashtag I'm OPL.
Throw a Vladimir back on the rest of your team and cost them a team fight? No, Tally's had some pretty good ultimates. He is a good Gragas. I know that Legacy historically liked the champion a lot. Baron buff has expired. Shen ult up.
Legacy is still charging in towards the spot lane inhibitor turret. Juice has the ultimate ready. Hunting the backlines of Legacy. Carbon just walks into the jungle and says, not today, my friend. If you want to get to my team, you got to go through me. And that's an Ash arrow coming out from Lost. Didn't see if it connected, but Tally's gone in. Knocked FBI back into the team. Going to get locked down. That's a mobile AD carry being stuck on by a very immobile man. We've got Ryoma in the back lines. He's going to get a shutdown. Picks up a kill. Tally now taking up a lot of damage. Dashes on in. He is dead. Cupcake now left alone, and Sin have turned around this team fight. He's going to be taken down. The Ninja gets it with a Sunfire K. Tally is a fat man. He's going to have to try and run away somehow, but the taunt comes through, and a triple kill for Flares. Big team fight from Sin.
With only Ryoma going down, and Carbon is chasing Juves on the other side of the map.
Hello.
How did they end up over there?
Oh, that's a... What?
I mean, Juice just has a chuckle. He's like, anytime you want to chase me that far, mate, no worries. 4 for 2. We take that team fight where I'm from. 6,000 gold. Back to very even. Let's take a look at this. So on the left-hand side, you can see that this is where they get tangled up. FBI gets popped back into the team, but a really nice Shen ult, and then Vladimir flies into the back lane. You have to peel back at that stage. And then from there, I mean, I think the disengage is a bad call from Telly, because if you get flashed like that, FBI just goes forward, and look at the consistent damage out of Ezreal. I mean, it's absolutely bonkers. Flares is going nuts as well. And really nicely played. There's nothing else to say there, but this is what the team fight looks like out of Sin. This is why Soul Strikes didn't want it to go late, because if it does, Shen, Vlad, Ez is impossible to deal with.
I'm sorry, the entire time I was just trying to look at the minimap and see how far they went. They started at blue buff?
Yeah, they started at blue buff and went all the way top lane. And both of them used flash.
I mean, I did say that Carbon's probably saying to Jews, you know what, you want to get to my team, you got to go through me. I didn't mean...
Literally.
I'm going to hunt you down so you can't ever see my team. I mean, that's a little bit too fiery from the captains of these two teams.
I mean, Carbon's level 15, Juve's level 12. I think that sums up the jungle performances so far. So if Carbon wants to chase Juves, I don't think Juves cares.
I mean, run around the map going, here, kitty, 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 kitty. Doesn't quite work sometimes, Spawn. Sin pick up a big team fight off the back of that, but there's still 6,000 gold behind. But they found Carbon jumping straight on top of him. He goes down. Flares goes on a rampage. And this is a team that doesn't look like they're 5k behind with 3 dragons and a Baron gone.
Yeah, I asked how good their team fight is. Even against the Infernal, it looks pretty damn polished. Sin, always known for the ARAM, always known for the Death Ball comp. You don't want to give it to them, and they might have caught out Choose.
Oh no, Choose. Run! You've got to try and get away somehow. Ultimate's going to come out. Doesn't matter, because Flares is right on top of everyone. Rogue will pay for it. He'll die in the mid lane. Lost in Cupcake, able to catch him out, but still, Sin. I don't know what breakfast I had this morning, but I want it.
And we knew that Ryoma made this team a lot better. Good control mage player. They want to be able to teamfight. They want to be able to 4-1, although might need to stop that because Flares trying to fight Tally, although 2 big tanks.
No, it's mid lane we got to watch. Ryoma. Let's pop this on his Hourglass. Cupcake.
Look at all the health that comes back.
True Shot Barrage coming out. Bit scary, but Sin just beat down these turrets. There's a last whisper being picked up by FBI. It's a very strong Ezreal at the moment.
Yeah, certainly is. I mean, that is going to be potentially another Mountain Drake going over, although Choo Choo's not alive. Neither is Rogue. They died about the same time, but Rogue much lower level, so going to be up quicker. And you say they go over the wall. They want to be able to take this one. You feel like maybe they're going towards Elder Dragon, and that's why they're just trying to power through the dragons as much as possible. 36-minute Elder Dragon with 4 would secure this game. I don't care how good your team fight is. 4 Dragon, Elder Dragon is just way too much to overcome.
I mean, if you're Soul Strikes right now, sitting in the break room, looking at this game, you're like a concerned parent spawn, constantly checking your watch, saying it's getting late.
It is
They're
getting
not
late.
home.
Yep.
Something's happening. Come on. Tick-tock, tick-tock, Legacy. Time is running out at the moment. They have a 4,000 gold lead to work with, but not for much longer.
Oh, God, that gave me horrible flashbacks. The reason we pay for your phone, Jake, is so that you can call. Oh, come on, Mom. You didn't have that?
No. When I went out, my mum would say, no, stay.
However, Baron has been started up, Fish. 31 minutes into this one.
Yep, they're looking to try and take this out as fast as possible. Staying
Here
on
comes
early.
Juice.
Arrow's not going to connect. They do get the Baron. Juice has jumped in with a big shield. Sin still want to go for this fight. They're taking it as slow as they possibly can to kick things off. Rhymer flashes over. Avoids the body slam on top of Lost. He is going to fall. FBI's in the backlines as well. And the rest of Sin, they've held up Legacy. Ryoma gets the double. What a fantastic flank from their new mid laner.
But 2 kills, 3 kills for a Baron, that's not the most uneven trade. It depends what they can get off the back end of this. And good news for Legacy is that they take it away from the team fighting comp. Because if that was a Sin Baron right now, the game is very hard to come back to win. However, they should be able to put it in the mid lane.
Rogue's getting taken down pretty low. Chuchu's going to have to run away from FBI. He's going to be able to get away successfully. Oh, no! Flash in!
What are you doing?
You're a madman! Don't do that! Oh, my goodness. What? What?
Carmen just turns around and shoots him in the head.
But I was so distracted because, again, I saw a kill pop up, which was Carbon's killed Juice somewhere across the map again.
Yep. So, in the end, it's actually a 2 for 3 and Baron. So Legacy win that massively.
They do. I mean,
and now big 30-second death timer on FBI. He has no flash, no heal. Means the next fight gets a heck of a lot easier.
He was a man possessed.
But really, it's all about can you keep flares and Ryoma off the back line, which so far has looked very futile. You saw that team fight. Ryoma was willing to burn both summoner spells to take out Lost. And this is one of those games where you're like, oh yes, 80 carry in 2017. Because even though it's not the what you're normally seeing, Vlad is just such a strong anti-carry with the pull. It's so hard. But let's take a look at what happened with Juves. He was just running around and Carver just ults him. All right, that's fair enough. Get the heck out of my jungle.
Stay away. Go back to your side, Kitty. For now, though, Legacy still looking to try and push in the bottom lane. Tally's got his Guardian Angel back up. He's got a lock of the Iron Solari as well.
He's huge.
I mean, when Cupcake picks up a Void Staff, you kind of need to pick up some support items for your team. Juice is popped his ultimate. Looking to see if he can jump in. The rest of Sin being very cautious. Flares is still split pushing with both teleport spells available. Legacy have to pull the trigger if they want to go.
But Ryoma can't get in. I don't feel like they can go. Potentially we'll look for a trade here.
So Inhibitor gets taken down. Legacy will head back to base. Baron recalls on 2 of their members. Flares.
Not going to get this one, mate.
Very slow. 7-1 and 10 Shen.
Although, with that empowered recalls and 2 people still there.
Big flash from Juice. Avoids the ultimate from Tally. They have to use the arrow, but he cleanses out of it immediately. Cupcake will be the first to fall.
They're still going, Fish.
He's hunting. The ninja's trying to be sneaky, but they know exactly where he is. Lost and Tally. It's do or die. Backs against the wall. What can they do? Taunt connects. Ryoma into backlines. That's a dead 80 carry. Tally now trying to run. Carbon says, I'm here, buddy. Let's do it. It's us against the world, but it's going to be Flares going back in. Ryoma still wants a piece of the captain of Legacy. The double Guardian Angels are quite threatening, though. They will only lose their 80 carry and support.
Yeah, so 2 members die, and it's because the empowered recall's got 2 members back, but not the other 3. And you can see that now Sin actually looking to set up and siege this bottom lane, where 35 minutes in, gold's pretty much irrelevant, comes all down to execution.
Ooh, FBI! What are you doing? That's a madman! Here comes a Shen. Flares have been delivered into the back lines. I mean, idea, 10-10. Execution, 5-7, I give it there. Not quite sure what was going on. FBI just decided I'm the tank now. If no one else is going to do it, I should.
I'm the only person with a gap closer left. I have no flash. I can't get out of this situation if it goes horribly wrong. And I'm diving into an Orianna with Shockwave. But let's go, boys.
Something slowed him down. He got a Lulu shield, a Lulu speed up, Shen ultimate, but he was just so slow. It would have been fantastic if he got there in time.
I'm never calling that play fantastic.
It would have been fantastic. Say it again. But the gold's dead even here, Spawn. I mean, 3,000, yes, but... I
mean, if you give me 35-minute Vlad and a 2,500 gold deficit, I'll take it 10 out of 10 times.
Against 4 dragons?
Well, it comes down to can they get the Elder Drake? I mean, that's all it really is.
That's coming up in 30 seconds. Baron still has about 2.5 minutes, I believe, till it's back up.
To be fair, Graves and Oriana are really good users of Infernal Drake as well.
Yes.
So you have to point that out. Both of them stack quite high, so percentages means more. However, this is the fight that matters. They're going to get Flares probably back up into the top lane. Legacy doing the right thing, controlling vision.
Flares has snuck around.
Nah, he's going top.
Oh,
he wants to have a pressure point, wants to give them a clock. Ooh, he's cancelled again.
So he's role-playing at the moment, Spawn. He's playing Shen. He's a ninja. Quiet, sneaky.
And you see Ryan actually behind as well.
I mean, that's the danger. Ryan was behind someone. That's pretty scary. And Thrill to Hunt has been popped. Rengar hunting now members of Legacy.
It is level 16, so it lasts for a long time. Flares in the pit?
Yeah, he dodges away from that. Tally's going to tank up Infernal Dragon now. Carbon says, all right. Dash over here. Don't want to try and take on this dragon all by myself. Juice jumps in, says, hello, Tally. Let's go for a little bit of a brawl,
Juice
shall
is
we?
dead.
But he's taken so much damage. Rose forced to use the ultimate. Stan United's going to come out, and Lost says, let's go. I can kite for days. I mash. Oh! Flares, big taunt going to the back lines. Lost will take a lot of damage, but Ryoma's being hunted down by Carbon. He's ghosting in. Big Hemo play coming out. Oh! Everyone's just going to die. Ryoma pops the Zonya, stays alive. Bottom lane duo for Legacy have to back out. Carbon somehow in the back line's been able to take down one member, but Sid take 2 for 1. I'll take that trade any day.
Yeah, exactly right. However, no team can touch the dragon, and there are super creeps in the base right now of Sin.
Oh, no.
So Legacy, actually, Lost gets back to full health. Potentially can look to continue the shenanigans.
I mean, Cupcake's sitting around with 200 health. A wild true shot barrage.
Would kill him, yep.
Yeah, FEI is sitting on 5 items with a longsword sitting in that final slot. He's going to move in towards the mid lane. This turret should fall.
Potentially. I mean, there's 3 members streaming out, and one of them is Cupcake, who does so much damage.
Oop. Arco Chef FBI gets him back to safety. Ryoma charging on in.
But you don't want that.
There's an ultimate. Ryoma says, all right, you want to knock me back into the team? I will go. FBI, he goes in. That is a mistake. Rogue gets splashed on and bopped by the Gragas. That was greedy from Sin.
No ultimate available. No summoner spells available for Ryoma. Not even Zonya's. And he tries to get backline access against what is an absolutely huge Ashe and Zyra. And they just turn around and delete him. He wasn't alive for enough rotations of spells. And that actually might be game.
Well,
there's 30 seconds left, and there's only one Nexus turret.
Yeah, it's Sin, Juice and Flares against the world. Arrow's going to connect. Shen gets out of that nice and easy. Inhibitor's going to respawn. Buys them some time.
Okay, so 15 seconds on the Lulu, 20 on the other 2 members. I still don't think it's enough.
They're going to try, and Legacy looking to try and push for the win. Rengar ultimate is going to come out. Flares in the back line, just trying to taunt up and stall for some time. Dodge Fuel will come out. Juice gets one, but Legacy say, all right, Nexus, now, go, 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 kill it. The
He's proxying the wave. They're going to be up in time.
The current turret's just taking way too long. Juju's taking so much damage. Rogue's back up. Legacy tried to rush the Nexus, but it doesn't work, and now FBI is coming in. They've got to disengage. Sid lived to fight another day. Flares has stopped the ports.
Yeah, and they want to continue to stop the ports because the top lane inhibitor, sorry, is getting absolutely smacked by a bunch of minions right now. Looks like they won't chase too far, although maybe even Elder Drake is on the menu.
Seems like
Elder Drake for Baron?
Could be. I mean, Sin are running towards the Baron, but they're not going to get there in time.
I mean, Legacy has to recall.
So FBI is going to start this one up. Baron still lasts longer than Elder Dragon, but Elder Dragon does have an increased duration this year. So if Sin play their cards right, they can stall out for as long as they want, make sure that the Elder Dragon disappears from Legacy, and try and use that as some time for themselves. Baron is going to fall here. Sin pick it up. It's a trade. And yes, they lost their inhibitor as well.
Yeah, so they lose the inhibitor because no empower recall off the back end of Elder Drake. And now, I mean, for Dragon Elder Drake, you have to try and fight, but you're up against a Baron up squad. I mean, there's so many questions. Does Sin play 1-3-1? I think that's way too risky. Their teamfight execution has been very hit or miss.
Mm-hmm. It's been very Sin.
Yes, it has. This game has actually been very Sin. And in the past, if you play Sin's playstyle, they can go toe-to-toe with anyone. They took a game off Chiefs, and they're so close to taking a 41-minute game off Legacy right now, who look to be in the driver's seat after that mid-game.
And at this point, if you're Soul Strikes, you're sitting on the front porch, you're about to go to bed, you know you're going to give it another 5 minutes. If the car doesn't pull up, oh, police are on their way.
They're missing. My child's gone out and has not come home.
Oof. Well, Legacy are trying to make it back home, but there's an object in their way.
Tally has got good positioning on a flank. It's always nice to be able to go over the wall, tank up the turret, and get the cask behind people. The other thing you can use cask for, which I talk about a lot, is you just can peg it at the turret and look to take it as quick as possible.
Oh, they're pushing on in. Baron buff minions from Sin are going to be able to deal some wonders towards this lane. You can see Choo Choo's looking for a great opportunity to put the ball in the back line and try and get a good shockwave to kick things off. But Carbon takes a lot of poke before that can start. No Guardian Angel for him and no lifesteal for this Graves. Slowly, Ocean Dragon will regenerate his health, and on the Thrill of the Hunt has been popped by Juve, scouting out Legacy.
And Flares is waiting in base. You can see that they actually don't want to pull the trigger. Elder Drake is still incredibly scary. Cupcake has everything available.
Super Minions in the base of Legacy means we gotta go home, guys. Defend the base. Turret's gonna take a bit of...
Ooh, okay. They don't want to lose anything.
Choo Choo's like, no. Not today.
And I mean, it's such a short cooldown at this stage of the game. You can see it's already a quarter of the way there. However, Sin do know that. Could potentially force a fight with Ryoma Sums.
So, it's time for the game of who's at 6 items. Shen, already complete. Juve's missing 1. Ryoma at max build as well, with Void Staff complete.
No death cap, however, important to point out.
FBI double lifesteal items. Mercurial Scimitar was his final pickup. And you look at over to the side of Legacy. Tally still missing 1 of the just completed, so Randomins has been picked up. Carbon full. Choo Choo's is missing an item right now, but Lost is at max capacity. And even Cupcake is at max items as well here. Swan just looking to upgrade into Locket.
And really, I mean, FBI has so much power if the shields are on him. However, you also want Shen in the back line. We'll see whether they actually peel back. They're all pushing in right now. FBI, you're a little bit close, buddy.
Oh, gets jumped on by Tally. Arrow's going to come out. FBI used the Mercurial Scimitar, gets back to safety. And suddenly Ryoma's going in. Lost! He's a dead man. Everyone piles on in. And Sin say, let's go, boys. We did it once. We could do it twice. It's time to take down the Legacy tree as they slowly hack their way into every single member of the squad. And they fall one by one. Sin have done it. They're going to push to the Nexus here, Spawn. It is going to be game.
And it was always going to be a time bomb. 43 minutes in. Shen, Vlad, Ezreal able to take over and Sin pick up game 1.
They do. They did it 1 week. They can do it again. They're happy. They're jumping out their chairs. They just took down Legacy in the first match of this best of 3.
And you can see Juve's actually trying to calm people down. He's saying it's just game 1, guys. I mean, we played very well. You see Ryoma on your screen. He was a Vladimir that pretty much soloed out 3 people in the last team fight. But boy, oh boy, was that a game from both teams.
They've done it again, Spawn. I mean, some people called it luck. Someone said it's a perfect storm. Who knows? Maybe Sin are just the kryptonite of Legacy.
Maybe Juves really has just downloaded Carbon. Maybe that's what it was. I mean, he had him just chasing it all over the map. It was an interesting game. There was mistakes from both squads, but the tenacity out of Sin to just keep hitting back is super impressive, Fish.
It certainly was. Sin fought really hard, came back into the game despite being down for a majority of that match. They pick up a game 1 victory, Spawn. That's massive in this series.
That was Legacy were pretty much on the Nexus. The last turret had a quarter health left. Respawns were coming in everywhere. That was just chaos. And as I said, you know, the ability to stick with it, Sin deserved game 1 victors.
Well, despite the intentional feeding coming out from Juice, as he likes to call it, he has definitely downloaded Carbon here. Let's see if he can update those drivers and tell if he has. Let's give it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you, Fish, and thank you, Spawn, if you're just joining us. Legacy have gone down 0-1 in that first game to Sin, and Rusty and Mendrick. Solstrike said it. He said, look, we need to win this game as Legacy early. If we go late, then Sin can take it, and that's exactly what happened, right?
Yeah, look, to be honest, I'm actually very happy with Sin's draft. At the start of the day, I said they're the closest team in the OPL to my fond Chinese region in how they play, and they legitimately picked an LPL team composition. They had to protect the Vladimir. The Shen ultimate goes on a Vlad, and when they get 3 items, you cannot actually team fight them. Literally happened like that, and it's a free victory at the 3 item mark.
But if you're Legacy, what were you trying to do with that draft then, Mendrix?
Well, they did it right to that degree. They were able to hold on in that early game. They took it towards them. They had a team fighting composition. It seemed it was draft specifically to deal with Sin in that case, sort of thing. Get the lane priority, get those early wins. And what they did well was actually keep a leash on Juves as well. You saw that early with an early team fight. They went in towards that blue buff, said, you know what, this is going to be ours to take. Juves tried to defend it. They managed to get the kill, and it was a great start from there.
Now, we also talked about Choo-Choo's going into Roma today. Obviously, Roma doing so much damage. But, I mean, this is one of the first times I've seen a Vlad in the OPL this split. So for people who are just joining in this split, is Roma going off, or is that just what Vlad does late that game?
It's a combination of both, right? So the new item build for Vladimir is Abyssal Scepter instead of a Spirit Visage. You're less down the tank route and more down the I'm going to do damage. You go Proto Belt, and once you have the Abyssal Scepter, you actually just press your ultimate, you Proto Belt everybody, and then you run around in your Sanguine Pool, just be a puddle, and no one can touch you. Then you've got a Shen and a Lulu to protect you. So whilst you're doing all of this damage, preventing them from being able to fight you because you're completely untargetable, there's no counterplay.
So that was presumably the spicy pick that Juves was alluding to early on. Mendrix, I mean, are you happy with Legacy overall? I mean, obviously they were trying to close out that game early, but in terms of an early game comp, were they playing well?
Yes, they were. I mean, one of the greatest indicators of that was the amount of dragons they actually managed to pick up. If you look at that, they managed to get 4. That's typically what happens when you do have an early game composition. Basically, you should be getting this early neutral objectives. That's sort of your win condition towards the late game. And we saw them get the Elder Drake, but it didn't work out in the end.
So one thing we talked about before this game is that when Sin are able to force another team to play their style, this scrappy team fighting style, then that's when they can take points. That's when they can take games. Now, as an example of that, I feel like they were able to do that today, in particular at that fight around the Baron.
Absolutely. And we can actually see it coming up soon. What they really do there is it all comes down to their composition. As you can see, when you have a Shen, when you've got a diving champion that allows you to make these initiations happen, this just happens to be the consequence of it. Team fights erupt, and Legacy, I feel, drafted it. They were playing the game of Sin, and it just unfolds out here, complete and utter chaos in this team fight. And this is what happens when Sin forces the team fights. This is what happens when the team then goes down to the same level, and it is quite the show.
I mean, to be fair, if you're going to put a Vladimir in the front line and compare that to an Orianna in the front line, that's ultimately where these things go wrong. Choo-Choo's was never there at the right times. He was always late. In that particular fight, he was actually on a flank, and that's not the position you want to have yourself in. Nobody really working as a 5-man unit, and honestly, throughout that game, it was whoever made the most mistakes lost.
Well, we also talked about when we were upstairs watching this game, we were talking about how the trade for Baron and a top lane inhibitor versus that Elder Drake. I mean, did you feel like that was the right trade towards the end of the game, Mendrix?
It was actually curious because you think, all right, we've got 4 Elder Drakes. It'd be an excellent choice for us to get this. And it was absolutely ridiculous, but here we go. This is a different engage. This is when Sin scale up. This is what's big about this engage. You sort of see the turning point for them. This entire time, Legacy's been well in control. They're getting the dragons. They're getting the objectives. They think they've found the team fight to end the game. And Sin say, no, 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 no. We are starting to get our items. We are starting to turn online. Legacy go a bit too far forward, and they end up losing the team fight because of it.
And here's the thing. This is where I'll critique Legacy moving into the second game. I'm okay with Soulstrike's draft, just not their draft into what Sin actually had. How are you going to protect your AD carry when it's an Ashe from the Vladimir? Like, what do you actually have besides a Zyra that's just going to die with the Ashe that saves someone from the Vladimir? That's my problem.
I mean, yeah, you'll have a Graves on the other side of the map hunting down a Rengar and shooting him in the back,
Yeah,
right?
and that achieves nothing, unfortunately, as well. To me, the biggest solution that you would look at here is the Shen. They shouldn't be giving the Shen combo over to the Vladimir comp. Firstly, they get a Lulu Rengar, so that's strong. Then they have a Shen Vladimir. None of the carries will die from the side of Sin, and everyone does from Legacy.
Well, there we have it. Sin beating Legacy 1-0 in that first game, but do not go anywhere because we'll be back with game 2 right after this.
But here comes Ryoma, they're ghosting in. It's going to be a level 3 all-out brawl. Carbon has flashed away. Juves, what are you doing? Jumps into the entire team of Legacy, who just turn around and smack that kitty cat. Juves flies on in, gets him with the bowler strike. Tallies in the back line, so knocks him into the turret. Oh my goodness, this Batman is amazing. As Carbon will pick up the double. Flares has to run for his life. Suddenly Zyra's knocked both of them up, and these plants are going to town on Sin. Roma once in on amongst the action. Human plays being put down. Tally's in the back lines. Shockwave only lands onto the support as he splits up the rest of the team. And it's fights on two fronts. One on the blue buff, one on the pixel rush. Tally's back in. Goes in, but Choose is dead. Flares lives with less than 10 health. Ryoma's going to go down. FBI shifted in. Lost against FBI. They both die. A triple kill for Ezreal. And only the ninja sneaks his way out.
And this game is going absolutely nuts.
He's off. Roma flashes over. Voids the body slam on top of Lost. He is going to fall. FBI's in the back lines as well. And the rest of Sin, they've held up Legacy. Ryoma gets the double. What a fantastic flank from their new mid laner. FBI, he goes in. That is a mistake. Rogue gets splashed on and booked by the Gragas. And suddenly Ryoma's going in. Lost. He's a dead man. Everyone piles on in. And Sin say, let's go, boys. We did it once. We can do it twice. It's time to take down the legacy tree as they slowly hack their way into every single member of the squad, and they fall one by one. Sin have done it. They're going to push to the Nexus here, Spawn. It is going to be game.
And it was always going to be a time bomb. 43 minutes in, Shen, Vlad, Ezreal able to take over and Sin pick up game one.
They do. They did it 1 week. They can do it again. They're happy. They're jumping out their chairs. They just took down Legacy in the first match of this best of 3.
Next time, you get my back. Huh?
I feel like we've lost the games we were meant to win, and we've won games that we weren't meant to win. So like the main goal for us is like becoming like a more consistent and well-rounded team for Gauntlet time.
Brooks is dead, Baron's dead, Sin, oh my goodness, they're just wiping the floor of the Chiefs.
After the Chiefs series last week, we could have come out with a better result. You know, we had improved a lot in the weeks beforehand, but you know, they are the reigning champs.
To be honest, we should have won the first game because Ryoma was really strong and we didn't play around him as well. We were diving in like monkeys and then we just like get killed by rumble ults.
Have a dash to try and get away, looking for the wall. Big arrow comes out, but he doesn't get over it. Spooks will eventually go through. Flares is taking the brunt of the damage.
So Roma's performance recently on the Rift in his 2 weeks that we've had him, I would say he's been like pretty good. Like we versed X5 in the first week, which was like a good week for him to just like put his nerves to rest.
Always really wanted to be in a gaming house just so like I could play more and play without like any distractions. And I felt like since moving out, I've improved a lot.
So moving into the Gauntlet, we've shown glimpses of like really good things where like when we've beaten Direwolves, we've beaten Chiefs, we've taken like the whole series against Legacy. I feel like if we can play at like the level we did against Legacy, then like I have like confidence in my team and like everyone that we can beat anyone on any day.
In this first split, I'm a rookie. Like I don't expect much right now, but it'd be really great to win the grand finals on my first split.
The run through the gauntlet isn't going to be the easiest. It's going to be a lot of games for us, you know, short amount of time. It's going to be hard to prep for, but if you want to be the best, you've got to beat them all, right? So if we have to start at the bottom and work our way up, you know, we've always been the underdogs, we can do that.
Welcome back to the OPL, and if you're just joining us, Sin have taken out the first game of this match over Legacy. And as we were just seeing there from the Sin gaming house, Roma thinks, look, he's a rookie, but it'd be great to win the grand final.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah, wouldn't it, if you're a rookie?
Lovely.
Yeah,
It'd be amazing.
I mean, I'm not laughing because I don't think it's going to happen. I mean, maybe it will. I'm just laughing because, like, yeah, everyone would think that, right? Yeah, I think everyone would like to win that grand final. But going into this second game, I want to highlight something we didn't talk about going out of that first game, which is that Tigon tweeted out and he said, look, no one took Exhaust versus Rengar on the Legacy side. No, what is, break that down for me, Rusty. What does that mean?
I mean, if you're playing against a team composition that has two major carries on the roster with a Vladimir and an Ezreal, you're engaging onto them, and especially with the Vladimir, you have no exhaust to prevent him from doing damage, then you don't want to play a Gragas into it firstly. You need to have an exhaust with an Ignite to be able to take him down, or an Executioner's Calling to complement the Ignite, the healing reduction, and still an exhaust. If you're going to throw burst carries into your face, make sure you can stop him from bursting you.
Yeah.
And it comes down to it, they didn't really have any insurance for their damage. The damage was just sort of sitting back in that line, and immediately, as soon as they dived on, they were just basically sitting ducks, and it kind of goes, yes, that's why you need the exhaust as the insurance. Or maybe a champion, perhaps take away the Shen. That way you'll be able to defend against it.
So then if you're Soul Strikes going into this game, do you say to Choo Choo's, look, pick up that Vladimir, or do you just ban it out?
It comes down to, like, I think they could pick the Vladimir for themselves if Choo Choo's wants to play it. I know that he can play the Vladimir. And to me, if you were Soul Strikes, you have to think about, like, how far towards empowering my own team are we going to go, and how far towards disempowering the opposition team are we going to go? Because Sin, they had a really good team composition. You probably want to start taking that away.
Yeah, and one of the things I want to talk about with Sin is that they had a great team composition. They still need to clean up some of that late game decision making. They went a bit greedy for a particular inhibitor. I think you might have had a bit of a message for them there.
Yes. Don't suck.
I believe upstairs you were like, look, play
I'm
around
pissed
your
off is what I said.
You said, let's just play around your cooldowns.
Play around your cooldown.
Don't go into the enemy base when you've got no summoners or ultis.
No, he's right. Yeah. But when I'm talking about Sin, I mean that as well, because if you have a Vladimir Shen combo, every 2 minutes odd, maybe 3 minutes, you'll be able to use an uncounterable combo, and they were just going constantly instead. So it's a bit of patience from the opposition.
All right, well, do either of you want to switch your predictions before we go into game 2? Does anyone think Sin's going to take this series?
Well, I definitely have to switch my idea now, because I had 2-0. One game Sin already has, so it has to be 2-1 to Legacy now.
2-1 to Legacy, so no one thinks Sin are going to take it?
I'm going to stick with Legacy. I don't want to change my bets. I'm not going to start hedging them.
All right, well, that is all from us here before we get into game 2, so let's throw it into our casters, Spawn and Fish.
Guys, I'm really confused because, I mean, week 1 was the perfect storm. Now everyone's changing their bets. Like, the script just doesn't work. I don't know what's going on.
He's reading blank cards.
You got them around the wrong way.
Okay,
there
so he's still reading blank cards.
No, these ones aren't. These are the real ones. But I'm Matthew Fish Stewart. This is Jake Spawn interrupting my awesome intro to Beery, who's just made me look like an absolute fool. He is laughing his ass off. I mean, thanks. I had a great intro ready.
I just destroyed him. I'm
For
so
the
sorry.
OPL, I mean,
I couldn't
done.
let that go. But however, we are into champion selected. Sin did the impossible again, Fish. I mean, they're able to pick up game one. They did it in pretty decisive fashion as it got towards the latter stages of the game. Tried to give it away a couple of times. But Legacy, they need to focus on that early game. They really need to hone in. They need to make sure they're not giving up, these silly team fights and just clean up the play the way Soul Strikes would like it.
But one question I really have for this was that the perfect storm again for Sin? Because first week, it obviously was. But that game, was it?
No, it was just a really nice team composition and their Ryoma ability to zone like 3 people late game. I mean, that's all it came down to. If it hadn't have gone to the 35, 40 minute mark, I am very confident the Legacy were good enough players that they would have been able to clean up. However, as the game progressed, and you have to give credit for Sin to stalling it out, they just looked like they had the stronger comp.
I mean, even the coach of Legacy knew Soul Strikes when we interviewed him before that match, said if this goes leg, we're done. And that's pretty much what happened for Sin. But the picks and bans have started here. The bans coming out from Legacy are going to be Shen, Syndra, as well as Elise. Ivan, Rumble, and Jace taken away from the side of Sin. Ezreal is going to be their first pick. We saw FBI Arco shifting all over the place that game. We will have Lulu being locked in for Legacy.
Yeah, we even saw the FBI initiate at some point. He was like, I'm sick of, I'm used to playing Ashe and Jhin. I think I can do it on Ezreal as well. Let's go, boys.
Yeah, jumps in, says, freeze, don't move, FBI. But for now, Carver's locked in Graves as his jungler of choice. That's a very strong jungler for him. He had a great early game against Juves, was hunting him across the map multiple times.
Yeah, certainly did. And, now you have to wonder, does Juves... Yes?
Yeah.
All right, I was going to say, does he still want to play it without the Lulu, without the Shen? And the answer is yes. Yes, he does.
Well, you had an interesting game, Spawn, Juves.
An up and down performance. Lots of downs. He was more a valley than a mountain, if you catch my drift.
There's lots of jumping into multiple enemies there. We have a Cogmore actually being locked in for Legacy. Nami was the last pick from Sin during the first round of picks here, and smiles on the side of Lost and Choo Choo's face.
And I can just sit here, Soul Strikes now. If you can't close the game out, I'm picking your 5 late game carries. Here's Nami, here's Lulu, here's Cog, here's Graves. I mean, take it to 45 minutes again and just win this time.
Vladimir is still left up and available. We'll have to see if Legacy decide to throw a ban towards it. Instead, they take away Zed to kick things off.
I mean, you always want to get rid of Zed if you're playing with Protect the Cogmore comp, because if he ever does get access to that back line, he just does monstrous amounts of damage, single target.
He does. Nautilus is going to be a ban coming out from Sin. They don't want Tally to get his hands on that champion.
And Tally's turned into a really good tank top player, and I think Nautilus right now is the best tank, so it makes sense. I mean, if you're going to play Protect the Cog, you generally know that you're going to play tank top lane, utility mid, especially if you already have a damage threat in the jungle. So they take away the 2 best tanks. That's actually really smart from Sin.
The final ban that comes out from Legacy is going to be Camille. So no Fat Man for Tally. We'll have to see what he's going to be taking into the top lane later on. Legacy still missing their solo lanes. Same as Sin here. We talked about this before. A lot of the bottom half of the teams in the OPL like to pick their top side of the map first. A lot of the teams towards the top side of the table will go for their junglers and then their bottom lane during the first pick rotation. But Legacy have locked in Victor for Choo Choo's.
So a control mage, but not much utility coming out of Victor. I mean, we haven't seen really a lot of Rylai's Crystal Scepters, which is generally what Victor used to go if he was going to help a peeling composition.
But we do get the Renekton being thrown into the top lane for flares. And it's a champion that's been banned out all day. The response to the Victor is going to be Orianna. Sin have a nice team fighting team comp again.
That's honestly what I expected out of Legacy. I mean, Choo Choo's didn't have a great game on Ori, but we know he can play it, and Aaron's a veteran, he can bounce back. Especially if they're going to go Maokai. I mean, it pairs up so well. Instead, going to see a little bit more of a damage threat out of the Victor, I guess. It's kind of a 3-threat comp with 2 utility.
It does look very much like a Protect the Cogmore, though. I mean, you've got a control mage, still does a lot of damage, can control zone for the Cogmore. Big beefy support to make sure Cogmore stays alive. Graves is the other threat, so if they all in onto Cogmore, he's going to run around and shotgun people in the face. And Maokai reducing damage is always nice to have.
Yeah, it certainly is. And don't get me wrong, I mean, I still think that they come online quite quickly. As long as Victor can get to perfect hex score on boots, he generally does a fairly decent amount of damage. Graves comes online so quickly, and depending on the build, if we see a Rageblade Cogmore, he's online item 1. I mean, Rageblade Cog just hits like a truck. Liabilities here are probably the Maokai. It's definitely
dropped down a tier for me since the nerf started coming out. And against Renekton, he's always kind of had a difficult lane.
It is going to be a very difficult lane for Tally. Luckily for Maokai, he does have some ways to deal with the Renekton in the top lane, so it's not alright.
As he dashes in, you can smash him at the very last moment. It does muck up his combo, you're right. However, it's definitely not a good lane by any stretch of the imagination. And just across the board, I think there's little things they can do. I mean, sustain in the bottom lane. That always helps. We talk about it so much. And, you know, Rengar, Orianna versus Victor, Graves, there is outplay potential there for sure out of Legacy. But much more straightforward combo coming out of Sin. Put the ball on the cat and jump in and, you know, he just blows up.
Just hopefully Ryoma remembers this time that he's not Vladimir. I mean, he probably knows that he's playing Orianna this game, but the last time we saw him play Orianna, he was flashing in with the ultimate on himself more than he was anything else.
And, you know, it's the quickest way to get the ultimate towards the backline. He's technically not wrong.
He's not, but also not right at the same time. But we are getting onto Summoner's Rift for the second match between Sin and Legacy here. But before we check in on this match, let's check in with Bensel, who's standing by with Hingers.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with coach of Sin Gaming, Bensel, and I want to talk about the Renekton and Orianna picks. Now, obviously, when you brought on Ryoma into the squad, you were like, look, we're looking to unlock flares. Is that kind of what this team comp is about as well?
Partially that. I also think when you look and see a Kog'Maw across the rift, you want to play something that can pressure him early around the map. And we have a lot of pressure in the top lane with Renekton automatically, so hopefully we can get TP advantage that way and pressure bot through that.
In the first game, you guys were playing towards that late game, so you could take those late game team fights, and it was very exciting stuff to watch. What do you think are the win conditions for you guys this game?
I mean, of course, like if it gets the 5v5 late game against Kog'Maw, it's going to be very difficult. But you know, if we can get a sizable enough advantage and play around Baron against him, that's going to make it very hard for him in the mid game.
All right, well, I'm excited to see what happens. Thank you for speaking to us.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bensel and Hingers, for talking us through first blood there, which is picked up by Sin. Tally's dead. He has no flash anymore. No summoner spells burnt on the side of Sin.
That's the important thing. A really nice ward over the wall there. Out of flares, allow Juice to hop. That is great communication coming out. And actually picking up the first blood, burning a pot on Carbon as well, so maybe a riskier jungle clear. The perfect start for Sin's jungler.
I'd like to see if that ward stays alive for when Carbon gets up to the Krugs there, because we have seen junglers throughout 7.5, well, this is the first week of 7.5 in the OPL, clear one side of the map and then go home and then go towards the other. So that ward actually might spot him out and add purpose besides the first blood. But already Sin off to a great start. And even Choo Choo's coming into lane here with about a quarter of his health missing.
Yeah, I mean, Ryoma definitely doing a good job of chunking out. Kind of going for the Uzi theory, which is I will sacrifice a couple of early minions to chunk you out because eventually you're going to have to lose lane and I'll pick up a whole wave instead. So you can see even though while they're even on farm right now with a wave pushing in to Choo Choo's, has got a pot advantage already.
And so Ryoma will slowly push this one in, making sure he stays ahead of Choo Choo's.
Bottom lane, something's going awfully wrong here. Fish.
Kog'Maw's down quite a bit of CS. He started with boots.
Yeah.
This time around. Hopefully we'll be able to get some eyes down on the bottom lane. Ryoma will slowly push this one out. Shouldn't be too much action taking place here. No, it's really top side and bottom side of the map that we should be looking at for now.
And I want to see, I want to see, you know, how Kog'Maw Lulu does fare against Ezreal Nami.
There we go.
You can see marching forward does want to have some presence in the lane. But yeah, that was FBI.
I mean, so the first time we saw Kog'Maw Lulu was by Squidgy. He picked it up when he joined the OPL, but then immediately, internationally, we saw it again by almost every single major region, and that's why. When paired up with Lulu, Lost can just say, all right, you want to go aggressive, I'll sit here and destroy you.
Yeah, stands and delivers. However, you got to remember that sustain is going to be on the side of Nami. Lots of supports just running regen as well as meditation and just keeping their 80 carry topped off. So even though it looks like a fairly even trade, as you can see, FBI back to full health and now going to be able to march on forward.
Juves, he's found Carbon.
But has he really found
He's going in. Oh, he's going to be able to lock him down with the boulder strike, but doesn't get the big wolf. And now Juves has been pinged out.
Exactly right. I mean, I feel like that's not really catching someone. Although, do-si-do.
Lost actually taking quite a bit of damage. That's the Ignite being used by Sin. If they can push this in, they could help Carbon. I mean, Juves out.
Yeah, potentially. However, Summoner spells used everywhere. FBI had to flash as well, so presume he nearly went down at the same time. And you can see that Flash still available for Lost and Cupcake. So Summoner spell advantage right now, even though health doesn't look that way on the side of the Legacy duo lane. And Lost is still doing the right thing. He's just slowly rotating through his food.
And although there's a CS discrepancy between Lost and FBI at the moment, it's quite small.
Yeah, it's
5
minor.
minions. And you're Kog'Maw. You're expected to fall behind in lane to kick things off.
Yeah, trust me. The anomaly that was the AV game where they were picking up double kills, it was just that. I did not expect that to happen at all. I think that, after first shot, Kog'Maw is a little bit healthier, but should not be winning early.
I mean, he has very strict windows like this. When his W's up and Lulu has the W and E on the Kog'Maw. That's when you can afford to trade.
But the problem is that Rogue should have never thrown the first bubble. So as soon as that happens, all you're supposed to do is bubble zone, make it back away, reset. As now Juve's looking for Carbon, goes the long way around.
He's gone all the way around. Carbon says, "What are you doing in my jungle? Why are you here?" And he's going to be jumped on again. Juves gets a kill onto Legacy's captain. Choo-Choos can't get there in time to defend him.
And Juves isn't even farming. He's just playing the counter-jungling game, and the whole time sitting in Carbon's jungle. I mean, he tried to catch him at Wolves. That didn't work. This time uses a blast cone to get into the plant and catches him at Raptors. And Carbon, potentially... No, he hasn't got boots. I was going to say, might be able to catch him, but probably not going to be able to get to Krugs in time.
And we do check in with the top side of map for the first time here. Tally against Flares. Rannington should have the lane priority here, but Tally's a very smart player.
Well, Tally's already burnt teleport.
Oh, he's looking for Juice. That's a flash over the wall. Juice will be taken down here. The sapling is going to chase him, but it doesn't matter because Sap Magic does come through. And Tally says, all right, I can take down a cat. I'm going for the crocodile next.
Yeah, it certainly does. So really good collapse coming out of Tally here. Flares, I don't know if he saw Carbon, but Carbon now just goes for the deep invade, wants to continue the farm lead. And you can see that even though Juves has some... No, he's just shopped. Okay, I was going to say, even though he has some kills, still was down in items, but Big Shop does come through.
Completes his jungle item and a couple of long swords with boots. And after that kill, that might actually change the way the top lane works here, because Tally's got blue buff.
Yeah, I don't think it does.
Oh, no. He's decided to fight Flares with Dominus on. Carbon is trying to make his way through. Tally has a short period of time to try and take him down. Flares flashes forward. Tally flashes away. Now Carbon is in trouble. Flares getting that rage bar up just in time. There will be Choo-Choos who collapses, but he's out of mana, and Juves is looking to try and hunt on through. Gravity Field is in a great spot. It's going to stop Juves from chasing any further.
Yeah, it certainly is. So really nice rotation. Actually out of Choose to be able to cut that one off. Ryoma obviously not able to follow into Fog of War. Didn't have boots too. But you have to give props to Flares there because he looked like an absolute monster.
He did.
Just continually running forward. And Juves does a nice thing. Actually resets his lane for him. No way Tally can catch that wave. So we'll see whether, now with that kill equalized.
And this is a Rannington with Warlord's Bloodlust here, Spawn. Not with over a battle.
Interesting. I like it though because the movement speed actually makes a lot of sense for Renekton. As, we're going to have the junglers smacking on again.
Yeah, they're going to go for it. Juve's going to touch away against Carbon. Has to smite red buff away.
Cupcake's here though.
Pops the ultimate, trying to get away from the camouflage range. Does. So steals red buff for himself. Cupcake tries to rotate down, but Legacy can't defend against the counter jungling from Juves.
Yeah, certainly can't. I mean, Juves gets away scot-free, and they even rotated Cupcake up, although it was a great timing on the rotation, if you beg my pardon, because Back had just come out of the bottom lane of Sin Gaming.
So we've got Warlord's Bloodlust on Flares. Another one that I wanted to point out is we have Storm Raider Surge on Lost, picking up this Kog'Maw, who's in a bit of trouble here. FBI gets some good damage down.
It's actually the popularized Keystone Mastery at the moment for Kog'Maw. Gives him a little bit more movement speed as he starts chunking people out. He doesn't need any help late game with damage.
And I mean, the final one is going to be FBI. He's going for Warlords as well on Ezreal. Normally you see Fervor.
Yep. I think he just wants to sustain through this lane, to be honest. He knows that you can get chunked out, that you need to be able to keep up with farm. If you ever fall behind Kog'Maw, the game is pretty much done. Thunderlords on Lulu is interesting.
Yeah, very aggressive. It reminds me of when we used to see the LPL bottom laners, back when they used to stay inside the brush at level 1 and try and chunk you out as you came to lane.
Yeah.
Karma used to pick up Thunderlords then, looking for a cheeky level 1 kill. So Cupcake doing the same thing, trying to mitigate the disadvantage of the Kog'Maw lane with extra power with that Thunderlords.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, once again, you don't need late help game if you Wow. You don't need help late game if you're Kog'Maw Lulu. You just need to be able to get through this laning phase. And you can see that they're doing it within like 10 CS. So they're certainly farming very well. Lost Cupcake are just such an impressive duo. However, don't have level 6 on Cupcake right now, so probably have to cede a little bit of pressure. One thing I love about Kog'Maw is at level 6, you can just throw out the R from a fairly decent range and has an execute, so you always get the last hits with it when you need to.
You can see FBI playing a little bit more aggressive while he knows that Cupcake doesn't have a 6. There's the execute coming out from Cogwell, making sure he farms from a distance. So FBI's been able to use this window to get a good advantage for himself. It's nothing too crazy. That's the AD Cogwell, so that combo doesn't do too much damage when he's full health. Now he's a little bit more confident stepping back up. Still, Sin's bottom lane. This is why we thought this was going to be the featured lane, because they're just so back and forth. They know each other so well.
Yeah, they certainly do. I mean, they've played each other in solo queue so much. And you actually see Juice spotted out by some vision, but no way that this can be stopped because everyone else is on top side of the map. Juice is actually still within vision of that ball, and they're going to have to back away from the turret. If they deny this wave, it would be huge instead. They just call off the play.
Yeah, so you can see immediately Karma's on the top side of the map, run straight down bottom lane. The call for Choo is to push out mid. Get Orianna out of the river, get it back in lane, so bottom lane can go back and farm. Loss is going to take a bubble to the face, and FBI is going to trade quite effectively. There's the True Shot Barrage coming out, dodges it sideways, and Loss says, all right, that trade went even.
But you see how fast Loss moves when he's got the speed up from Lulu, as well as the Storm Raiders popped. And able to dodge out of a lot there. However, the shove-in does mean that Dragon potentially is an objective. I think this is aggressive, needlessly so in fact, and they agree.
Carmen steps up and says, if you want Dragon, got to go through me. I'll fight you. Does stop Sin for now. FBI goes back to lane, but again, Cupcake Lost being zoned. This CS advantage is creeping up. FBI is now 20 ahead. Lost is going to get a big shield, and Carver goes toe-to-toe against Juice. Again, he's going to be forced to go over the wall with collateral damage, but Juice follows through. That's a flash going out as well. Chuju's going to take a lot of damage. Ultimate from Ryoma takes down Carbon. Chuju's forced to run away from that. Flares has teleported into the bot lane, and so has Tally.
Yeah, I mean, Juves is still looking for potentially a dive. I think it's a bad call.
Well, they're going on top of Flares. There's Orianna Ball going in to try and zone out. The wave will come through as well. Stashing over the wall from Flares gets him back to safety.
Yeah, so in the end, it was a bad call. There's still so much damage available there. Flares does burn the ultimate, but everything was pretty much used. And you're right, they're just denying this Cogmore so much farm right now. You can see that Lost is still pretty comfortable trading back. However, what is it, 20 CS out of nowhere has just grown for the duo. True Shot Barrage going to be back available. It generally gives you a free purchase if you're Ezreal. And there would be a lot of gold right now on FBI. And we saw that he had one beautiful team fight that put him straight on the Trinity Force Manamune. He's just been able to farm with such abandon right now.
So 500 gold up FBI over Lost at the moment. And this turret might actually fall just naturally as FBI continues to push against Lost and Cupcake. They're low on mana. That's the big thing for this bottom lane duo. Graves is forced to come down here and clear up this wave. You can already see Choo-Choo's trying to make his way down as well.
Yeah, so you can see Graves just comes in, shoots it with a Q, guarantees a recall. We'll see if True Shot Barrage is burnt on the next wave, so it will force them back quickly, or whether they just leave a couple of creeps up and allow it to push in. That's the other thing you generally see.
Ooh, stops
they
Lost
stop Lost.
recall.
They had the Tri-Brush warded. I mean, very smart.
So that's going to be first turret, I believe, and they've got pressure in all three lanes. Ryoma is slowly chipping away this mid lane, outer turret. Choo-Choo's is making his way back into the lane, but that's already down to a third of its health, maybe even less, a quarter now. Bottom lane will fall. Sin pick up first brick and first blood. They're 4 kills to 2, and they've got a sizable gold lead for themselves just 13 minutes in.
And they give it all over to FBI as well. That's 650 gold for the carry. And already the lane swap is out. They want to try and maximize, minimize the damage here.
Ooh, big shockwave from Ryoma. Flares is trying to dash his way on over. Choo-Choo's pretty far away. He's looking to see if he can flash in and get that stun down, but big play from Ryoma.
Yeah, potentially damage done. Can Choose actually stick around in the lane? I mean, Juice has ultimate as well. You can see the lane swap was called pretty early because they dragged Flares down, although this turret looks like it's going to fall because there's 4 members up here for Legacy.
Which feels like a good move from them. Now, I want to see if Sin can react in the mid lane because Rengar's making his way over towards Choose. Will be spotted by Wards. He gets a kill here. He's going in, jumps in. That's a flash. Jumps over, but the bonus strike's not going to connect. We'll get a speed up. One mortal attack will be enough. Juice gets the kill. Very low on health.
Yeah, very low on health, but that's the right play. A little bit misexecution. He probably will fall down because Lulu is nice and close to him. He got out.
Oh, no, he doesn't.
Oh, no, he doesn't.
Gets in with help picks.
Oh. That was so close.
Still able to take him down, but Sin get what they were looking for, which is a 1-for-1 turret trade. So they still have first brick, and they're 2 turrets to 1.
Yeah, 1-for-1 turret trade, 1-for-1 kill trade. You'd have to say that that's probably the best trade that Legacy could have hoped for.
And kill onto Juves instead of Cupcake.
Yeah.
So slightly in Sin's favor, you have to think.
I mean, I give it to Cupcake every day of the week, mate. He's just such a good player at the moment.
He is.
Lulu with items, of course, going to be able to buff up the Cogmore. That's exactly what the composition wants.
And we're going to get a Rageblade Cogmore as well from Lost. So he's got Berserker Greaves already. Rageblade coming up next.
So remember, Rageblade just comes online a little bit earlier. Also, Cogmore is one of the few AD carries that double dips very well. And that's what I'm talking about. You're just supposed to zone with the bubble. So only 2 auto attacks comes through. Rogue, as soon as he's walking forward, goes for the next one.
Oh no, stuck in the animation of True Shot Barrage means FBI will take some damage. Carbon tried to slide into his DMs, but they've been blocked. And FBI will head back into lane and continue pushing this one out.
I mean, that was nearly worst possible timing to throw out a True Shot Barrage. I know that they wanted to try and go for the 2v2, but Carbon has just been shadowing this lane so well. And you're stuck in the long lane if you are Sin. So you need to be wary of the damage that can come out.
Again, you can see Loss gets the shield as well as the speed up. Pops his W and says, "Fight me, FBI." And immediately Sin recognize now if they do that, it's generally how they're going to lose this lane. So just slowly pushing this one back into Legacy's turret. The rest of Sin, they've got pushing lanes throughout the map, so they're controlling Summoner's Rift at the moment. Almost feels like it's up to Juves to try and starve out Carbon, and that's where they get their incremental advantages.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that they cheat straight away into the jungle on the top side. You have to say that Carbon had already done a good job of farming all of that, although now Juve's trying to take away the maximum with the Krogs. He is getting collapsed on quite heavily.
We'll be able to take down most of those Krogs before they die. Pops the ultimate, trying to run away. He's focusing Spawn.
Certainly is, but he draws everyone away from that turret. You can see that the Legacy duo able to get half the health, so I'd say that's worth it for just the Rengar ulti. And he continues to just keep tabs on people.
Oh, this CS lead's growing for FBI. He's 50 up. I get him lost. I mean, he's already got his man immune. Sheen picked up as well for FBI. Whew.
I mean, Lost is being very respectful in the match.
Oh, Shockwave on Choose. Thunderlord's proc. One more command attack. Flashes out of the gravity field. And Ryoma just took down Choo-Choo's in a one-on-one. Legacy are going to try and fight back on the top side of the map. Carbon's dashing on forward. Will get the heck out of that bubble. That should be a cancel coming out from Flares, just making sure his top lane stays safe.
Exactly right. Burnt it nice and early just in case they did continue to go for the fight. With all the pressure top side of the map, that will open up Dragon for Sin. And you keep mentioning it, this 50 CS lead is putting so much pressure to get in the top lane. But without hard CC, it's just impossible to set up the gank. Potentially need to look for a deep ward. I mean, they're playing very far up, and Tally could go for it now with a teleport advantage. But honestly, really nice play out of Sin's duo so far to continue to exert this amount of pressure.
Yep, the bottom lane duo doing very well against Lost and Cupcake. Juves is having a much better game this time on Rengar. I mean, First Blood definitely helps. Flares is Renekton. He's all right.
So annoying.
He's just a crocodile. But one player I really want to highlight is Ryoma. I mean, his first game for Sim was against XL5, like we saw in that video. Great place for him to start, getting a little bit comfortable, you know, be a little bit less nervous as he comes into the OPL. His second match was against Chiefs, and he had up and down performances in that game. It looked like he was very shaky at points, and then he was hitting crucial shockwaves, but ultimately in the games they lost, he was not performing very well. This game, he just looks confident. In both games he's played so far, he just looks confident in everything he's doing. Very decisive in every single step he takes.
And Ryoma should be confident. I mean, he's a brilliant talent. Very, very good player. So I'm excited to see him continue to play this style of League of Legends, where he is up in your face, he is aggressive. Ooh.
Choo-Choo's trying to use the ultimate to zone him away. That's an ultimate coming out from Ryoma. Choo-Choo's is forced to flash out. Juves diving all the way behind 2 turrets. They do get the Summoner spell off the Control Mage, and time to shred turrets on the top side of the map. FBI will take that down.
Yeah, Lost has done the smart thing. He moved himself into the bottom lane as well. Might need to be a little bit respectful of the Crocodile who's heading down. Tally versus FBI would be the non-fight of the century, although now they're actually collapsing onto Flares.
Oh,
He
no.
needs to be really careful here.
He's trying to run away. Carbon wants to slow him down. Lost is spitting acid goo at the Crocodile. Just hops over the wall with a blast cone, but Sin are smart. They know there's 3 members bottom.
They know
Lots
that
of pressure
Flares
points.
is still here as well.
there are a lot of pressure points for Sin to work with. Carbon is only now making his way back up. Tally's forced to defend 2-on-1. It seems like they'll be left unpunished by the Sin squad.
Why Maokai kind of came into the meta in the first place, because his 2v1 is actually quite good. You can see there's nothing Flares can do against the Kog'Maw right now. In fact, he might die.
There's a flash forward, he's dead. Lost and Cupcake play that perfectly, and you see Flares just puts his head back. He knows he's messed up.
Yeah, exactly right. You shouldn't have stuck around underneath that turret. Needed to call for help way earlier. Now all of a sudden, big crash in the bottom lane. Mid lane's relieved of pressure when really it was Choo-Choo's that burnt that summoner spell to avoid the shockwave. And it's just little lapses like that out of Sin that can potentially cost you this lead. I mean, you never want a Renekton falling behind. You can see 1-2-1, 150 CS at 20 minutes into this game. He's definitely not as far ahead as, you know, we've seen Pabu in the past and people like that.
So, Lost has been able to pick up his Rage Blade. He's got a Zeal next, so Hurricane probably going to be his item of choice. However, FBI's picked up his Manamune as well as Trinity Force, a very big power spike for the Ezreal. He's gone for boots, Ionian Boots of Lucidity, so cooldown reduction on not only his summoner spells, but his abilities as well. And Juice has been caught. He's going to try and jump away. Bubble might be able to save his life. Pops the ultimate, tries to go invisible and gets back to safety. Almost getting caught out there, the kitty cat.
Burnt a lot. I mean, had to burn the tidal wave as well as his ultimate, had to burn Flash as well. And you just feel like, even though there's no real objective to fight over at the moment, Sin needs to take that deep breath, need to get their vision control back, need to stop face checking as just one. Because this is where Legacy can just search for picks and stall out the game forever with a Victor.
Juves needs to become the meditation enthusiast he said he was on Twitter. Just take a step back and breathe. However, the rest of Sin are now grouping up towards the top side of the map. Tally slowly getting chucked out. Carbon, where did your health bar go? That is absurd damage.
And now they just have complete access to the top lane turret. Lost and Cupcake probably have to back away.
Rama using command attack as a zoning tool right now. If he puts that behind the turret, it's hard for Legacy to get in close. Flares tanking up the turret.
Actually, he's not. FBI is. So the right idea, really bad execution.
10-10, 5-7. Sin now still pushing for the top lane already. Carbon's gone back to base. They've got a window of opportunity. Turret's at half health.
I mean, you still don't want to dive a Kog'Maw because it can go poor.
Tally looking to try and flank through the back lines. That turret is getting down very low. FBI will take some damage, and Tally now undergoing a big shockwave! And two people are already going down. That turret is left with a sliver of health. Flares wants to focus it down, but he cuts the tree down first. My goodness, Ryoma, he is a monster!
And what more can you say? I mean, you don't want to turret dive, but when Ryoma hits shockwaves like that, do you really have a choice? Because he just serves it up on a silver platter, takes out 3 members to very low health, and that's going to unlock Baron for Sin.
With a 6,000 gold lead, they're on top of Baron. Carbon is still alive, but it's being shredded. Kog'Maw and Graves are nowhere close to this objective. Juves is clapping. He doesn't even have his hands on his keyboard. He doesn't care. Baron's been picked up, and Sin are in firm control of this game.
Exactly right. They'll be back in time for the Dragon as well. Let's take another look. Just hovers the ball there for such a long time. He's just whipping it around, zoning them away. And, oh, that is perfect. I mean, Lost nearly fell down as well. Tally, unfortunately, tries to dive into the back line to divert attention from the Kog'Maw and just is cannon fodder himself. That's beautiful play out of Ryoma. And
It's found Juves again, not afraid to just throw that shockwave out. Juves jumps on top of Choo-Choo's. He will be forced to flash away. Seems like Victor's just had no summoner spells this entire game.
Exactly right. And you can see that actually it is going to be the Rylai's Crystal Scepter picked up for Choo-Choo's. So going very much the supporting cast build out of the Victor. Not opting for something like his own Ludens or even Lichbane early, as we've seen so much internationally. Kog'Maw just hasn't been given a chance to come online. In fact, he's so far behind in items right now. FBI's just got all that turret gold.
So really right now, it's in Sin's hand to make the next move. Seems like mid lane's their choice, but...
It's kind of the game flipped on its head. I mean, you've got Renekton that falls off pretty hard late game. Lulu's better than Nami late game. And Kog'Maw's just going to be so potent as the game goes forward. However, 23 minutes in with an 8,000 gold lead, I mean, the world is your oyster.
So, Sin trying to brute force their way through this inhibitor turret. Z2 just going to the back lines, uses the ultimate nice and early onto Ryoma, chunks him out quite low, but Lost gets hit by a stray Mystic Shot. Tally jumping in, Carmen's been locked down by a Bola Strike, and Sensei, let's disengage. Poor Shockwave coming out from Ryoma, but they do get away from Legacy.
Yeah, they do get away, and all of a sudden they can look for a re-engage because Legacy are so low and Baron is still available.
Yep, Thrill the Hunt has come out. Juice is just waiting. Waiting and waiting. FBI slowly chipping away these turrets. Tally's low. Juice goes in. Takes down Lost. It's going to be Carmen that gets the ultimate from Lulu because the Cogmo was just too fast, too dead. Ryoma flashes in. This might be game. They're going forward. There's only 2 members of Legacy left.
And all of a sudden, Sin have just busted open the base. They have no creep wave, but a cannon creep coming, and they are quite tanky. Carbon looking to hold on for his team.
He's going to try his best. Carbon and Tally against the wall. Captain and Vice Captain, hand in hand, backs against the wall. Let's see what they can do. Tally has clapped. He wants to go in, but this turret is going to fall. Carbon's already flashed into the fountain. The tree has been cut down, and they're going for Legacy next. The second Nexus turret is going to fall. Lost is going to come up. Can he do anything? Because the Nexus has gone. Sin have done it 2 times in a row. They take it down Legacy, but this time it's a 2-0 spawn.
It certainly is, and a decisive second game. They are all fired up. The 3 points right now for Sin. They really want to come for the Chiefs, who are slipping into the 3rd place spot. And 2-0 out of Legacy. That sends a huge message to the rest of the comp.
It does, and now you've got to think about the top of the table. Legacy were clear by 2 points. Now Direwolves, they've got a chance for first. Chiefs have a chance for first. And you can see there, all they had to do is keep on winning, Spawn, but Sin have done it again. The Kryptonite strikes, and Superman's been taken down.
I mean, anyone has a chance for first now. Throw Sin in the mix. I mean, if they keep winning games like that, that's a 25-minute victory. Decisive. And Ryoma is a monster. I mean, we knew he could play control majors. He's had back-to-back really good games.
I mean, if you can say that anyone's had land jitters on the side of Sin, you can give it to Ryoma, because after 2 weeks, he stepped up against one of the best teams in the OPL, and he looked flawless.
Yeah, and it wasn't like he was playing bad before. Now he's just playing better. Yeah. So, yeah, that was incredible.
Certainly was. Sin pick up a decisive 2-0 against Legacy to wrap up our day. But to wrap up the day even further, nice, present. Let's give it back to the analyst desk.
Well, thank you, Fish and Spawn. Despite the fact that there's clearly something going on between the two of them, a lot of creative differences from this day. But Legacy go down 0-2 versus Sin Gaming and Rusty and Mendrix. I mean, is Sin Legacy's kryptonite, or is this more of like a Lex Luthor situation? I mean, either way, Legacy is Superman, apparently.
Oh, it was completely unexpected. And again, if they're not the kryptonite, they're definitely the Achilles heel. For them to actually pull this out...
It's a different story entirely. You can't mix like old mythology with...
I'm conflating it. It's a good conflation.
All right, let's talk about this game, shall we? Rusty, when we look at this draft, obviously they pick the Cogmore comp wants to play towards the end of the game.
Yep.
Like Benson was saying, look, we want to avoid those 5v5 team fights late game, but, just... Sin able to close this game out in under, 30 minutes or so?
Yeah, I mean, that's the major differences. When you look at game number 1, it was the opposite of what both of these teams wanted to achieve. You come into the second, Sin have the early pressure. They have the push priority. They meant to be the ones translating that pushing into objectives, into further structures. And Juves was doing exactly that. And unfortunately, it started at first blood. And that, to me, is where the biggest problem started to crop up, because Juves was given far too much already. Top lane had the disadvantage as well. Like, they're on struggle street from minute 1.
And it really began to sort of just play on afterwards as well, because Juves just sat inside Carbon's jungle. Every single time he was going for the first time, he was using those explosive cones to such great
effect.
Great effect. That was what I was looking for. Effect. It's such great effect. First time didn't work out for him. Missed out on the Wolves. Second time got the kill off it. So doing so well.
We got to talk about Ryoma, because obviously just popping off in both of those games. Do you feel like Sin's public a statement that, look, we've brought in Ryoma to unlock flares? Do you think that's what we saw this game, or is it just Ryoma just popping off himself?
I mean, there was actually situations where Choo-Choos was still able to rotate to top side and get kills on the flares. And the thing is, like, this wasn't even about unlocking flares in this game. It was unlocking Ryoma. Like, he was playing so well that the shockwave was what wins the entire game, and it did. So realistically, yeah, it's a good strategy to bring in Ryoma to unlock flares, but if Ryoma starts popping off, you don't even need to.
I feel like he was brought in to almost unlock both of them together, because really in that first game, it was, like you said, a protect the Vladimir composition. It ended up popping off from there. He was able just to run in, and you had the chance to ult him inwards, and then it played into the second game as well.
I think quite simply they just know that Rome is good enough now that they can use him to carry.
Yeah, I see what you mean. You don't need to unlock flares when you just unlock yourself. I see. It's a good strategy as well, letting everyone know this is what your purpose is, but then just dominating yourself. Well, Medrix, when we look at this game, though, I mean, like we said, it's the opposite to game one in that Legacy still trying to play the later game this time. But what made Sin able, aside from those Juve's early ganks, to be able to take this game away from them?
So then they started playing the map well. It was actually a much more composed, a much more controlled game that you'd normally see from Sin, looking for chaos normally, but they decided to go for the sieges early. There was a really big siege that ended up happening in the top lane, which really was the turning point of the game, or really the final nail in the coffin that allowed them to get all the resources they needed to end.
And the thing is, when you're looking at that siege, it's just Sin playing standard League of Legends. Legacy were the ones making the really big mistakes because Sin will set up, it's acknowledged they're going to go for the top lane turret, they wait for a wave and a half to siege, and then Legacy put a Maokai on a flank, and then they have no tank to protect their entire team. And you've got a Kog'Maw who's going to carry. You don't put your only tank on a flank, you just lose the fight in front of them.
Yeah.
We've been joking about it a lot this split. Sin just play the ARAM or Sin just play the scrappy team fighting style. But in this game, I feel like we saw kind of a different style again from them. And in particular, Mendrix, I know you want to talk about Ryoma just having a lot of influence throughout the game.
Oh, he really stepped up. And again, he was pretty much the reason why they won that game towards the end part of it. It was that massive replay right here. And look at the ball. You can see the ball has just been placed in a specific spot to say, yep, the moment you guys group up, it will go all in. And it was just a massive shockwave. And it was the perfect setup. What more can you do? What more can you ask from Ryoma? All he did was just basically was like, yep, no worries. We get the win from this. And that just was able for them to get everything. They got the Baron, they got the base, and then they just kept on winning team fights afterwards.
The only thing Ryoma could have asked for is another member of Legacy to walk within range of a shockwave.
Pretty much.
Which is what happened, unfortunately.
Well, let's take a look at our radio medal for this match, our best and fairest for this game. And it's going to go, speaking of the very man, to Ryoma. Look at that KDA. 10, 7, 11, and 305,000 damage dealt in game one.
We need to change this stat. He does so much damage to minions, I can't even gauge what that means.
Well, I mean, Vladimir's got that wave clear.
Yeah, fantastic.
We know that he played Vladimir, obviously, guys. That's what we. But I mean, looking forward, this guy's a young guy. Not only is he carrying Sin in part, he's also looking forward to not just the finals, but next year if he's hanging around this team. I mean, he's kind of a franchise player looking.
Yeah, I mean, he's worth investing towards, definitely. He's already shown that he has no land jitters. He's able to show up and play massively. And again, he's deserving of an MVP medal. And it's also just that Sin play around him and being able to carry. They pick the Shen, they pick the Lulu. They say, we can empower you to be that massive player.
And I feel when it comes to looking at him as the Radiant medal, everything was just discussed beforehand. He was able to go big with the Vladimir. He was able to go big with the Orianna. And it was completely deserving.
All right, well, standing by with Spawn is captain of Sin, Juves, after their 2-0 victory over Legacy. So let's throw it over to see if they really are Legacy's kryptonite.
Thanks so much, Hingers. I am Spawn. This is Juves. He's just 2-0'd Legacy for the split and 2-0'd the match as well. Roma did 45,000 damage to champions in the Vladimir game, so that was a pretty big performance. Talk to me about your new mid laner. What is it about him?
So I think we wouldn't... Wizard is a good player, and we replaced Wizard with Ryoma. So I think that we wouldn't have replaced Wizard if we didn't have an exceptional talent like Ryoma. And I guess he showed in these games he's unbelievable. He has the ability to 1v5 a game, but he can also be a supportive type player as well. And like you said, it's not only Flair's carrying now or our bot lane carrying. We as you've seen in the Vlad game, it's just the 1v5 from Vladimir. And it makes our team scary, I guess.
Was that the spicy pick that you had for us?
Yeah, it was. I was going to say the Rivers will run red, but I thought that might give it away if the Legacy coach was listening. Yeah. So I was better not do that.
All right, cool. Now I want to talk about Legacy, because you said you've downloaded Carve and you said that you've kind of got him figured out. Is it that Sin's figured out Legacy? Is it your styles clash really well and you feel like that gives you the upper hand? What is it about it?
I just think so our game against Chiefs last week was really close, and we could have easily have taken the series. And I feel being that close to beating Chiefs, we learnt so much about ourselves and as a team, so then it just propelled us to another level, and I think you guys saw the next level of what we can do. So now it's just a matter of if we can remain consistent. Also, special shout out to Direwolves and Churnfire, because they helped me especially immensely in my pathing and just coaching me through improving as a player. And I think not the first game, but the second game, it was really evident.
Yeah, it certainly was able to catch out Carbon in his own jungle. Want to talk about your duo lane, because obviously you're the captain. You got rookie in Ryoma in the mid lane, but also FBI. I mean, Rogue's taking him under the wing, but going up toe-to-toe with Lost, 50 CS advantage on the Ezreal into the Kog'Maw. I mean, FBI just looks like he's a machine at the moment.
Well, I've always said, like, before we picked up FBI, I said this kid has potential to be the best AD carry in OS. Like, he went Mia for ages because he was too young to play competitive, and like, if what he was like back then is anything to go by, like, I can see just him improving at a steady rate. And the best thing about him, and the best thing about our team, is everyone has good attitudes. Like, they're literally willing to improve, willing to listen, and like, most importantly, like, we listen to our coach and we respect him a lot. So then, like, you're obviously going to improve. That's just that our nature of our environment is really good to improve.
All right, cool. And you know, you said last week it's just about becoming a better Sin, the best Sin that you can have heading towards a gauntlet. We've just knocked off to the top dogs. How good can you guys be?
Well, like, I feel this game, right, like, it's really good that we took the win, but I'm not getting carried away. Like, Legacy is still number 1 or number 2. I don't know where they are now for a reason. And we're 5th or 4th for a reason. Like, I don't want to get carried away. It just goes to show that when we do play at our level, like, we can beat the best teams, and we are one of the best teams. So it's just a matter of us, like, not getting carried away with this win. We still have 2 more games to play and to finish as high as we can for Gauntlet. So I think, like, this game's done, it's dusted, we can learn from it and, like, just move on and try and be better next week.
All right, last week I said if you beat the Chiefs, I would give you a hug on camera. Now that you've beaten Legacy, do you want your hug?
I'll give you a hug, because I feel bad.
Well,
I feel very
as we're
bad.
hugging it out, let's roll it back to the analyst desk. Why would you cut away from that beautiful hug? All right, well, there we have Tubes and Spawn just showing their affection for each other. Maybe Chief Spawn will soon become Sin Spawn. We'll have to wait and see. But I know, waiting in the wings, we have a tweet which is coming up on your screen right now. Screw Chiefs v Legacy. Sin versus Legacy is where it's at. Hashtag IamOPL. That is from a fan. If you obviously want to get your tweets read out, that is the hashtag IamOPL. Rusty, is that the new...
I mean, it's starting to cement itself as a pretty solid rivalry, but it feels like a one-sided affair at the moment because they're not getting victories in both directions. Instead of 2-0 them twice in a row, is it really a rivalry if that's what keeps happening?
Yeah, that is true. I mean, yeah, sure, but if you're Legacy, you're beating everyone else and you're just like very frustrated.
Yeah, absolutely.
These Sin guys keep biting at your ankles. Well, let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule, shall we? Because there are still more games to come. It's going to be Chiefs v XL5. You're going to see that. First of all, obviously Chiefs are debuting a roster in many respects because of the competitive ruling against them. So, can XL5 take these games? We'll have to wait and see. And then Abyss versus Avant-Garde, or as Sin did call them, Abyss Light earlier on in the split. Let's see, because obviously every place on that ladder is up for grabs heading into the gauntlet. But for now, it's goodbye from me and goodbye from Rusty and Mendrix. Thank you both for being in here, and we'll see you all tomorrow, 3 p.m. for OPL.
What are you doing in my jungle? Why are you here? And he's going to be jumped on again. Juves gets a kill onto Legacy's captain. Choo-Choos can't get there in time to defend it. Now, Flair splashes forward. Tally flashes away. Now, Carbon is in trouble. Flair's getting that rage bar up just in time. There will be Choo-Choos who collapses, but that's a flash going out as well. Choo-Choos going to take a lot of damage. Ultimate from Ryoma takes down Carbon. Choo-Choos forced to run away from that. Tally now undergoing a big shockwave, and 2 people are already going down. That turret is left with a sliver of health. Flares wants to focus it down, but he cuts the tree down first. My goodness, Ryoma is a monster. He's low, Juice goes in, takes down Lost. It's going to be Carbon that gets the ultimate from Lulu because the Kog'Maw was just too fast, too dead. Ryoma flashes in. This might be game. They're going forward. There's only 2 members of Legacy left. Let's see what they can do. Tally has clapped. He wants to go in, but this turret is going to fall. Carbon's already flashed into the fountain. The tree has been cut down, and they're going for Legacy next. The second Nexus turret is going to fall. Lost is going to come up. Can he do anything? Because the Nexus has gone. Sin have done it 2 times in a row. They've taken down Legacy, but this time it's a 2-0 score.